It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are so excited to have you with us today. We're here again, ready to have a good time. Let's go. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling. As always, we got the Wheel of Meat. It could spin because it has not spun. We got the Bible study live today at noon Central with Rick. And a bizarre delivery yesterday to the studio we have to discuss. I mean, bizarre. And if you don't think there's people that really still, work hard, that those people don't exist anymore, we had a member of the landscaping company of the building here already pressure washing at 4 a.m. this morning just so he wouldn't disturb the show. That's good hard work right there. We appreciate that. We'll explain. Let's bring him in, though. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and right to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Good. Partners in crime, how are y'all?
I'm good. I'm good. So, Scruggs, our chief engineer, who is, he's just knocking off punch lists left
Johnny
and right.
Scruggs.
Things are looking good. We thank him for his work. Yesterday, he said, hey, there's going to be a guy. I don't know if you've seen him. They're doing some pressure washing around the building. And tomorrow they've got to get right outside the studio window and the entrance to your door. But he's going to be here at 4 a.m. to get past your studio so it doesn't disturb the show with the sound of the generator and all this kind of stuff. I was like, really? So we pull up, and he had stopped the generator and come over and said, hey, to me, said he had just talked to Greg, and Greg didn't give him much, but and so I kind of helped a little bit with that. But he said,
you overdid.
Hey, it's hard. It's hard to find work and people that will get here this early. And he said, so I'm here. I kind of run things, but hey, I'm here. I'm knocking it out. He got past the window, hit the studio window there, moved on past it, and said, all right, I'm good now.
I'm good.
The generator won't disturb y'all. And so I just said,
It's
hey.
pressure washer.
I'm like, hey, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. What I'm saying, I'm sorry, the pressure washer. I did say generator. I apologize. I don't know why I said that. No, but I appreciate him doing that.
I let it go once. I had to say.
Well, you didn't give him much, so you can help. That's what he said.
No, it's not true.
He said, I tried to talk to Greg. He didn't give me much.
I actually tried to get him to let me pressure wash and him come in here and do this hour with y'all. He wouldn't do it.
And for some reason, Helmsy kept trying to crank the generator. I don't know what that was
You
about.
keep calling it
power was
generator.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to thank him is all. And then we got this weird delivery. We'll have to talk to Adler about.
That's weird.
Did you mean to say compressor?
No, generator. No. It was. I didn't mean to say generator.
Pressure washer.
It's a pressure washer.
It's got an air compressor.
It's got a compressor in it.
It's not a compressor.
Nobody calls it.
I didn't call it an air compressor, Greg. I didn't say air. I never
said
air.
Pressure.
You're the
washer.
one full of hot air, Greg.
It's just me screwing up. Really, is really what it comes down to.
This is not Wordle. It's pressure washer.
Right. It is a pressure washer, and he was just out there and got past our little area because he thinks we would have heard it, and I was just like, that's very considerate.
I hate he got up that early. I don't think it was that loud.
I don't either.
Right, but it's very considerate, and the gesture is what I wanted to recognize.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I wanted to thank him.
Working.
I wanted to thank him.
You didn't have to do it, but
and thank him and apologize on your behalf.
Now somebody said he's coming back at lunch with a generator.
Right. Yeah. Well, because he's got to use it to power something.
And then at 3 he'll be here with a compressor.
And then a compressor,
to fix tires.
It was that, and I just wanted to, on Greg's behalf, apologize for his behavior.
All right, Dan.
He said you didn't have to walk right by him.
Hey, the guy gave me a ton, by the way, when I came in this morning. He stopped pressure washing and waved.
Yes.
Full arm wave.
Right. This early in the morning.
I was like, hey, man, right back at you, buddy.
Yeah. Well, he's just trying to see if he can a little bit from somebody besides Greg.
Okay. Right.
So anyway, we have that.
Early.
Yeah, it is early. I give you that. But I noticed you don't notice much, like you didn't notice there was a couch in Adler's office. Have you heard about this,
I knew
Adler?
there was there. I just looked. For some reason, it looked different, like he'd brought a different couch.
We're in there looking at the delivery that was sent to the studio, and we'll discuss that. But we'll slide that over here. It was sitting on your couch. You went, what's this? We got a couch in here?
I
didn't even know
the couch. It just didn't look like the original one. Maybe it's all that junk he got piled around.
Do we want to save this for the show?
Yeah,
Right.
we can. We can. It's because that's its own segment. There was a delivery to the studio yesterday.
A little disturbing.
And it is bizarre. It is bizarre.
Disturbing. I'm not sure the mindset behind this.
Yeah. Good gracious alive.
You should be concerned.
So how was y'all's yesterday? Everybody good?
Yeah. Yeah. It was one of the. I don't like Tuesdays.
Okay. Yeah, you're this weird thing where you label days.
Well, but
I used to have a headache on Wednesdays.
It's based off schedule. It's it's
a busy
run
day.
and gun for everybody, and you look up and it's 7:30, and it's like, wow, so it's a productive day. But I just don't like a lot of twists and turns, and I had to go to a neighbor's house down the street and let him know his dog keeps getting out, and the little pet stop electric fence thing. Afraid he's gonna get hit by a car. That's the reason I went to us. And he's got one of these driveways that's even more difficult than mine, so it's a big hassle to get up there and talk to him.
Yeah,
but I did it anyway.
Okay, so is it he's got a pet stop type fence and something's wrong?
The dog keeps getting out.
Oh,
so you see him in the road, and he's getting too close to cars. He's gonna get hit.
Well, you know what?
What
I've got one of those fences, and what happens is if the battery in the collar, it could it could go out, and if you've got a smart dog, it knows that when you get close to that invisible fence, it'll beep beep, it'll beep, and that's what you train the dog so it never gets popped. And then if it doesn't beep, then dogs are smart, they'll go right on through it. And so he probably needs to change his collar out.
So that was an add-on that I didn't know I was going to get yesterday, but the guy was great, and we figured it out.
So you were mad?
No, I wasn't mad. I was just, here. I'll just tell the story. I guess I tell the story. Do y'all remember a couple of, I guess it was last year, when one of my friends hit a dog in front of our house?
Yeah,
I do remember.
And we had to take it to the vet, and on the way to the vet, the dog passed away, and then we had to let the guy know it's the same guy.
That's tough.
It's the same guy.
Oh, so he's got dog.
Wow.
So here's the thing is, and that's why. So he had just put that fence in when this happened. They hadn't done the training yet a year ago. Well, then he got new dogs. I'm like, God, this guy can't lose another dog. I got to go up here and talk to him because he was tore up about it. And so anyway, so that was one of the main reasons I did it was because. And then he let me know he had lost one. He's like, well, if you see this one out, it's we can't find her.
He needs to just get out of the dog
goodness
business.
gracious.
My gracious alive.
You know,
man.
he needs to get out of the dog business.
Yeah, I think so. Man.
Boy's driveway's really tough.
You know, you did your part letting him know.
That's all I can do.
That's all you can do, mister.
Boy, the world's crazier than ever. We've got some stories to hit. We'll jump into those. Your phone calls are always welcome. There'll be unscreened phone calls. So that's there for you, too. You can always call if you'd like.
I got a new segment suggestion,
We do. We got to break that down next.
Rick and Bubba.
Frank joining us now, and we were discussing in the break how we all feel the social pressure to all participate in Zoom. So we since we're doing the YouTube feed and the radio, Zoom gives us the option for you to see and hear people. And thanks to Bubba's engineering expertise, we've also upgraded the audio as best as we can. And Frank's got his studio there just like he likes it. And it has been an interesting time, and I can tell it's kind of thrown you for a loop, Frank. I mean, this is like Bubba said, we've never done this before. And,
it's our first pandemic, hey.
You know, aren't you? Because we're really accustomed to, well, like where we live, hey, tornadoes are coming, easy. And so then that lasts about 24 hours, and then you go back to what you were doing before. Nothing has ever had the till further notice. Do this TFN. Right. And it feels just bizarre.
Well, you feel like you have no control, right? You start to wonder, how much did I ever have over anything? And that's a big thought. Yeah. I will tell you this, as far as looking on the bright side of everything, I have not sat down for as many meals as a family as I have in the last week and a half. Yeah. It's been eye-opening to how little time we actually spent as a family before.
Yes.
And I think we're a pretty good family. I have two really good kids. They get in their own little bits of trouble, and I do stupid things too. It happens. But just that extra time, it's time that I've spent with my daughter and my son that I didn't realize how much I was missing it, because when they're little, they need you. right? They need you for everything. They need you to feed them. That's up till about what, 13, and then
then they're out of there.
No, but they need you for stuff that, and I know as they get to that preteen and teen, they start to, and you want them to become their own individuals, but then they start to break off and do their own things, and you don't see them that much. And now, without school and them learning at home, I've been trying to learn polynomials and whatnot. I guess we might have to zoom in Bill Bubba Bussy for that.
No,
you're not. But you're
no, I'm not a numbers guy. I proved that earlier this week.
Let me inside on that, because that was a big laugh from Rick.
Bubba declared that 10% of the population had coronavirus, and it was like 0.1%. But still,
no, then I corrected myself to know it was 1%, and it's actually some decimal point. After. But
really,
look, it was early, for crying out loud. Okay.
See, I believe it's way more than people think. I think people have had it and didn't even know, and it's just it's undetectable for a lot of people. It's a weird thing because a lot of again, I'm not trying to make light of any of this. This is just inside of Frank thought, and you can tell me if I'm completely crazy. But a lot of people who are passing away from that are labeled coronavirus deaths are because it's a novel virus. And the way it's been explained to me is that all your antibodies and everything go to fight that virus, and it leaves you wide open for everything else. So if you have cancer or something else, you're going to die from the cancer, not from the coronavirus.
Correct.
And that's what happens. So, and all life is important, I believe. So I'm not trying to diminish that at all anyway, or demean that. But in terms of, I think there's just a lot of it out there, and the weakest are the most unfortunate at this point. We'll see. I just think a lot of people have it or have had it. I wonder if even people around here had it before. Doctors were saying or seeing a lot of viral stuff before that nobody was testing for in Arizona. Who knows? There are people coming. That's one of the weird things about all this, and I don't know how you stop it. But the global, we're so interconnected. How much do we depend on China?
Wow.
How much do we depend on these other countries? And you're going, holy cow, I don't know if that's the best thing to do, is depend on a communist country when we don't, that's not really our value, but we can't get anything without them. That's the scary thing. And it's nothing against Chinese people.
Right.
It's got to do with a government. If our government was the same way, or some other government, I'd be like, that stuff just scares me. I don't trust our government either, but I trust them, I think, a little bit more than some of those other governments around the world,
Yeah.
All right, we got 21 minutes past the hour, and you've got the kickoff hour. We're live. We thank you for being here. The main show starts right after the top of the hour. Good time, gang. We'll get you there, kick things off. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. Adler's got TV. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy, and we are moving on. All right, so yesterday, I straight up, I know we're goofballs. We are, and we play it out on the air, so I apologize for that. But Helmsy was in one of those moods yesterday, and he's like, sometimes we'll do a what-if game. Hey, what if this happens, and what about this? And sometimes it's a little crazy. But Helmsy was playing a little bit of the what-if game, and he brought up some ideas that I was like, wait a minute. That might have a chance.
Well, we need to
there.
walk this out together, because I don't really know the direction I want to take it.
Right.
But I want us to utilize the space we have here.
Okay.
And I think there's a couple of things that we're not utilizing appropriately.
All right.
Okay. We got a curtain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we got
And
it's a big old curtain.
and a window.
That's
and
right.
we've always wanted a curtain, we checked that off the list. But I was standing over there looking out the window yesterday during a commercial break, and I thought, what if we had to send somebody behind the curtain?
Like they're in trouble?
Yeah, kind of like they're in trouble. Hey, like you're behind the curtain for this segment,
like standing in the corner.
and they have to take the wireless mic, and they just have to stand with the curtain closed, completely in the window.
Dark.
And had to deal with it. With
They have to
people
face out,
walking up. Yeah,
kinda?
they have to face
Okay.
out when people are walking up, and you acknowledge them or don't acknowledge them. I'll leave that up to you.
Big window.
But I don't know what will send you to behind the curtain.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, I said, hey, what if we got this Rick and Bubba mat in the floor in the center?
It's a big one.
What if we sent I don't know what sends you there, but let's say I'm talking about a pressure washer and I say generator instead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a misspeak.
That's
then,
me.
Then I got to go to the mat. and you got to do an
curtain?
exercise.
So
I don't know. I'm just trying to play this out. I think we should utilize the curtain and the mat appropriately, and I don't know how we do it, but I think the mat needs to be we do some kind of exercise, and the curtain means we just have to stand there for a period of time with it closed and face out and just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I may do that anyway.
Right.
It is soothing. It's nice. It's a decent view over there.
So it'd be almost like misspeak sends you to the mat, and something else sends you behind the curtain.
Yeah.
We used to have, help me on this. Were y'all here yet? We had, I think, what's it called? The coal list or something? It's a long time ago when it's almost like Budinsky's. When we would come in and step on top of somebody, we would mark it.
Well, buddy.
And hey, let me tell you something. We had us a nice little list of Budinsky's throughout the day. But it would almost be like anytime you do that, send you to the mat, or something like. I'm just.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's like for a time period or for like 5 push-ups.
You're just saying you like the names of these things. You just don't know why.
I don't know what to do with them. I feel like we have things in the studio that we could utilize. That's all I'm saying. Like
okay, so let's say every time Greg says a cuss, you like get to the mat. You know what I mean? And what would he do does he get like 10 sit-ups, 10 this would be another way for us to get a little workout in.
Yeah,
during the show.
We can do it for 3 seconds.
Yeah,
we
had that story yesterday. Yeah, we could. So these are just ideas.
Just throwing some ideas.
We got to get a plan here.
And I don't know if the guy behind the curtain actually takes a wireless mic or he's punished and he stands over there.
And all you see is his shoes.
Seated and silent.
All you see is his shoes coming out of the bottom.
Or standing and silent.
All right. Well, see, you'd have to go to the curtain because of that misspeak right there.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm already at the curtain.
Or the mat. I might do some push. Maybe you have a choice.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to either, if you don't want to exercise, then you have to go to the curtain.
Oh, yeah.
That's not bad.
Because I doubt the exercise is going to be very popular.
We don't have to put anything to bed today. I just want us to expand on these thoughts.
Behind the curtain or on the mat.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a bad idea.
And it may be that it has to do with, some kind of prediction or trivia that we do, and we have to go, hey, you got that wrong. You got to go to the mat.
I think somebody has to lay across here for a segment. That space that we don't use.
So would that be ridiculed the whole time. Be on the counter?
Yeah.
All right, on the counter.
Everybody makes fun of you.
And you have to lay there?
Yeah, because you look ridiculous.
Okay. We
got on the counter, on the mat, or behind the curtain. I mean,
with the on the mat.
Broke chairs. You got to sit in a broke chair.
Now we've already talked about on the rack. Okay, and on the rack, you have to stand on Big Boy's platform. And remember, on the rack came from Cuz saying that it's almost like win, play, show. You can't lie kind of thing. Stand on Big Boy, that's the rack.
Okay.
So if we go on the rack, that means you take the wireless over there and stand on Big Boy platform, his little smiling face, look at that thing, and you can't lie.
On the mat could mean that another, say I'm on the mat, and then y'all have a choice that y'all can like throw a tennis ball at me. Or pinch me.
Okay.
Or
pinching. That's in here.
Well, we're just,
I hadn't pinched in a long time.
I need to bring that back.
Bring that back.
This is a think tank. That's what we're doing right now.
I know what we could do. On the mat, you could face away, and we'll throw a tennis ball at you and say now, and you have to spin around and catch it.
I'd rather just hit me in the back.
Throw it right in your face.
Hit me right between the shoulder blades.
Yeah.
It could be planks on the mat. Just do a plank.
It could be. Could be a plank on the
burpees
mat.
are too cruel.
Yeah.
That's almost like.
Yeah.
And that would be distracting.
Yeah.
A plank you could do.
Yeah.
We could refer back.
Okay.
How you doing? Okay.
Yeah, and you just hurting. You're just like,
if you're burping, like I say, it's going to be distracting.
What if the people that are not on the mat, okay, they're the ones that give these orders to the other person, and then they have a choice. Like, say you say a plank and you say a burpee, and I say, well, I'll do the planks, but I'm not doing the burpees.
Yeah, and I'm good with no burpees.
So what I'm saying is, for you, I would have to go behind the curtain because
I just don't know what. Here's my thing: is I just don't know what sends you there. That's the only thing.
Well, if it's Budinsky, we're going to have a lot of people being disciplined.
Yeah. I know. Well, we'd lose you for a segment too. I mean, my gosh, we'd be on the mat all day.
I know.
Have strong abs, though. I can tell you that.
That's true. Now, there is a plus side.
Yeah, there is. Get in shape.
Well, that's another thing. I think that we could. I want us to utilize our time and space.
Okay.
That's all I want to do.
These are just ideas. We're having a meeting on the air.
I like to be efficient.
They'll get into something here. I'm kind of getting in trouble at the house because we've talked about here on the show, speaking of the show, I'm very concerned about the staff because it's been as worse as it's ever been on the attention span within the staff and communication. If it lasts longer than 5 seconds, the staff's checked out and they're not listening anymore.
That's true.
And I've started communicating with my wife that way, and she has told me she's not on the staff, that I don't have to do that. I find myself trying to hurry up and tell her something and then move on. And she's like, we can sit here and talk. But I'm so used to how we communicate here on the staff that if it gets into a story longer than 15 seconds, people stop listening. They're back in their phones, and they just totally
the
check
attention
out.
span between segments, if you're trying to say something, you got a window.
Yeah, you do. And it's a short one. So you got to talk like in spurts. It's almost like I feel like I'm an auctioneer. It's like, and everybody
will either A, turn away, or blurt something out and cut you completely off and act like you want to.
So let's talk about
that sends
this.
you to the mat.
Let's talk about this a minute.
Saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, we can't. We're going to break.
Yeah, we're going to break, so hold that.
I didn't know what the clock. I'll go to the mat.
Yeah. We got to – but I got in trouble. She says, I'm not on staff. I got it.
There's something I'm doing here that I think will help you.
Okay. Stop talking?
No,
okay.
Not necessarily.
A lot of times I'll just send text messages and not even speak.
That's not a bad idea.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Does it make us all feel uneasy that every time they try to give us a hopeful message on hydroxychloroquine, every single reel they show us is Chinese people making it?
Yeah.
It does seem like we're in the middle of a Bond movie or something.
It's like,
it really does.
Wait a minute, is this coming from China too? I mean, it's like...
Yeah, look, we've done a lot of outsourcing. Maybe we need to draw a little of that back, like with critical medicine and critical electronics. Maybe just a little.
Yeah, because they're watching us through all the electronics that they've sent us. They're watching us go, we don't know what to do, and they're like, perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, remember when that Face app came out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And everybody's talking about how that was a Russian company, and everybody was worried about that. How come nobody's worried about anything else? It's weird what the media decides to worry about. We should probably be worried about all of it. But then I had a friend who was
we should be worried about the media, Frank.
Well, but
yeah,
Frank,
I believe some of that. I believe that too. I'm pretty much a middle of the road type of person, but I don't. If somebody's far left, I try to listen to what they have to say. If they're way further right than me, I listen. I go, okay, I agree on these points. I try to find the points of agreement. That's what I always think is important. Is like, hey, I'm different than you, but I can see where you're coming from. Let's have another discussion. Not that I never want to hear from you again kind of thing. That stuff drives me crazy.
Well, like we said, the biggest thing that we've got to get back to, and this goes back to our concerns, is we have to be allowed to actually practice critical thinking. I mean, critical thinking has become like it's not apropos. No, you can't critical think or you're a bad person. No, critical thinking has solved a lot of problems for us and kept us from a lot of problems. We've always dodged some bullets when somebody said, this just doesn't feel right. I think we need to be real careful here.
My son does it all the time. My son is a very like a high level critical thinker for a 15-year-old boy, and he will come home from school and said, well, the teacher said this and this and this. He goes, but they're assuming these three things to say that. And I go, right. He goes, I go, what's making you so mad? But he's like, everybody just goes along with it. I'm like, well, you're the one who's going to be important because you're going to be the one who's probably the boss someday. Mm-hmm. So you have to be able to think those ways and create your own ideas. Don't just do what everybody else is doing. If that had been what we did through the history of time, like you said, we would just be all the same. The fact that we're different is what makes everything great. And that's the weird thing I see nowadays, where everybody's trying to conform everybody to the same way of thinking. It's like, no. We need people to think different. We need people we need to question ourselves. You question everything.
Yeah. Did we learn nothing from the children's story, The Emperor's Clothing? I mean, that story was a very important story. And we can't forget that lesson. Sometimes you have to say the emperor has no clothes on. And I'm just going to tell you that's what's really going on here. And if I get in trouble for it, I can't just sit here and pretend he has clothes on. Yeah. So we'll.
Frank, I question myself all the time.
Hello there, Rick from the Rick and Bubba Show. This has been something that the audience has been asking me to do for years. Now, let me be clear. You can go to rickandbubba.com. You can click on Goodies and then click on Document, and you can get the recipe for the world-famous Burgess Spiral hot dogs. I learned this from my dad. I will continue to pass it along to the next generation. But many of you said, Rick, why don't you do a video showing us the entire preparation? And today, thanks to the pandemic, we will be doing this. Now, first of all, you have to have the right elements. Now, I want to tell you some of the things that we have here. First of all, you need to have a pair of sunglasses. So when you go to the grill, I grew up watching my dad on the grill. For some reason, he always has sunglasses on. I will likely be wearing sunglasses, even though it's an overcast day here in Sweet Home, Alabama, when I go to the grill. But the right pair of sunglasses, I prefer the Costa Del Mars, but that could just be a style issue with you. Next, if you're going to do a spiral dog, you got to have the right weenies. Here they are. These are Oscar Mayer all beef weenies. Now you will see, and it's shameful today that you will notice that mine says lean beef. I prefer the all beef weenie. Again, remember I told you we're in a pandemic. These were the only all beef weenies of Oscar Mayer left on the shelf. I would not have gotten these if I had not coughed and screamed unclean. Now, of course, the thing that makes the spiral dog so fantastic, of course, is the barbecue sauce. We have tried various barbecue sauces over the years. We absolutely love Bullseye Original. Don't get weird with it. Bullseye Original seems to lay on the Oscar Mayer all beef weenie perfectly.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. So we were discussing going to break, and I know a lot of you probably do this. We try not to bring work home. You know, you try to keep it separate, but if you have flexible hours, a lot of times that's hard. So, you know, there'll be times where you're still trying to book guests or return email in the afternoon, and that doesn't eat up too much time with the family. But one thing that I really try not to do is bring the attitude of the show into the house, because my wife's not a dude. All right, and we all hang here, and it gets brutal around here, and it's like a locker room, almost like we're a team. And we are a team, but we treat each other like we're teammates, like it's, you know, we're on some sports team.
It can get a little rough.
It can. Got to have thick skin around here, and my wife does have thick skin, and we'll jab at each other a little bit. But every now and then she'll call me out on things that I'm doing at home that I shouldn't be, and I should just leave that at the show, okay? One thing that she told me here recently is I'm doing something that she doesn't like on the show. I'm making some noise.
Yeah.
And she's called me out on it, and then I found out I got it from her.
Really? Not from here?
No, she does it. I'm like, honey, you do that. Mm-hmm. It's like, and she's like, you make some noise, you know.
You basically want to acknowledge you, but you're not really into it. You just give
and back to the Budinsky, you don't want to you don't want to overpower the person talking, but you want to acknowledge, hey, that's a good one. You know, it's like,
This is a perfect example of you become the company you keep.
Yeah, it really is.
And so when we're in here 5-6 hours a day with one one we're going to take on those qualities and traits and sarcasms and
But yesterday
and at home too.
Yeah,
so in other words, you're picking. She's picking up something from you. You're picking up something from her. It happens. I pick up something from the kids. They do it for me. It's called influence.
Yeah. And I called her out twice yesterday. I said, "That's it. I got it from you." You do
but
it.
Maybe she got it from you.
Yeah, and there's that, and she threw that back on me, and I got it.
It's kind of like COVID. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? One thing I've brought home that she says, and that will stop, is the way sometimes I try to communicate with her, and that is really quick, short spurts. And she's like, "I don't stop. Explain it a little bit more." And that's how we communicate here to get all.
You got a short window here.
Because if not, you'll be Budinsky'd so much, it's almost like you're in a stretcher being loaded up on an ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I've tried to slow down in my communications with her, but she called me out on it. She said, I don't like it.
Well, I think you should slow down in your communication to all of us. And I'm gonna give you some. No, just listen. I've had to do this. Okay. And so I'm preaching to myself here. And this will help you, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying it will help you. I have done, because I do the same thing, is I kind of go level 1, 2, and 3. Is it something that needs to be discussed right now?
Oh, yeah.
And if it does, then that's a text message. to the person that needs to know it, because you're not going to get it in here, because we're jumping from NASA to Super Bowl to the 3-second diet and you never can get it
breakfast.
in. Right. And so you're never going to get it in. So level one is okay, is it so important that it needs to get to them now before we come back to, and if so, I'm texting those people. Level 2 is commercial break.
Yeah.
Does it need to be handled in the commercial break? And then I go commercial break discussion or commercial break text, because I don't want to throw something that has nothing to do with the segment into the segment that distracts them from doing the segment. Mm-hmm. And then it's a discussion during the commercial break. So you have to choose those. Mm-hmm. And then after the show.
Yeah.
Then there's third tier after the show. If it doesn't need to be discussed during here, then just stay after the show.
Yeah.
But that can be a phone call later on that afternoon. It can be a text later on that afternoon. I actually have to play that out in my mind, because there are things a lot of times that I want to say in here with y'all, and I just don't even do it because of what you're talking about.
Right.
Like, I'm like, man, I'd really like to ask the guys that, but I know I'm not going to be able to get it in, and somebody's going to ask where breakfast is at right in the middle of it, and somebody's going to ask for a Super Bowl prediction in the middle of it. So just hold off and wait and ask the person you truly want to ask later.
Yeah, and those are very good principles and levels of importance, and I try to practice some of that. The spontaneous, ever-changing, we live in an immediate type job where everything's immediate and it's changing and there's information flying around. So sometimes it's about what we're about to do and the topic of conversation is currently happening. Yeah. Maybe it's a story, it's a video, hey, letting them know, hey, in the video you've also got a story to back you up with information. So sometimes you don't have time to text message. And then if you do text, they're not looking at their phone, so they don't get it till after the other segment. But those are good principles.
Well, anytime there's a problem, you know who I start with? Me. And so I go, okay, Helms, what can you do different in order to make this better, not only for you, but for them? And hey, it doesn't always work out at all.
No.
But It is. It's a minefield in here.
Yeah, it is. But I just the funniness of it was that I was bringing that home. And
I love your new thing that you'll do, where you'll come in here and say something outrageous just to see if anybody's paying attention.
Yeah. That's funny.
And some of your and I pick up on it.
Yeah.
I pick up on it.
Yeah.
And it is hilarious, some of the things you're throwing out there.
And every now and then people will look up.
Yeah.
That it's a couple of times that like I'll say something like it might be pretty important, like, hey, this. Go here. That's in the story, and nobody. And then I'm like, and then I went to the bathroom and got beat up, and they left me in the stall. And then nobody looks up, and I'm like, okay, they're not listening.
Yeah, that's how.
But we'll get through.
But when you're trying to go, I got to get this in 7 seconds. You're taking that mentality it's rubbing off at the house where you're going.
Well, sometimes I forget I'm communicating with my wife, not the guys.
And and because you're used to it and you've created that habit, you forget that no one else is in the room that's going to butt in.
Yeah.
So I get it. It's a real thing that we deal with here.
Yes. So the family, or yesterday, Terry was like, we were talking. I was trying to talk longer than 7 seconds, and Super Bowl Sunday
7
came
or
up.
less,
and she's like, Super Bowl Sunday, and I'm like, yes, hon, it's Super Bowl this Sunday.
Hard to believe.
And she kind of went high pitched like that, just a little bit, and she's like, oh, okay, but I see where security at SoFi is being ramped up. Did y'all know that a fan was attacked at the NFC title game?
I saw that. At first, they thought it was like a bunch of people, but they saw footage. Basically, he pushed a guy, and the guy punched him. It was one of those deals where I fall and hit my head after I get punched.
Yeah. And how about this, too? It was just as the Rams and the 49ers kicked off, too. You're talking about ruining the day.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I thought it was after.
It says on the January 30th, paramedics found a 40-year-old Daniel Luna in the SoFi Stadium parking lot just as the Rams and 49ers kicked off. He had anyway. It's a long story. The update is because of that, the NFL's saying, okay, in SoFi security, we're ramping up security. There's people starting to get here or whatever. A lot of the security you're going to see, a majority of it you don't even know is going on, and that's kind of the story. Even though I feel like that's always the case, but they're using this attack as the latest example of why they're doing it.
Yeah, like I said. At first, they thought it was like a group of people ganged up on one person.
Right.
But I think they arrested somebody for it. I think.
Yes, I think you're right. But you're right.
It's basically they got an altercation. He punched him, and when he fell, he hit his head. And I don't know. It was not good.
Also, Houston's Mattress Mack places record-setting mobile bet on Super Bowl 56. Apparently, we've got a Texas furniture salesman has placed a record-setting bet of more than $4.5 million on Super Bowl 56 for the Bengals to win.
He must be one heck of a furniture salesman. If he's not, he can throw a bet like that out.
It's through Caesar's
friends.
Yes, Caesar's Sportsbook app, I think, that you see so much about. Mattress Mack's bet is the largest wager in history, and so that's making noise today as far as that goes. It could net him around $7.7 million if he wins.
How about that? But when he loses, who'd he put it on, the Bengals?
The Bengals.
Wow.
You know, the
What's
Bengals.
The line on the game?
The Bengals seem to be. Are y'all seeing that the Bengals are gaining a little bit more traction on the outcome? People are kind of starting to pull for them and say, "Hey, wait a minute, they got a chance."
Yeah,
you know.
I know. Wow.
Well, what is happening?
What is happening here?
I got to tell you, whoever's doing that has to get on the mat. I'm just telling you, if it's one of us, what do y'all think about that? I don't know if everybody's hearing that or not, but we got somebody hammering for some reason.
You hear a sound, and I'm trying to think, what would make that sound?
I don't know. I have no idea. I can't imagine
4.5.
4.5 for the Rams?
Yes.
Okay. And really, Rams are playing at home, and normally you get around 3 when you're at home.
Now, this was as of yesterday.
Okay.
It may have changed.
So,
even though they're not officially at home, they're at home.
Yeah, they really are. They actually
and I think they are.
They are the home team, so they get to be in their own locker room, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, saw something weird yesterday. Matthew Stafford, he's like a math genius. Like you can throw any number at him, and he 1,003 times 686, and he'll go, boom. And you had a guy sitting there. Boom. You had a guy with a calculator doing it and showing him. And it's like, what in the world? How does he come up with that?
I wished I could do that.
It was crazy. Didn't know that about him.
How about I'm the opposite of that?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm not being paid to endorse any of these projects, though if they would like to contact me, I'm open to that. When it comes to the buns, I don't really have any favorites. I prefer, if I have my choice, and they're hard to find now, I love the King Hawaiian buns. They just started doing those not long ago. They're hard to find. But really, any hot dog bun will do. Again, we're in a pandemic. Ballpark hot dog buns were all that were at the grocery store. So I grabbed these, and certainly these work. The spiral is the key. You have to have a very, very sharp knife. So be careful with it, but you got a sharp knife so the spiral will go smoothly. Now there are people, and I know you, there are people out there that have bought this apparatus that spirals the weenies. I don't like that. Also, you got to have something ready today for your barbecue sauce. Put your barbecue sauce in here. You want something to spread. Notice I'm doing weenies today, so I don't want this brush to be too wide. I like it to be a little narrow so it can work down the weenie perfectly, because how we put this barbecue sauce on is going to be crucial, and we'll talk about that when we actually start making the spiral dogs today. And then, of course, you want to have some kind of tongs. This does not call for the Rick and Bubba spatula, sadly, but the tongs for me work the best. You don't have to have these, but these are really nice for picking the weenies up and rolling them as they're roasting so that we cook them evenly. Any kind of pan will do to put your weenies in. This is the one that Sherry allowed me to use today. It's no more complicated than that. Now, you also want to have an apron. This one, I don't even know that we sell these anymore at rickandbubba.com. I think they went away quick, but the statement here is still profound. Never, ever, under any circumstance, trust a skinny chef. You see somebody a little heavy, especially some love handles on them, they're going to take you to the food. And I promise you that when we're done today, you can look at me and the way I'm built, and you can know you got a good hot dog coming up, okay? Some people have actually said, and I'll tell you one thing, it drives me up the wall, hey, Rick, this is just a hot dog. And see, that's where you're wrong. Hey, Rick, this is just a hot dog. I can't tell you how many people have said that and bit into a spiral dog, looked at me with tears running down their face, and apologized. Okay, no, it's not just a hot dog, it's a spiral dog. And we're going to get that done today, and we're going to do it in a way that you should be able to produce perfection every single time. By the way, at rickandbubba.com, we do have an apron. We may be out of this one, but we got a really cool camo one that's really sharp. So, all right, so when we come back, I'm going to show you the most important part, and that is what? I got to get my spiral right. The key to the spiral, why do we do a spiral? Let's talk about that first. Why would I spiral a hot dog? The reason why, look right here, the reason why we love the spiral is when you spiral it, a lot of times with a hot dog, people just throw these things up on a grill, they roll them around a few times, it might wrinkle up, and then you bite into it, and what? It's cold in the middle, or the middle doesn't seem crispy, the outside might be burnt, but then the inside still isn't crispy. But see, with the spiral dog, take your knife, be careful, take your knife, look, and you want to come just like this, look at me working around, almost like I'm whittling a hot dog. You see me turning it? I'm turning the weenie on the blade of the knife, and then right here at the finish, right there, and look, see, that's going to open up for me and when I cook, and it's going to open up at the degree that I want it to. All right, let's talk about the grill. All right, so here's what we're going to do first. You want to get your weenies, and you just grab one out here, and you want to come here along the grill. Again, I know I've got even heat, so I'm fine there, and I'm just going to lay these here. The reason why I'm going to lay them like this is because I want to be able to roll them in the barbecue sauce evenly, because I don't want anybody to get ahead. Now, I'm not putting barbecue sauce on them now, because what I'm going to do now is let them lay there and roast a little bit. And this is what I like about the Oscar Mayer all-beef weenie, is it doesn't get in a hurry. Look, I can already see one of the spirals opening up right now, so we can get into the inside. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sit here and roll them. That's why I like these tongs, but you can use whatever you want to as long as it pulls it off. See, I like rolling them a little bit, and that way I'm going to look and not let any side burn too much, and then I'm going to keep on rolling them as the spirals open up. The good thing is there's some flavor being trapped in here, but the spirals are still allowing it to cook all the way through. So we're going to let it cook a minute, and then we're going to get ready to perfectly apply the barbecue sauce. We're ready for barbecue sauce. They've cooked about 5 minutes, no more than that if your fire's right. I want to go ahead and get my first layer on relatively quick. And look, see how I'm stroking it right? That's why I like that size brush right there. Because look, that is just perfect. See how that barbecue sauce is just encompassing the whole weenie right there? All right, so now I've put my first coat on. You see, and look, I'm liberal with it too. One of the few times I'll be liberal. Look at those babies right there, huh? I mean, they're looking exactly the way I want to. You see how good even strokes across there? All right, so let me make sure I've got barbecue sauce. You want to flip them and roll them. Be sure there's barbecue sauce on both sides. You know, nothing worse to have a spiral dog that's got barbecue sauce only on one side. Nobody likes that. All right, so let's let these guys roast a minute. Let this keep crystallizing on there and get it down to perfection. So right now,
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. This portion of the show, brought to you by SSI, Rick and Bubba Network. If you are starting the year out and you're like, hey, we need to really get out the word out. If you're a part of your marketing or you're an owner of a business and you're like, I'd kind of like to partner with the Rick and Bubba Show to help get the word out on what I specialize in, the company that I represent. Well, let us suggest SSI and the Rick and Bubba Network. We have over 50 network radio affiliates, the YouTube and Blaze TV feeds, our 24/7 TuneIn digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. So all of that is part of your partnering with the Rick and Bubba Show. So check us out by going and emailing us at rickandbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com, or you can call 203-431-0790. We have a lot of experience, been doing this nearly 30 years, and have literally helped thousands of companies prosper, and we hope to help you as well. So be thinking of the Rick and Bubba Show. And if it's not a national campaign, it's more local. The local sales teams for our affiliates do an amazing job. We work with them daily on different endorsements in different markets, and so be thinking of them as well. All right, so a quick update on the last story we just did on Houston's Mattress Mack. He's also, what he's got is this guy's running a promotion. If the Bengals win, your furniture is free if you spend over $3,000. You know, the owner's a huge Bengals fan.
Yeah.
And if the Bengals win the game and he has to pay for all of the free furniture, his winnings will wash each other out. So he says he'll cover his winnings to cover the purchases of the furniture. But if the Bengals lose, then you at least get good furniture, but it's on the people that buy it. You see what I'm saying? So if you come in and you spend $3,000 on, and it's got the mattress brands that you have to spend or recliner, and and you spent $3,500. Well, if the Bengals win, he's going to cover your purchase.
Somebody said he did this with Alabama and Georgia.
Okay,
this is new. He does these promotions all the time.
Yeah.
This is kind of his jam.
So there's your update real quick on that. It was a Houston Mattress Mack placing a Super Bowl bet, $4.5 million. If he wins, he gets about $7.7 million.
Mattress Mack.
And he'll cover the cost of those that are coming in and buying stuff. So there's your update on that. Weird story here. Weird story, very weird story. I kind of almost want to play the audio and let y'all try to figure it out, but she's whispering, and I don't think y'all would stay with it. But a woman has learned her brother's actually her twin, even though she's 5 years older than her brother.
Now you have to explain.
I get it. I know what's going on. This is in vitro stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, we all know that twins are
planting
two
seeds.
siblings that were conceived at the same time, all this kind of stuff, born within hours of each other. But this is kind of weird because Anna's 19, and she revealed in her TikTok account that her 13-year-old brother, Jack, is technically her twin despite their age gap because they were both conceived at the same time. She basically went on to say that when you get older, you don't realize these things. You're 5 years apart. But to what he just said, rather than carrying the twins to term, the mom decided to have one embryo frozen until she was ready for a second child, which happened to be 5 years after Anna was born. So they were conceived at the same time.
Technicality here. I don't call them twins. They're not twins. Sorry.
But I'm going to tell you this right now. That's bizarre. Think about that. Think about I'm 5 years older than my little brother, but yet we were conceived at the same time, and he was a frozen embryo.
For some reason, you think this has already happened. It's just, why is this a news story?
Well, the news story is because she revealed that she's just learning this. She's 19. He's 13.
I don't think you can call them twins. I think that's a big step out.
Yeah.
But
where's Dr. Childs when you need him?
How about this, though? How about the mom saying, I'm not ready for two right now. Let's freeze him.
Yeah.
I think that's how she said it.
Well, I don't know.
Let's freeze
him. Put you
him.
on ice, son. We'll get to you later.
She explained the situation in more detail in a follow-up video where she and her brother were both conceived during the same round of, it says, of IVF treatment or whatever.
IVF, yeah.
And but anyway, she kind of went into a little bit more detail about
so that basically
brother.
said, all right, we got two eggs that got them, whatever. And we're going to save one for later. Go ahead and implant this.
But, I mean, it says here, all right, so she says, all right, so we got to 5 years of Jack being in the freezer, and they were like, all right, we'll defrost him. And they defrosted him, put him back in the mom, and then 9 months later, there you go.
Well, see, I know people that do this.
I've known people that explain it like that. But
I've known people that have done this.
Speedy, you did a really good job explaining
that go through in vitro, and I've never once heard them categorized as a twin.
But technically, I mean,
I don't know
technically,
we're going to try
are.
these. I say we got two eggs that are fertilized, and they're like, "Well, you want us to implant both of them or one of them?" They said, "I guess one, and then we'll freeze the other one."
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I got a buddy that did this and had triplets.
Really,
all girls.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that? We're still banging upstairs.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, really. A lot of people around here really working.
We're still not talking about in vitro.
Have y'all noticed that when it comes to weird noises, we always have to be careful because we don't know, are we hearing this or is the audience hearing it? But I think they're hearing that. But does construction follows us? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, everywhere we go, someone's building something next door.
Yeah, I thought getting away from the other city center that we would lose that.
And I don't know if y'all have seen this space. It runs forever.
It does.
And it is completely under construction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close to
in the
being
morning,
done.
the lights are on up there, and so you can really see.
Like me, do y'all want to walk up there and kind of see what's going on?
I do for a couple of reasons. I want to see what's going on and tell whoever the hell's doing that to stop.
Okay. Well,
so for two reasons, I'd like to go up there.
Speedy, I have to say I agree with you.
Yeah.
I too share that same sentiment.
Right. And I know they're trying to do their job, so you got to be careful. It's like, well, I mean, we got, we're working too.
Look, every now and then you're gonna hear a little noise.
Yeah, whatever. So there's that. Have you been by since you live still close to the city center?
Go by there about every other day.
There's rumors that the studio's been totally gutted.
Yeah.
Does it look weird in there?
Oh yeah.
Golly.
Yeah. Prior construction signs everywhere.
Yeah. So if
I don't know what's going in.
For those of you that were, came to the golden ticket seats and stood outside the breezeway.
No more.
So I'm looking in there, and what do you see? Is it just, is it still look like the studio?
It looks
or
like
the walls?
what's up here.
Really?
Yeah.
So
unless they've done something in the last few days, but yeah, it's different.
You can see
I'd
all
like
the
to
way
go walk
through.
through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what they found like in crevices or in the wall.
Oh, wow.
Like you probably had a little secret hiding place.
We should have left some things like a treasure hunt or something.
Yeah. Think about that. So whoever's like, tearing up the sheetrock and stuff like that. I wonder if they were like, "What's this?"
Probably not.
Yeah. What's this bottle cap? Whose office was this?
No,
Greg's?
I know where you're trying to
No,
go.
I'm kidding. No, but seriously, or up above the drop ceiling.
Yeah.
Little things.
Or if my key still works, I could go up there and look.
The old place is no longer.
Golly, that's just weird. But yeah, there were some folks that I saw and went by there.
And now I want to tell you something. They didn't waste any time.
No.
A few days after we were out, they started cleaning it out.
Man, get ready for the new one.
We left
next
quite a
time
mess.
Will you take a picture?
We left quite a mess.
Will you take a picture of it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back as we await the guys. The main show starts. Rick and Bubba on deck, ready to go, and you'll hear them next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll even take this. Look, I'm going to take this and let them sit in there. Let that barbecue sauce crystallize on top of that perfect spiral dog. Well, the spiral dogs are done. It's perfection. As I said, you don't even have to use a bun if you don't want to. Like I say, Sherry, my wife, she just likes to take them, put them on a plate, cut them up, dip them in some mustard. But we're going to bun these. We've grilled these buns, and that means that they're nice and toasty. And we're going to take these and we're going to put them in here. And notice that I have set up on my plate what I call the triple play. I've already planned on having 3. So we're going to do this. Now, I'm kind of just a mustard guy. That's really all I like on mine. You can put crowd on them. You can put slaw on them. I've tried that before. They're really good. I like mine with just mustard on it. Also, you can put onions on it if you want to. I don't know that they call for ketchup, but if you want to try that, that's fine. But to me, that might be overkill. Mustard is great. As I said, you can do slaw, you can do kraut, you can do onions, and some people even tried chili. I haven't tried that yet. I like it just like this. That's what you call a spiral dog. It's not a hot dog. What is it? Say it back. It's a spiral dog. This is what you call a spiral dog, and it is delicious. That's what I'm talking about. The hour today is Good Friday, the day that God resolved our biggest issue and the worst pandemic of all time, the pandemic that can kill us physically and for eternity, and that pandemic is sin. And now we take time to remember Good Friday.
Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Now the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations.
The Gospel according to Mark.
Immediately in the morning, the chief priests held a consultation with the elders and scribes and the whole council. And they bound Jesus, led him away, and delivered him to Pilate. Then Pilate asked him,
"Are you the king of the Jews?"
It is, as you say.
And the chief priests accused him of many things, but he answered nothing.
Do you answer nothing? See how many things they testify against you?
But Jesus still answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled. Now at the feast, he was accustomed to releasing one prisoner to them, whomever they requested. And there was one named Barabbas, who was chained with his fellow rebels. They had committed murder in the rebellion. Then the multitude, crying aloud, began to ask him to do just as he had always done for them. But Pilate answered them,
Do you want me to release to you the King of the Jews?
For he knew that the chief priests had handed him over because of envy. But the chief priests stirred up the crowd, so that he should rather release Barabbas to them.
What then do you want me to do with him whom you call the King of the Jews?
So they cried out again.
Why? What evil has he done?
But they cried out all the more. So Pilate, wanting to gratify the crowd, released Barabbas to them. And he delivered Jesus, after he had scourged him, to be crucified. Then the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole garrison. And they clothed him with purple, and they twisted a crown of thorns, put it on his head, and began to salute him.
Hail, King of the Jews! Hail, King of the Jews!
Then they struck him on the head with a reed and spat on him. And bowing the knee, they worshipped him. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off him, put his own clothes on him, and led him out to crucify him. Then they compelled a certain man, Simon a Cyrenian, the father of Alexander and Rufus, as he was coming out of the country and passing by, to bear his cross.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Another action-packed show is underway. This hour, we start this baby with the national anthem. past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. There's our national anthem. And we are ready to crank out another hour. Wheel of Meat still in play. It has not spun this week, so still got an opportunity there. Kickoff hour has already started for another day. That gave you Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. A presentation to Eddie Van Adler today. Wow. His office just took a turn. I may try to talk him out of it. I might want it in my office. But anyway, we'll talk about that on the program today. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll do that. We'll break down the stories of the day. But in order to do those things, we must bring in the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing it. When my Uncle Sonny blew back into town, go for a ride, have a look around. Down his fedora, stuck his finger in the crown. He pulled out $20 and he laid that money down. Yeah. There it is. That's a good one right there.
That is.
We
never knew what we were really singing about.
No, we didn't know that your uncle got hauled off to jail and served hard time. Now he's out. But it's a pleasant story, though.
It is. You kind of wish he'd been more like a girl coming back.
Right,
More of a,
for your reunion.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're just going to your class reunion.
Yeah. Who knows?
Lyrics don't hit as hard when that's the way it goes, you know?
Speaking of that, I got an email last day or two or something. I forgot who it was from, but 40 years since I graduated high school.
Yeah, 40.
Good night.
Good night. Look at that.
Can't tell it.
Yep. Man, I'm telling you. I talked to a couple the other day. They've been married, 50 plus years, and they were going to their reunion. They said, "Well, it's gotten down. There's only about 8 people there." And
it's at some
when
point
they start combining classes.
You start hooking up with more. Yeah.
Right, yeah. But 40. I want you to think about it. This is the key. I want you to be
a generation.
I want you to be in high school, okay? Mm-hmm. And I want you to be that a man came by to you and said, "Well, good to see you, little bus. My wife and I head to our 40th class reunion." How would you see that person?
Oh, you think they were ancient.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's you now.
Yeah.
That's me now.
If somebody had come by and told me that you will be talking about your 40th class reunion, and I don't know that we're even going to have one. I think there was just discussion about it. Yeah. I would have thought, hey, great, I made it that long.
Well, Greg, I saw someone.
Didn't do something stupid.
I meant to tell you this, Greg. I saw someone, it's been last week, that you and I graduated high school with.
Yeah.
Okay. Or I graduated with. We were a year ahead of you. And so the discussion, because this is going to sound like I'm doing a bit on the air, but it's not. There's no comedy embellishment here. Our class had a 10-year reunion, and it was so overwhelming that we have never had another one.
Yeah, Rick. I remember that one.
Right.
Because we provided the music.
Right. Yeah, that's when I was looking. You talk about when I was looking for a daughter like Uncle Sonny.
Yes.
And so I went to my class reunion and DJ'd it. I got paid to go to my class reunion. Yeah. But it was
somebody's got to do it.
Yeah,
it was quite the event.
It was unfortunately an event. Now, a lot of people, an overwhelming number of people, including myself, have been redeemed since then.
Yeah.
But it was just such a bad experience that we never had another one. And this person and I discussed that briefly, and I said, so I guess our class will never. And we agreed. Maybe that's just best. And maybe it's just best for society. You know, I mean, it was just
yeah.
And so it was a 10-year.
That one was enough.
Yeah, after 10 years,
it was enough.
After 10 years, our class decided this group of people should not gather.
Imagine them in 20.
And we never had another one.
I'm afraid ours may be the same.
Right?
Way.
Yeah. So it was. There were a couple of attempts, and it just never got off the ground.
I think didn't they try to merge our two grades together to have one or something?
And that's gosh, that's like saying we don't. Hey, I know this is flammable. Somebody go get something else that's flammable. let's put it all together. So look, it's just sometimes it's best just to leave the 80s alone.
Yeah.
You know,
they got their place in history. Right?
Well, it was the greatest decade mankind has ever seen, and that's that's not even debatable.
Right?
But it was an energetic time.
Yep.
Things were going very well, and people had a lot of energy and money on their hands, and that sometimes can lead to sometimes not the best judgment.
Now, it felt real bad for that hotel because that hotel got caught with I think you're touching on now the worst time of life. These people were seniors in high school only 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So
that was a little.
So you can't call their parents, but you can't quite find them either.
Yeah.
You know.
You're right.
Yeah. They're still in that transient part of their life.
Somebody owes us money for all this.
Yeah.
And but we don't really know who to get it from. So because you know what the parents say, they're adults now, anything to do with them.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
they're on their own.
Yeah. So sometimes maybe our class should be one of those, and maybe we're not there now, Bubba. Just at some point we get so old, there's no damage we could do. You know, and maybe let's get together.
It'll be
for
over like at 9:30.
Yeah, get together for 50.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the place is empty at 10.
Like our mom said about the retirement community she went in, she refused to go to the New Year's Eve party because it was over at 8:30.
Yeah, the ball dropped at
8:30. Tell her that ain't bad. It did at our house too.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. That's great. Wow, 40 years, huh?
Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it?
I guess so. All right, it's 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll unpack it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And they brought him to the place Golgotha, which is translated, place of a skull. Then they gave him wine mingled with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they crucified him, they divided his garments, casting lots for them to determine what every man should take. Now it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. And the inscription of his accusation was written above, the King of the Jews. With him, they also crucified 2 robbers, one on his right and the other on his left. So the scripture was fulfilled, which says, and he was numbered with the transgressors. And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying,
Aha! You who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the cross.
Likewise, the chief priests also, mocking among themselves with the scribes.
He saved others. Himself he cannot save. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, descend now from the cross, that we may see and believe.
Even those who were crucified with him reviled him. Now, when the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying,
Hello, Lama Sabachthani,
which is translated,
My God, why have you forsaken me?
Some of those who stood by when they heard that said,
Look, he's calling for Elisha.
Then someone ran and filled a sponge full of sour wine, put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink.
Let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come to take him down.
And Jesus cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. Then the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. So the centurion who stood opposite him saw that he cried out like this and breathed his last. He said,
"Truly this man was the Son of God."
There were also women looking on from afar, among whom was Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James the Less and of Joses, and Salome, who also followed him and ministered to him when he was in Galilee, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. Now, when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is, the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, a prominent council member, who was himself waiting for the kingdom of God, coming and taking courage, went into Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate marveled that he was already dead, and summoning the centurion, he asked him if he had been dead for some time. So when he found out from the centurion, he granted the body to Joseph. Then he bought fine linen, took him down, and wrapped him in the linen. And he laid him in a tomb which had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the door of the tomb. And Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joses, observed where he was laid. Now when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome bought spices that they might come and anoint him. Very early in the morning, on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen, and they said among themselves,
"Who will roll away the stone from the door of the tomb for us?"
But when they looked up, they saw that the stone had been rolled away, for it was very large. And entering the tomb, they saw a young man clothed in a long white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed.
Do not be alarmed.
"21 minutes past the hour. You're so good looking, so insecure. And now you say you can't remember when them lines you drew began to blur." Yep. All right, so as we come back, Wednesday Bible study returns today. Live on the YouTube channel, we're walking through the book of Genesis, and it has been a wild walk. A lot of feedback, a lot of questions, a lot going on, and thank you for all your participation. Live on our YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after, and links will be made available on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms. Those archives can be found on our podcast or our YouTube channel. And if you want to go back and catch series from the past 8 years of the Wednesday Bible study, if you can believe it, it's been going that long. You can find those archives at burgessministries.com by clicking on listen, or you can find the video archives on our YouTube channel. All right, so, Bubba, you're telling me about now, how do you say this word? Iditarod?
Iditarod.
Iditarod. Now, this is when, places that have sled dogs, They get the dogs and they hook them up and they got the sled and we're racing.
Start racing.
And here we go. And a person who's in charge of the dogs is called the musher.
Yes.
Mush dog. Mush.
The musher.
Remember first time when you were a kid you heard mush and you saw somebody say mush? Mush!
Screaming.
And Bubba, you and I have actually been behind sled dogs before. Did you ever go get behind them? I did when we took the family and
we were being pulled on a sled.
Yeah, but remember,
I didn't do the solo.
You remember when we had the dogs and everybody got behind them and they did all that? That's right. You and I may not have done that. We watched our wives and children do it. We may not have done it.
Yeah, riding on the sled was enough for me. Yeah. I think we slung Hunter off one time.
Yeah, we did. And the snowmobiles we loved, and then that sled thing you were talking
about.
The
snowmobile. That may have been the closest to death I ever got, and probably bad judgment on my part for going.
I will tell you this: it probably is the most fun I've had, though. I really, really enjoyed the snowmobile.
Take away the toilet bowl, Cliff. It was fine.
I hated
that move. Should not have been on that tour with me holding a kid on the handlebars.
Yeah, me too. I had one strapped.
I mean, we went straight down.
Huh? Yeah,
we went straight. Greg,
it's one of those things.
Greg, I lose contact with the ground.
It's one of those things where you just look to the guide and go, "Well, he must know what
he must be. It must be okay, right?
I hope so.
Well, I guess this must be all right.
And it was fun. Other than that. But, Rick, in Alaska, we've had a moose attack against one of the Iditarod sled teams.
Wow.
A large bull moose spent more than an hour stomping on sled dogs.
Wow.
Of a rookie Iditarod musher.
There's the word, rookie.
In the wilds of Alaska last week. The attack didn't end after Bridget Watkins emptied her gun into the moose either. She said on Facebook Friday that the moose had seriously injured 4 of her dogs, wouldn't leave, and that the ordeal stopped only after she called for help and friends arrived with a high-powered rifle and killed the moose with one shot.
All right, so I want to say this again. So the musher is a female?
That is correct. And a rookie.
Well, I tell you, we got one crashing on the carrier, and now
Rick, I have no part of this.
Are those true stories? Are they true stories?
Bridget said that this had been the most horrific 24 hours of her life. She said that the moose attack was on a river near Fairbanks.
I see here where it says she knew she was off to a rough start. She actually hit the garage door trying to get the dogs out.
See,
I
don't need to. I just uncontrollably laugh.
It's midweek and I'm climbing.
I should not have laughed. I'm sorry.
I have no part
in
this.
I'm
just
climbing.
Send your email directly to Rick. Okay, I don't have time to.
Just came out.
I see. Look, Adler there. He likes it too. He's cutting up with me in there a little bit.
Who's the Commodore?
Yeah, gosh, I can't wait for that. The Commodore.
All right, so I'm all Alaskan.
Napoleon?
I'm all Alaskan shows. It lands right here.
Yeah.
All right, and y'all might roll your eyes, but I'll get dialed into Life Below Zero. Discovery Plus has this show, and I think it's been out for years. The Last Alaskans. And they have a section of Alaska about the size of South Carolina that's shut off, and I think only 7 families live there. And if you listen to what they say, they're not scared of wolves or whatever. It's bears and moose.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like if you get around one of them,
it's like when you go to Africa and you, if you've never been there before, you're worried about lions and this. No. Our problem is water buffalo, the Cape buffalo. I mean, Cape buffalo and hippopotamus. Those are our problems.
Right.
And you're like, I didn't expect that.
Yeah. Rick, this attack happened on a 52-mile training run.
Oh.
Now, they're training for the 1,000-mile Iditarod sled dog race that starts in March. She says, he charged at me. I emptied my gun into him. He never stopped. I ran for my life, and I prayed I was fast enough not to be killed in that moment. He trampled the team and then turned for us.
That's not enough gun. You didn't have enough gun for a moose.
No.
She said, Watkins said she and a friend who was trailing her on a snowmobile took cover next to the snowmobile. The moose stopped its charge toward them, and from the snowmobile, she managed to cut free 6 dogs that were tied to the machine. But the moose went back to her sled and began stomping the dogs that they were tethered to.
She did make it clear that it is her husband's fault.
Well,
she said she felt helpless. Nothing she could do.
Yeah. Nothing she could do.
Then did it kill any of the dogs or just hurt them?
It hurt them.
They
hurt them, and I think they're back out training.
It said they are recovering.
Know that.
Well, it says it in the story.
Yeah, it said they're a
little slower. I mean, you may watch Alaska shows, but you don't.
Well,
know
I mean, I read that. I wasn't just guessing. Hey, they're back out training.
I talked to Billy Ray. He told me all about it. I'm real tight with the Alaskans.
Rick, it's funny. It says she comes from a well-known family of mushers.
Does she really?
Yeah.
The whole family of mushers.
So that's their
on these shows.
Thing,
you'll see them go out on practice runs, like I guess they were doing to train. and they'll go out for miles and miles and miles, and then they'll stay out and go through the process of camping out and doing all the stuff they do.
Do you see how big that moose is?
Oh,
it's ginormous.
I've seen one in person. In Yellowstone, and hey, let me tell you something.
They might as well retire those dogs.
They're gigantic.
The minute they hit that trail, them memories going to come back. They're thinking, I ain't. Unhook me. Get me out of here.
Well, you remember the analogy,
or they'll run faster.
Well, that's true.
You remember the analogy we always use? You're like a dog's been hit by a car. Once they look. These are dogs now that've been attacked by a moose.
Yeah, they're going to get to go down that old familiar trail. They're going to think,
Let me ask you this: if you're going across the great outdoors of Alaska and through the woods and all this, why don't you have a rifle on you? We see these Olympic athletes, they do the snow skiing with the rifle, and they have to I saw some of that the other day. That's a strange sport, but nevertheless, if I'm out there, I don't have the judge, or a 45. You better have you a high-powered rifle that you knock something down with.
No, your bird gun, it's not going to do much against a big moose.
No, 20 gauge, useless.
No, that's a big animal.
Yeah, but it just seems like you'd carry. I know they don't any more weight than they have to have.
I understand, but what happened when the high-powered rifle got there?
Well, the conflict was over. Okay. There was no more dog stomping going on.
Right. Now, there's four dogs that wish you had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean.
How about the old moose didn't care for you coming through his neighborhood?
No, and he was going to stand his ground over.
Yeah. And the key is getting those dogs untied because they're helpless. They're tied down.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, I got it.
Hey, we know you know about it. Okay, we got it. You don't have to keep dropping details in. We know that you watch a lot of Alaska shows. We got it. Here we go.
And they are interesting. I'll say that.
They are. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. But go, tell his disciples and Peter that he is going before you into Galilee. There you will see him, as he said to you.
So they went out quickly and fled from the tomb, for they trembled and were amazed. And they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Now when he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 demons. She went and told those who had been with him, as they mourned and wept. And when they heard that he was alive and had been seen by her, they did not believe. After that, he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they walked and went into the country. And they went and told it to the rest, but they did not believe them either. Later, he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he rebuked their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he had risen.
Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He who believes and is baptized will be saved, but he who does not believe will be condemned.
So then, after the Lord had spoken to them, he was received up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. And they went out and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word through the accompanying signs. Amen.
So there you go. And that, of course, featured the accounts of Mark interviewing Peter from the Gospel of Mark. You certainly want to dive in and look at all 4 accounts of that and all 4 Gospels to get the full picture. But there was the basics of the most important day, today and Sunday in the history of the world.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're home,
where did you get your hair cut at, Hams? No, the rest of us looking like we got a mop. None of us had a haircut in a month.
Amanda cut it.
Yeah,
she just got the clippers and went nuts. She's never cut hair before. She claimed that she watched 4 videos on how to do it, so she was ready.
Well, I see she flattened the curve out there in the front. She took that
I
wood
actually
speed
did.
and cut it down.
I did that. I did that because she didn't want to mess with that, so I did that over the weekend.
I'll be honest, you went a little high with it.
You flattened the curve, didn't you?
Wait a minute, I just noticed.
Well, you know what, Greg? Good news is he's got a good place for us where we can turn around now. You know what I mean?
That hair ain't gonna get in his eyes.
hey, if I get in there, can I get out? Yeah, you got plenty of room to turn around.
Come on, what I like too, he didn't round it. He just went ahead and cut it straight.
He knocked the tip off. He just knocked the tip off.
It's like he broke a tooth out of his hair.
Yeah. It's almost like you think you should look down and say, hey, man, it may be down there around your feet.
Oh, that's so good.
This is where I wish the internet was still down. I could come back to the studio.
That's right. Sure. 6 feet or more.
Rick, he got tired of them Eddie Mustard references.
He did. Well, he solved it. He solved it. We may get a new nickname, but that one's gone.
Yeah. Well, look, this group here, we can't say it.
No. Well, you talking about?
Look at the haircuts on this.
This
looks like the people flunked out of barber school. You know?
You know, it's one thing to see one of us, you know, like one at a time. When you get a shot of everybody all at the same time, that's you talk about a crew.
Yeah, we're a bunch.
I mean, just a bunch of good ones. I mean. So, Bubba, we now get down to this uncomfortable moment, and it seems like until as long as Bernie Sanders is alive, this may be the same routine the Democrats have to go through every presidential election, and that's when Bernie gets out, gets all the socialists stirred up. He's their guy, and all the young socialists, and then some of the older ones that should know better, frankly, and they all get fired up about feeling the burn, feel the burn, feel the burn.
Feel the burn, Rick. Do you feel the burn?
Yes. He then is not the nominee again, and then we're at that.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Did you know that the prescriptions that you need, that it's possible that if you took your prescription from one drugstore and went to another drugstore, that maybe it's not as just on the way home? I've told you that many times. This is how I deal with drugstores. Do you have one on the way home? And see, that may be foolish, because the prescription price could vary as much as $100 from drugstore to drugstore. Does that kind of blow your mind? Did you ever think it was that much?
No, I really wouldn't.
Yeah, so why don't you do this to find out, as opposed to shopping all over town? Let goodrx.com/Bubba do that for you. And they do it at no charge to you. It's a free service. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba, and what they'll do is, and they're accepted at over 70,000 pharmacies, like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Vons, and more. So, for instance, you have a prescription and you're walking into the drugstore. Before you went, you would go to goodrx.com/Bubba, and they go, oh, by the way, if you just go another mile or two up the road, that pharmacy's got it for $100 less. So, I mean, savings up to 80%. This is not the kind of stuff we're playing around. Now, look, if you were talking about 5%, 3%, you might not be into this, but up to 80%. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Greg, Greg has had so much impact on all of us. We don't believe anything anymore. But also things that in the past I would have just let go, I can now hear him making me go through every word. And you're right, Greg, the way they said it. So I get in the car. You know how when you get in your automobile, whatever was on last is the first thing you hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so apparently, I don't know why, but apparently I had I don't even know what I was looking for, but I normally get in and hear the kickoff hour, but I had it on something else.
Thanks, Rick.
I don't know what it was. I'm sorry, but no, I didn't. Not when you were on, like after you were off. So anyway, so I'm catching one of these national news things. Here's the news of the day. Here's all the stories you need to know about. And then I hear this, and it's almost like Greg. I just looked over and he was riding shotgun, going, "Really? You're not gonna question that?" Love this one. New study, and I can't believe you don't have it because this is the kind of studies you always put down. But you may have thought this was so poorly worded. New study. If you would change your eating habits and go less red meat, get red meat and processed food out of your diet, men could, that's the word that Greg was screaming in my car, could extend their life by 13 years. Or 10 years. Women 13, I think it was. Could. Okay. This is the part that I thought, well, no one knows that. I mean, where do you? And I hear Greg.
Do we have a study?
Where'd they get that number?
How did there someone?
See, there's no way to do a double-blind study
Right,
on a person.
right.
Yeah,
exactly. They even put in the story. This is what I like. They didn't even drop the word could.
Yeah.
Could.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and I thought,
which means who knows?
Yeah. I found myself going, all right, let's say that I took my red meat intake and I dialed it back, and then I found out, well, they weren't even right. I mean, what do you mean could?
I only had 4 more years.
Right. And some of these ways they want you to eat, and we've said this on the show for years, do you really want to live longer?
Really?
I mean,
bland food though.
If you've got to eat like that, I mean, it's so, and they're not very, and they weren't very specific on this at all. Cut back your red meat and processed foods. Well, my goodness.
Well,
yeah.
I
think you could.
You could.
You could.
We think maybe
it might extend your life. Now you got to come up with something harder than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting here reading the story now, Rick.
Isn't that what it says? It could.
Yeah, it could. And but to your point, it says that it's tied to heart disease, type 2 diabetes, cancer,
well, we get
blah
all
blah
that.
blah blah blah. But in their study, they said they had 20,000 individuals in England in their latest study to confirm that red meat's bad for you. But this time, the researchers found out why. They used imaging to look at areas of the heart, like the ventricle and all other that were indicators of heart health, and they said that the red meat was damaging certain areas of the heart or whatever.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's their latest study.
Yeah. But it could.
This latest study was
we don't know that
published
it will.
last year.
Hey, we don't know that it will. And I like how we even threw numbers out there: 13 years, 10 years.
Yeah.
Where do we get these numbers?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
we think maybe 13 and a half.
You know what? You know what it sounds like, and I think it sounds like something we would do and just funning around. I really picture in my mind, like our offices out here, like somebody coming down that hall who's got, and we're working on the study, and you're like, hey, have you got the study?
You got the,
and I'm like, I got to say,
results?
hey guys, I'm about to put out the study. How many years you think? Well, but how you like 15? I don't know. That sounds a big number.
You know, it could.
Yeah, 10. You go 10 ain't gonna get nobody's attention.
Yeah, come on.
And then all somebody screams from the other office. How about 13? 13. That's sold. That sounds good.
Sold.
Yeah. If I'm gonna put could in front of it, I can say any number. Any number.
Okay, all right. So that was one study I just read about.
13
was
years.
one red meat study. This study here really dials in on what you were saying. Changing your diet could add 13 years to your life.
Right.
Could. And I think they're trying to promote the Mediterranean diet. Is that what they're trying to do?
Yeah, there's. Trust me, there's a funding
Click
agent.
here.
There's a funding agent behind that study, and this study says something that's going to promote what they're selling.
And all I could hear was Greg riding in the car. You just gonna they could.
But
where
we
they
hear
get
studies.
Rick, where they get the number 13? Where'd that number come from?
Exactly.
I mean, you
and I'm
could,
like, Bubba, when did you start studying this person and come up? Well, 13 years.
Yeah. Well,
We started
you
this.
can't, and let's just say this: say that you do all that, and you add 13 years, then you're out mushing across Alaska, and some moose runs
there you
over.
go.
You could have had a steak.
That would be me. About that time that hoof came down on my chest, I go, I'd stopped eating steak over
You know
this.
what? I don't need any big study to tell me that I need to cut back on processed food.
No.
And you know, if you balance everything fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to eat a steak every
just-
day, but I'm going to eat a steak every now and then.
Yeah,
I'm gonna eat one Saturday.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I just don't buy
Rick,
into it.
all right.
I go back to the biblical thing. You know, we were told we could eat it,
All right.
how to do it, good enough.
So
But-
according to this story, at
Not gonna
age
waste
20,
time on
a woman, if she changed her diet, could increase her lifespan by 10 years. Men at the same age by 13. Then they went on to say a 60-year-old with a healthier diet, and they're dogging the Western
Of course.
The Western diet focusing on red meat and processed foods. A 60-year-old could extend their life.
Right. I tell you one thing: when Putin goes into Ukraine, they'll come get us.
Yeah,
that's right.
A woman.
Red meat and all.
Who do they dial up to defend their
the red meat
people in a world war?
Yeah, suddenly here we come, just full of red meat, ready to kill somebody.
A 60-year-old woman, if she changed her diet and cut out all that stuff, she could extend her lifespan. By 8 years. A man by nearly 9 years.
Numbers?
And an 80-year-old, if he went to a plant-based eating style, which the New York mayor
have you seen this New York mayor's speech?
Could extend his life by 3.5 years.
Did you not think when the way he kept talking how weird he was?
Y'all, this whole thing in New York City,
he's out there.
as much as they got going on, and he wants everybody to eat a plant-based diet, that's
what he's worried about.
But anyway,
as much as we got going on.
Don't forget also.
Hey, worry about the rat problem.
Yeah. Also in the study, it says, Bubba, think about this: how hard this was to come up with. Now, the best results is if you start this in your life when you're young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 20.
Well, yeah.
Well, too bad. Yeah. Well, then, Rick, guess what? I missed it.
Yeah.
Rick.
I mean, I look back at all the things that if I had not done them when I was young, it would have really been
Rick, you can eat weeds your whole life. You still ain't going to bust 120.
No.
And the majority of those last years, you're not going to be enjoying it anyway.
No. Bubba.
You're going to be eating what they shove in your mouth.
What are we averaging right now? 77, 76?
Well, I like applesauce, but not that much.
No.
You know, it get old.
So anyway, it's
Rick, it
could. Well, so what? I mean, how about this, Ricky? You know what? You might live 13 more years. Well, how though? Am I in a bed? Am I hooked?
Yeah,
I mean, do I know who I am? I mean, it's a
lot of factors here.
So wait a minute. So I get 13 more years, but I don't eat steaks?
It's because they're saying 13 is probably really about 6.
You also said could.
Yeah, could. It may not matter.
Yeah, no. I don't think the bus that hit me.
Get ready for this next study, Rick. And you know this happens especially with any type of food. Suddenly, red meat will be the best thing.
Of course.
Yeah. Study on that.
Well, the largest gains in longevity of life, according to their study, includes beans. They want you eating those. Peas, basically the entire seed of a plant.
Stuff I hate.
Nuts such as walnuts. Almonds. Pecans.
Also, it was an easy one. I just didn't take it.
Almonds.
I like almonds.
I know you do.
You know what? I'm going to let it go.
It says...
I'm going to Ray.
What were you going to say, Greg?
What about spaghetti,
Greg, don't let the Commodore talk you into this.
Don't let young Napoleon.
The Flying Dutchman in there.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to hear this?
Made my day.
Do you want to hear this
Little
idiot?
General.
Do you want to hear this idiot in New York? Since we're on this topic, and the way he tries to do it in the press conference is just weird. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Awkward place we always find ourselves where Bernie now is asked to endorse the candidate, and his supporters hate it, and they want nothing but the burn. And this time has led to an awkward split screen. Is this a conference call? Is this a Zoom? It may be a Zoom. I'm not sure.
Rick, he's asking a lot. Do you know it? Asking a lot.
Yeah, that's good. It's very Zoom-like, Rick.
Yeah.
Biden's still down in his basement. I can tell.
Okay.
That.
Yeah.
And this is Skype out for you. Okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's take a look here. See what's going on. This is the endorsement, and it's very awkward.
Is this Bubba or Bernie? Y'all decide.
Yeah.
You tell me.
We are in a terrible moment, an unprecedented moment, and I know we share the understanding that we've got to go forward right now and out of this in an unprecedented way to address the terrible pain that so many of our fellow Americans are feeling. So today I am asking all Americans, I'm asking every Democrat, I'm asking every independent, I'm asking a lot of Republicans to come together in this campaign to support your candidacy, which I endorse, to make certain that we defeat somebody who I believe, and I'm speaking just for myself now, is the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country. A president, and you made this point, who downplayed this pandemic, who ignored the advice that some of his people were giving him, who has not used the Defense Production Act early on so that we could produce the masks, the gowns, the gloves, the ventilators that our medical personnel desperately need, who today, because I understand that is threatening to fire Dr. Fauci. who has been an unbelievable. I mean, who has been day after day the voice of science to the American people, trying to explain how we go forward in this crisis. And he's threatening to fire him. So to me, for all of those reasons and so many more, a president who apparently has never read the Constitution
of the
United States, who believes he's above the law, a president who lies all of the time, a president who has at least shown me that he is a racist and a sexist.
Here we go.
And a homophobe and a xenophobe and a religious bigot. I mean, for all of those reasons or more, we've got to make Trump a one-term president, and we need you in the White House. So
Well,
y'all okay?
Yeah, I don't even. What planet is Bernie living on? I mean, it is.
That's when you can just say anything and nobody really follows up.
Did I just?
Why are you questioning me all the time?
Did we just hear a social?
Hey, nice lighting, by the way. If you're that high up, surely you can do a better lighting job than that.
Yeah. Well, and once again,
Greg's light looks better than that.
Yeah, it does.
There he
looks
is.
fantastic. Let's talk about
That's
this.
saying a lot.
Let's talk about this though. For the Democrats, though, it was perfect because what happened was, and I know eventually he must have. They now can put out a video where Joe Biden's there. And Bernie Sanders is telling all the Democrats why they need to vote for him, but Joe didn't have to say anything. You know, because what they're hoping now is if they could get Joe Biden in as many situations where he doesn't have to speak as possible, they have a better chance at the presidency. But what about when a socialist talks about somebody who doesn't know the Constitution?
Isn't that great?
A socialist.
Yeah, Bernie ought to know firsthand from somebody who doesn't know and doesn't understand the Constitution.
Yeah, and then he's trying to go to these things about what we just saw yesterday, that he downplayed the pandemic. Does anybody know where he's getting this? Where he's going to? Trump's saying he's going.
That's the talking points, Rick. Well,
I'm just saying, where did he get? I haven't heard anybody say that Trump's going to fire Fauci.
That was the tweet where he retweeted a hashtag fire Fauci yesterday or day before. I can't remember. And that was the big narrative yesterday that everybody was pushing until Fauci came up in the presser yesterday and said, hey, I was misinterpreted in the interview. Let me explain what I was talking about. And
he's going to fire Fauci. Everybody knows it.
Well, let me tell you something,
He's
Bernie.
going to fire him. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's a fold this and he's a fold that.
That's awesome.
Bubba, the fact you put yourself where Bernie was.
I thought Bernie had been stung by a bee. I didn't know what was
Bill
up.
Bubba Bernie. I love it.
That's good.
Wait a minute. Let me get the lighting. Hold on just a minute. I think I can even recreate it a little bit.
Your lighting's too good. If you'll tone down your lighting, you'll look just like him.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Bubba Bernie. There it is. Look.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's dangerous. He's a phobe this and phobe that.
Sometimes.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. 28 years, baby. Still here. Still swinging. And we will unpack the stories of the day. Will a meet back in play could happen at any time on the program. But so continuing on this bizarro world that we now live in and the problems that we have in front of us and the things that we're putting to the forefront is just amazing. But anyway, so, New York's got a new mayor, and it's like they've gone to one zany mayor to another. Is this one a communist, like the one they finally got rid of?
No, I think this is what's strange. Yeah. They had full-blown communists, okay?
Yeah.
And when we say that, the guy really was.
And straight up.
He I think he honeymooned in Russia or somewhere.
Yeah. New York had found its way into a nice place to go. Our family enjoyed going there.
We went several times.
Yeah, and then turned it into a place that no one wants to be.
So I think this guy went in as being more of a reformer, back to the middle a little bit. He was a former police officer. He was saying he was going to be tough on crime. Crime was getting out of control.
They could use some of that in the city.
And now that he's got in, he's kind of, I don't know, going off the deep end. He's working with a woke DA, and they're not. I mean, they're even going further to the left on some of their criminal policies. And now he's worried about this plant deal.
Have you seen him talking about
a lot of things.
No, I didn't see this particular one, but I know from watching his press conferences, he does not look like the candidate that ran for mayor.
So
it was a quick change.
Yeah, here's Eric Adams. He is on a mission to push a plant-based diet. Not just that he does that in his own life. He believes that all New Yorkers should do it as well, and he's going to do whatever he can to be sure they do. Now, I want you to think about how strange that is.
Bubba, he says cheese is more addictive than heroin.
Well, but it doesn't do the damage that heroin
Cheese
does.
is more addictive than heroin.
That's what he says.
Is that right? First of all, that's not true.
I would
say that.
I would
that's
say
incorrect.
By the way, that's just a bunch of hullabaloo.
Rick, I have not heard that in a long
Rick,
time.
if you stop eating cheese,
I'm going to challenge that.
Yeah. How about this cheese is not as addictive as heroin?
Look, it's not.
It just isn't.
It's not even close.
No, I've never eaten cheese.
Well,
I've had some pretty good
this.
cheese, but
I may not say it's as addictive, but it ain't as damaging.
I don't have to eat cheese to get up and have it and function.
Is it
and if I quit eating cheese, I don't get in a ball of sleep.
I have never danced with Mr. Brownstone with cheese.
And I don't think it's the mayor's job to try to get us all to eat healthier.
It's
Is
not.
it? Is it?
That's our mama's job.
You know what we would have said when we were little boys? Cram it, clown.
Yeah, forget
What
it.
about in New York? You got the meat cutting district and all this big. I mean, I bet they're
all the rest. Think about all the restaurants.
they're
going
to give him the.
Now I want you to
middle finger
listen. Just listen to this. Do we have this?
Yeah, let's go.
How about this? Get rid of rats.
Listen. Yeah. Work on that. Just work on
Amen.
that. Use the cheese for that.
Hey, that's pretty good.
You brought up your eating habits. I just want to clarify something. How often do you eat fish, and do you eat any other animal proteins?
I eat a plant-based centered life. Some people want to call me vegan. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I eat a plant-based centered life. And those who are the food police for me, they can food police all the time. I eat a plant-based centered life.
So you eat fish?
I eat a plant-based centered life. And I'm not going down that. Hold on. Please, don't do that yelling out stuff.
It's about what he
I don't
eats,
do
y'all.
it to you. Don't do it to me. I did a plant-based centered life. And I'm not going down this rabbit hole of
That's
what
me.
do you eat? If you eat cake and it has eggs in it, that you analyze it. I'm not doing that. The more plant-based you eat, the better and healthier you are. That is my question to those who are following me around in restaurants, wondering what I'm ordering. Listen, I'm not doing that. That's noise to me. I got to get New Yorkers to eat a plant-based centered life.
That's the mayor of New York.
That's the mayor of New York.
So some guy's trying to hang fish on him for some reason.
Yeah. Well,
So you
because
eat
there's a lot of
fish?
fish markets in New York. I mean, that's a big industry there.
Can I tell the mayor this? You know why New Yorkers are trying to catch you being inconsistent? First of all, could you please,
you're being
Mayor,
silly.
say, I want New Yorkers and I live a plant-based eating life. He keeps saying, I want to eat a plant-based life, a plant-centered life. I eat a plant-centered life. No, you should say, I live a plant-centered life, and that's what I consume. But anyway, the reason why they're following you around is you're not satisfied with this being your choice and the way you want to live. And how about this? I applaud you for, minimizing processed foods in your life and trying to be a healthy person. And you're taking the steps to do it. That is fine and good for you. You can even go out and say, "Let me tell you, this really makes me have the energy I need." Man, some of y'all might want to think about this.
Rick,
but when
I don't
you
care
start,
what the mayor eats.
but when you start saying that you're going to make all of New York City, take their diet and make it plant-centered only. You're telling them, and you're saying, I have to get New Yorkers to do the same thing I'm doing. That's when people start following you around saying, well, you don't live a plant-centered
you better be
a plant-based centered life.
Plant-based centered life, whatever that is you're trying to say and you're obsessed with. And he's upset because people keep coming up in restaurants. Well, I'll tell you why. You've told them you're going to make them eat what you eat.
You've made it an issue. Look, Rick, I don't care what the mayor eats.
I don't either.
And he shouldn't really worry about what I'm eating. What he should do is take care of the duties of the office of mayor, make New York safe.
I want to walk down the street and not be mugged or killed by a homeless person, and I don't want to lay down in a bed that has rats in it.
No.
Can you concentrate on that, please?
Murder's highest in 25 years.
I'd like to have less death, less crime, and less rats. I couldn't give a rip. And if you can do that, plant-based, look, you plant-based all you want to. Why don't you take your plant-based
Centered life.
And get out there and get us where we can get on the streets again without somebody knifing us.
Right. Or pushing us onto the subway track.
People, you trying to push us in front of the subway. We are not concerned about Oreos right now.
People are now waiting to go in and cross into, to the subway until they see the subway pull up in front of them. Then they go in because people are getting pushed onto the track.
I don't want a gang to push me in front of a subway and then my body is eaten by rats before y'all can get to me. I work on that.
And Rick, we mean rats big as beagles.
Oh my gosh.
Big rats.
By the way, this subway thing, this problem can be fixed. At the Orlando airport, I noticed, they've got the same kind of monorail subway deal. They have plexiglass up that only has openings where the door opens. So you can't get pushed on the track. And theirs open when the train stops. So
I eat a
defeat that.
plant-based centered life. No, you live a plant-based centered life. I eat a plant-based centered life. You could just say you just eat plants.
You had birthday cake with eggs in it.
I ain't hearing that. That's just noise to me. No, I tell you what noise does. You try to tell us what we're going to eat.
Yeah, who cares? What you eat or what I eat?
And he says the city schools, they're going to have a vegan Fridays where you're going to go to kids. What is it with Democrats trying to make kids miserable?
I don't know.
What is it with
Rick,
Michelle Obama messed up their lunch.
They're doing everything to kids except teaching them.
Yeah, how about this? Here's an idea. I hate to quote Pink Floyd. Leave those kids alone.
Yes.
All in all, it's just another brick in the wall.
Yeah, we got this, y'all. On one thing, you tell us to take responsibility for our kids and get dads back in the house, and on the next thing, you say we have no power. Y'all tell them what they can and can't do.
Yeah, well, they belong to them. Remember?
No, they don't.
Correction.
Vegan Friday for kids that are growing up.
Yeah, well. The whole New York thing, they're getting very close to they're going to have to try to pay their taxes when people don't work, and that's going to be really good.
I eat a plant-based centered life. No, you live a plant-based centered life. You don't eat one. What, you eat the piece of paper it's written on? We come back, something was shipped to the new studio, and you won't believe it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I began to talk to you about something that's really, really garnered a lot of response from the Rick and Bubba audience. And, I mean, when we're looking at the state of our country right now, the price of items, the inflation is out of control. And you're saying, well, maybe this thing's going to turn. Well, who knows? But we don't know how far this is going to get away. But if you're looking at the retirement that you've worked so hard on and you're sick and tired of rising taxes, increasing inflation, stock market bubble. If you don't want to spend your retirement watching your wealth waste away and your freedoms erode, it all starts in Panama, and you may not have seen that coming. But look, white sand coastline, just 2 hours from Houston. With every dollar in your savings account right now, if you simply move to Panama, it'd be worth 10 times what it is now. And the taxes in Panama, who likes 0%? You like that? So they haven't had a financial crisis in over 20 years. They didn't even struggle during 2008 in Panama. You can live on the beach in total comfort and security for about $24,000 a year. I'm on the beach at $24,000. Have you ever seen what it costs to get on the beach here? So anyway, if you've dreamed of retiring on the beach, don't wait any longer. This past year, people have stopped waiting for their dream life. You know what they did? They started rethinking their plans. And if this sounds like you, then check out the American's Guide to Living and Retiring in Panama from our friends at Buy Panama Now. And here's the website. You ready? It's 100% free for the audience. Just head over to buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba to do your research. You'll get your copy. They'll send it to you. That's buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba. Tell us.
What's up, gang? What have y'all been up to last 40 hours?
Yeah, we've been trying to figure out how to get college football back on. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, gotcha. I've had a pretty big time too, gentlemen. So at 3 o'clock or so on Monday, we got to the hospital and started the process, and then overnight, after about 30 hours of labor. The doctors made the decision that a C-section would be a great way to go ahead and get this baby on planet Earth.
Welcome to the C-section, folks. Speedy and I are here for you.
Okay.
Yes, my mom had 4 C-sections, so people do it all the time. So
yes.
Yes, so that's what would happen, guys. That was a rough. My wife is amazing. I just can't say enough about her. That was a rough 30 hours. That's almost a work week.
Yeah,
that's almost a work week of labor.
How about this? In Europe, it is a work week.
Yeah.
There you go. So so the decision was made, and so at 8:29 p.m. the surgery was happened. The surgery happened, and onto this world, a 7.4 ounce little baby was born, and I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her right
We said girl.
Yeah,
Well,
look at that. Y'all got it right.
Yeah, I thought it may go the other way, but when you think about him, though, you do think girl. And there it is. Look at this precious baby.
Oh, my goodness gracious alive. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
So this is Ruby Jane Adler.
Ruby Jane.
Yes, look at
Ruby Jane Adler.
Ruby Jane.
How about
Ruby
that?
Jane.
Yes, sir.
What a
And
beautiful.
it's not a double name. It's not a double name or anything like that. It's just first name Ruby, middle name Jane, last name Adler.
But I mean, can I call her Ruby Jane? Can I call her Ruby Jane? Come here, little Ruby Jane. Can I do that?
Say that again.
Can I call her Ruby Jane though?
Oh, you can call her whatever you want.
Oh, look at that precious baby.
Look at little RJ.
Adler, get her closer to the camera.
Hey, do you mind if I switch to full screen here?
Yeah, bring her in. Let's have a look. Boy, I'll tell you what, Adler, that baby is beautiful.
I'm having
one. And I will say this: that is one of the good things about C-section babies is they don't have cone heads.
Yeah.
And they come on out with the head just perfectly round.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, Adler, talk now, if you don't mind.
So she's got little Ruby Jane Adler here. She's got blue eyes and dirty blonde hair, and she's got her mama's nose. And we'll see what else she's got. She's just amazing little bundle of joy. She's a wiggle worm. She never stopped moving.
That's good.
And we couldn't love her anymore, guys. It's been an amazing experience. And my wife said, you know what? This was worse than I thought it was going to be.
Of course.
She was like, and I even tried to prep it so that I would be like, oh, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was actually worse than she thought it was going to be.
Right.
So.
Yeah. 30 hours. Yeah, that's
she's doing fine, right?
She is. She's doing great. We're about to have her walk around for the first time in, a long time. So they're able to get people up and moving pretty quick after this thing. So it's an exciting time.
Adler,
so awesome.
Adler. There it is, 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. As you heard, there's Team Rick and Bubba. All introduced for you. Maybe you're new to the program. Well, welcome. Team Rick and Bubba here, ready for another hour. You can find out all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And we're glad you're here, however you are here. Also, if you've ever said, I'd like to go get some of the best Rick and Bubba moments in Rick and Bubba history, they're all available on all the different streaming services, iTunes, wherever you go. We're 28 years, so I think we're like 26 albums. And you can find those all on iTunes or streaming services everywhere. As a matter of fact, we haven't pulled our stuff from Spotify. It's still there. All right. So, Bubba, you had a long day at the office yesterday, and the old Team Rick and Bubba text that we have, group text, all of a sudden you sent something to everybody, and I was in the middle of taking care of Sherry. We had rehab yesterday and had a lot of stuff we had to deal with on the recovery, and Nurse Rick is still not my strong suit, but I'm getting better, and I think I had a very good day as a nurse yesterday. Sherry said I was, she said, you know what, this is a side of you that, I said, look, I'm growing. I'm getting better at it. And
you didn't make her cry yesterday?
No, didn't make her cry yesterday. Mm-hmm. And it was, but there was a lot we had to deal with yesterday. This shoulder surgery. I'm fortunate to. I don't know if I'll make it to the end of my life without having one. Probably not, but. I've talked to a lot of really, really tough people that have had various surgeries, and they said the shoulder is a tough recovery, especially if they get in that rotator cuff. So, and it's long, and it takes a long time, and you got to be it's very tedious, and you've been through it, Speedy, with your son. It's just it's a lot. But anyway, so
my shoulder's hurting.
Yeah.
You're just talking.
But anyway, so I left right after the show yesterday because she needed me to handle something, and I didn't see this coming at all. Can you tell us from your point of view how this happened?
It was after lunch yesterday, and young Scruggs came by, who, by the way, has done a marvelous job.
Well done, young Scruggs.
Things up here in the studio.
Studio.
It's beginning to feel like home.
Yeah, No Name Studio is taking shape, baby.
Mm-hmm. Great job with that. But he brought me by a package. He said, this was just dropped off for you guys. And I looked at it. It was, unless I missed it, it was just addressed to the Rick and Bubba show.
Right.
And it was kind of a strange size. So I was sitting at my desk. I grabbed the scissors and cut it open. And as I peered into it, I was first confused. I didn't understand what it was, why we were getting it. And the more I looked at it, I knew I had to share it with everybody.
Mm-hmm. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Now, there was a side of me that said, save it for on air today.
Right.
But I just couldn't.
Yeah.
And I brought it in. Speedy came back through. He saw it. And, it brought us a lot of happiness.
And it involves one Eddie Van Adler.
It does.
Adler, so
what's up, guys?
What in the world?
Well, okay. I'll back up just a little bit and say I got an email last Thursday, and it says, "Gentlemen, love the new studio. I've been trying to think of what might look good on that blank wall behind Adler, and I found an option. It shipped a few days ago, should be delivered to the studio. Stay in it, and God bless. Andrew Newkirk in Shelbyville, Indiana, currently listening in Tucson, Arizona."
Okay. Wow. All right. So is that what this is?
I guess so, because when Bubba sent that picture out to the group text yesterday to reveal, should I show it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. To reveal this. Guys, what
can we
in the world?
He could have picked a better picture.
Perfect.
What is this? I mean, those of you that can't see
that
hairdo?
Uh-huh.
Those of you that cannot see it
fits the picture.
Terrible.
That's
perfect.
Those of you that cannot see the picture, how do we describe this? It looks
like
like
Napoleon.
When you walk into a castle, this would be up on the wall.
Yeah.
And it's a picture of Adler in is that some sort of naval uniform?
I don't know enough about history, but he doesn't have the hand tucked in. So I think it's not Napoleon, but maybe it's Napoleon. And the guy's trying to say something about who I am, but that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. It's hilarious.
It is.
Well, it looks like an oil painting.
Yeah.
It does.
It's on a canvas.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And it looks like Eddie Van Adler as a Commodore from
Correct.
the War of 1812 or something.
Yeah. The reason why I'm not sure this is a shot at you about Napoleon, that's not a French uniform.
Is it not? See, I don't know enough about anything.
I don't think that is.
How about this?
I could
we
be
have
wrong,
no idea what it is.
But I don't think it is. But I could be wrong. Maybe their officers. It looks more like our officers back in the day in the naval.
Now
world.
I have seen ads,
Commodore,
on Twitter Twitter, Instagram.
Yes.
Where you can put your face on a portrait where you look like the King of France or the King of England or some great military leader, even your pets.
Yeah.
They'll even put your pets in the picture.
Come on now.
But I never really looked at them very close.
Look
But
at that.
I'm going to tell you, this is
really
a quality product.
It really
here,
is.
you know?
I am shocked at the quality. Shocked at the quality.
Just wait till you see it up close.
Oh, yeah, it looks like somebody did an oil painting, really, of you, Adler, with this hairdo. Now, Adler seemed like he was really down that it wasn't with him with the hair he has now.
But
that hair is perfect for that.
He
picture.
wouldn't have that kind of hair and be a military man.
No, he would not.
That would not be allowed.
That is a perfect. I can't even. We got to get a shot of that, Helms, and put that out on the Instagram for everybody to see it, because that.
Yeah, I want to know where he got it done, because
Yeah.
you're talking about a good one.
I just
That
put
is
it
a
on
good one.
the Instagram story just for
I
those
did
that want
too.
to see
Well,
it.
I thought, Bubba's love for the Vikings, what somebody needs to do one of him as one of the famous Vikings.
Yeah.
And just Bubba's
I wonder
head
if we
on
could
that.
do a group shot with all of us in historical costumes.
Please respond to him, and after you say thank you, and just because I know we've talked about, we've
Forward
seen
the
stuff like
address.
this, and find out how that happened.
Let me
who
tell
he
you,
went through.
Let me tell you what, I wouldn't mind it being right here, that blank spot. But
hey, I think that's a great idea. Really.
Let me tell you
That's just
something.
funny.
Adler, that is hilarious.
It really is.
It's amazing, the quality of it. I can't stress the quality of it enough.
Well, the fact too, really, honestly, if you're going to do that right there, the pick of Adler is perfect.
It is.
I mean,
And
it
that
is.
look on his face.
Yeah.
And that hair.
He's ready to go to war.
Yeah. Any other hair?
He will defend thy honor,
I kind of want it.
That's just funny.
Man, that's good.
That is
yeah,
well
so
done.
good.
Now, see, that's a listener that's thinking right there. That's
good
it.
stuff.
Oh yeah, if we put together, what if our new team picture was us in historical uniforms, all standing in a group picture?
That'd be good.
That's
exactly what I'm thinking.
Right.
I found a website called Nobilified.com where they can put you in all kinds of different. I don't know what service they use, but it looks like Nobilified is pretty legit here. You can be that farmer couple that are the American Gothic or whatever. Here, can you see that? There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, Hercules. That would be awesome. That's good for Rick right there.
Yeah.
And that's good for Greg right here, the lady with the cat or whatever.
Okay.
That'd be good.
That's
Oh,
And
this
what's
is
the
good.
guy's name again that's in it?
Andrew Newkirk, I believe was
Thanks,
his name.
Andrew.
Yeah,
That's
Andrew.
awesome.
That's
Thanks,
listener of the
man.
week, right?
Yeah.
Listener
Look,
of the week.
that's listener of the week. Boy, Andrew.
Golly, that's a perfect photo.
Indiana/Tucson, wherever he is, because he said he's kind of
Wherever thy stays.
That's good. We got to figure out who that is, though. What uniform is that? His
Yeah, we
head
need
to?
more info.
Somebody said it's a German cross, which I don't know how I
What?
feel about that.
Uh-oh.
No.
Why do you have to pick it when my hair was worse than it is now?
Bubba.
Adler, how did y'all come up with a name? Is that in the family, or what was the choice there?
Well, we bounced around a couple different old school names like that. We wanted something kind of old school. We wanted to almost name her like an old lady's name. I wanted to name her like Gertrude, but Aaron didn't go for that.
That's funny.
But and then Aaron's mom's name is Jane, so we had a little homage there. Plus Jane, it's so classic. Oh, come on, it's hard to beat Jane.
Yeah, and the best song that Jefferson Starship ever did.
Yes, that's a good song.
Yes,
And you
yes.
can call her RJ too. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at
Yes,
that.
indeed.
Well, that's a little bit of rap.
Y'all can hear that. I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
The sound she's making, it's like little coos and whistles, y'all. It's amazing.
So, Adler, let's talk about, when we're going through the 30 hours and then your experience in the C-section from a dad point. Oh, we lost him.
Did we?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
So talk about what, we tried to prep you, but there really was no way to prep, was there?
Oh my gosh. It was actually, I think you guys prepped me for the C-section to be way more horrific than it was.
Yeah.
It was so quick.
Yeah.
They had that curtain up and I was looking around that curtain as much as I could.
Be careful.
Honestly. And I saw them, y'all. I was expecting, you know how when you're doing like work you're like, let the tools do the work. Like when you're using a saw, you're like, let the saw use the work. Yo, these people, there were people they were using physical strength in some ways that I was very shocked by.
Oh, yes.
But
Yeah.
it was quick and good, and everybody came out great, including Miss Little Ruby J. Ruby.
Adler, the 30 hours of labor. The 30 hours of labor. Did Erin ever tell you that she loathed the very ground in which you stood?
Okay, so you guys know about like an epidural, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so I called it an epideme, and that was the words. The words "I will kill you" came out of her mouth, but that was it.
Yeah,
that was it, you guys.
Yeah,
that was it. So she actually did say. Erin said at one point, I'm sorry for ever saying you weren't good or something like that. I'm like, no, Angel, no. You are amazing. I cannot believe how awesome you are. There was a little bit of, animosity, or not animosity. There was a little bit of hesitation to go with the C-section because we spent so long trying to go for a straight up birth. And I'm like, baby, no. You have won this race. You are amazing. I love you so much. I could not be more proud of you. You know, that was a tough moment too, because we've been working so hard towards this one direction and then to go another direction.
Understood.
But it was just so amazing. We've been crying tears of joy and thanking the Lord for a healthy little beautiful baby for about 12 hours now. 8:29 p.m. I became a dad, y'all. It's pretty wild.
There it is.
Hey, Adler, can she sing yet?
You know, she's been crying a bunch. So you know what? I think she's gonna be a good singer, right now.
Got good lungs.
Wow, hey, look at that! My first gray hair right there in my
there it is. There'll be more of those to come.
Look, the good thing about having a little girl is at least she'll come see you in the in the nursing home.
Right. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And you know how people are always like saying like, "Can you say Dada? Can you say Dada?" I've been saying, "Can you say Bubba? Can you say Bubba?" But Aaron gave me a look, so I stopped it.
Yeah. Well, but kids usually can get Bubba pretty quick. Yeah. I mean, you can get that.
They
can. I mean,
that's like falling off a horse. That's an easy.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Well, the only thing I can think of when I see your face and how you're so happy and just. And the baby is just all I can think about is those poor dogs. Do they know that they're?
Oh my goodness.
That they're now like way on down the line.
Oh, they'll be in the backyard and never allowed in the house again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That fence with the gate area that I set up, that's to keep them locked in there. That's not for them. That's for them.
Yeah.
But guys, it's been amazing.
Them big feet.
Just want to say thanks to you guys for giving me this time. I want to say thanks to Armstrong for covering for me, and man, I hope that we can get back to normal life, because I've got a bunch of relatives that we're just FaceTiming and sending pictures and stuff. That's been tough for everybody. Guys, it was just me in the hospital.
I know.
And
I was going to ask you about the pandemic deal. It really just got down to just you, right?
Yeah, it was just me the whole time. But you know what? That's a nice time for Aaron and I to get closer, get stronger together. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing.
Well, she's beautiful. I mean, really. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes newborns, everybody says they're beautiful, but we all know they're not yet.
Pass the gravy, please.
So 20 minutes past the hour. Let's go to the phones here. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so you can join us right now. So we got this picture that was sent to us by a listener, and we have found what it is. And some of you that know more about military, you might even be able to expand on it. It's just called the Admiral. I can't say that word.
Admiral.
That's why I call him a Commodore, because it's easier to say. So he definitely is in like a naval officer's uniform, which is pretty funny. Of course, Greg, has had a couple things to say about it. But I was start thinking, if we were going to put together a portrait of all of us with our heads on a historical figure, uniform, royalty, or whatever it might be, what would that be? And 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Wow,
for your feedback, and lines are available now, and you can get in. So we'll kind of look at that and get your feedback on that. On
sadly they don't have a group one, Rick.
I know.
You can do some male and females, but they don't have a group one.
How easy would that be if there was a group one?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, I mean that we would just. But if we could, if we could put it together though, we could. What does it say?
The Viking.
Yeah, I said that. I said I thought they would be a Viking.
Okay, yeah, there is. It says the Viking. Bubba,
Yeah.
perfect.
So 866 we be big. If you call us right now, you can comment on that or whatever you want to comment. You can get in right now.
You know the one I like better, Speedy, is called the King of the Vikings.
Oh.
He's on a cliff with a spear on that.
Oh, that's exactly what we need. That's exactly what
right
we
there.
need.
Yep.
Bubba, yes. That's it. Yeah.
This is so awesome.
Oh my
That's
gosh!
so good.
All right, so we'll get the calls here quickly. First of all, let me hit you with this: O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events next weekend. You know, and let me throw some things out to some of you that contact us. Like I have people that will contact and say, man, this is awesome. Hey, I've got a son, or hey, myself, or hey, whatever. Can you tell me where is a church near me that is doing the discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com? And we'll help you with that if we can. But sometimes the simplest thing to do is simply go to themanchurch.com. If you click on events and you see man churches going on, that'll let you know that church is doing the strategy. So some of that you can do on your own, and that way you can kind of figure that out. And they're going on everywhere. Praise God for that. And so you can find those. So here's some things going on next weekend. Now, next weekend is focused a little more on kind of more of a conference format. We got the Pursuit Conference in Dothan, Alabama. Remember, there won't be any tickets available at the door, so you need to move on that. That's the 18th and 19th, Dothan Civic Center, News Talk 103.9. I'll be speaking with Jonathan Evans, Andy Blanks, and Charles Billingsley's doing worship. We're going to have a blast. It's going to be a great weekend. So if you don't have your group registered for that, or you're not registered for that, do that now. You'll find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. You'll also find an opportunity to see Helmsy with Lance Ingram from the Rick and Bubba Show. He does Dr. Lou, Tyler Stovall, and Sid Bream. That's Men of Iron Conference, Cross Creek Community Church in Hoax Bluff. That's next weekend. All the details are also available there at rickandbubba.com. And then if you go to themanchurch.com, there's a Man Church weekend going on in Scottsboro, Alabama. That's next weekend, First Baptist Church, Scottsboro. Mark Garnett speaks Friday night, and then Brian Gunn on Saturday morning. So you can find that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So that's next weekend. It's a biggie. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so let's.
I think I want to be the Pharaoh. Can you show us the Pharaoh, Adler?
Be careful with Pharaoh.
Yes, I also found a group, one that would probably work pretty well for the kickoff hour here.
There's
the Royal Tea Party for the kickoff hour might work.
Jack in Alabama. Jack, go ahead. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Stay in it. There is a picture where General Cornwallis is surrendering to the now new American general at the end of this Revolutionary War. George Washington is actually on a brown horse in the background. So that would be a good one for the group. Just pick who you want to be, General Washington in the background, and then General Cornwallis that's surrendering to. And I don't know.
I see it, yeah.
Well, there's a couple of them that have three.
Yeah.
But I don't see any.
Hard to find five. So I think we should go individuals, and then we line them down the hall, each individual portrait,
right outside the office.
Yeah, and that way everybody can be in a portrait that fits them the best. But thanks for that, Jack. That's awesome.
I'd like to see Speedy in the Scottish Highlander.
Yes, Tommy in Alabama. Tommy, go ahead.
Complete with golf club.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
Fired up. That's all we know, Tommy.
Man, I hear you. Listen. Mount Rushmore, with you guys up there, all with the grayscale and in the shadows, I'd get it put on velvet.
You know what? That's a great idea. I don't know if that's available, but that's a good. Hey, Bubba, spot the Scottish Highlander. You are all over that. That looks like Calvin Wilburn right now. We don't even have to change the head.
Hey,
well, we don't even have to change it. Just order that.
This is a bald thing again.
Well, he's got a little hat on like you. See, he wears a little hat like you like.
A little Kango.
Mikey, Alabama. Mikey, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
Have Speedy look up Paul Revere and the Raiders.
Okay.
It's a legendary rock group from the 60s. And check them out, and I get some ideas from them. There's 6 in the group.
Okay. All right. Well, it has to be available though
It does.
on the service. You can't just grab any picture.
Right. Yeah. They only offer
idea,
certain
though.
poses.
Good
yeah.
idea.
Oh, I love the idea.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Roger, go ahead.
There's your Pharaoh, Bubba.
Oh, yeah?
Rick.
Yeah,
is that me?
we need to have a big old Viking thing set up right about Huntsville to let the world know that we have not lost our you-know-whats.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Anybody, somebody.
All right, try that one more time, sir.
I feel like I'm in another dimension.
I was caught up in the Pharaoh picture, and I think I missed something.
Yeah, Roger. I don't think I've ever had a caller that I didn't understand even an ounce of what you just said, and I'm not following you. I'm not tracking.
Well, you were talking about the Viking spirit.
Yes.
And what I would bring back to Alabama is the Viking spirit, especially up around about Huntsville, where we're building up, even though Biden and his gang is trying to build down, that we need a big old giant Mount Rushmore Viking action right up there around about Huntsville.
Okay. Here's where I'm going to try to something. You ready for this? Huntsville is growing like you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's just so is he saying our city's growing when Biden's trying to tear everything down?
I think he's saying put up something to let people who come into our state to let them know we have the Viking spirit, which is really
don't miss that part. That's the part.
Really historically not a good thing.
No, I don't think.
Apparently, as a mascot, it's not real good.
I understand.
It doesn't exactly strike fear in your opponents.
Yeah. But I understand the sentiment. But that we get tired of things. But I don't know that we want our image to be. You come here, look for us to rape and pillage.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what we want.
And if we don't like you, we will kill you and take what is yours.
I didn't know if he was talking about.
I think the government has more of the Viking spirit than we do.
I thought for a minute he wanted a statue of Fran Tarkington. I didn't fully understand.
I thought to myself, what does Chuck Foreman have to do with this?
I'm telling you though, y'all's two faces on the side of Montecito Mountain, that would be big. Up in Huntsville.
we did have an artist put us on Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, newspaper story.
Of course, my mom thought it was real. If you remember, that
they were going to do it on Cheehaw Mountain, our highest point in the state.
Right. Jake. By the way, that's funny. I don't know if that's available, but that's funny. All right, we'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, but they're closing fast. But we'll continue the conversation. Thanks for the calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. That's a beautiful baby. It is. I mean, it really is. Look at her.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all so much. Oh, what a baby.
There she is. She doesn't look like Winston Churchill like so many do.
After the C-section, they had to kind of clean up Aaron a little bit. So they handed me the baby, and they're like, "All right, you're good to go," and close the door. And it was just me holding a baby by myself in the room, and I'm seeing myself in the reflection. I can't believe it. I'm like, "Thank you, God. This is unreal. This is amazing." I can't.
If you think that was an unnerving moment for you, you should have been Ruby Jane Adler.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
She got moved out of her apartment.
Wait a minute. So this is my dad. Okay. No, look, you're going to do great. You'll be a great dad.
Oh yeah.
And
we are so thankful. We're so happy, and she's just amazing and beautiful, and she's latching on, just like her daddy. So
look, Uncle Greg loved that one. You did that just for Uncle Greg, didn't you?
Hey, baby. Can you say hi to Rick and Bubba?
Look at that precious
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, baby.
Congratulations to all the Adlers.
Adler.
Congratulations, buddy. She's beautiful. We'll be right back.
Awesome.
Baby Adler is here. Ruby Jane Adler, 7 pounds, 4 ounces, and healthy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you would think in the middle of everything going on, this would be us being forced to change our priorities a little bit and kind of only put the very important stuff up there at the front. But Land O'Lakes, I can remember this. My wife still uses this product or does from time to time, and Greg, I can remember when we were kids or whatever. The Land O'Lakes butter.
Mm-hmm.
All of you guys, I don't know if your family's got this, but we did. Yeah. We're now how long? It said over for nearly 100 years.
Yeah. 100.
Let's say that again. 100 years. Okay.
100.
For 100 years, we've had this Native American, if you want to call, a member of an Indian tribe. I know you never know what words you're allowed to use and not use. But anyway, she is not depicted in any negative way. They're showing that the great outdoors and this delicious product, we have her and dressed in traditional tribal garb, and she's holding up a box of Land O'Lakes. And for 100 years, no issue with this at all. Now, I'm assuming that we've had Native Americans in our country inside those 100 years the entire time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have.
So, and nobody has a problem with it. So remember, 1921 till now, no issue. But now we have issues with it for some reason because of the new time that we've been living in. And so Land O'Lakes has said they have been called racist, and they've been criticized for its use of the butter maiden. Now, I know that a lot of us...
The butter maiden.
The butter maiden.
I didn't know
That's
that
what you
was
called
the
it, Greg. Remember?
The
butter maiden.
Well, that's what they're saying here in the story.
Yeah.
I love it.
Now, keep in mind, it's in a beautiful outdoor setting. Again, there's not one thing negative about it.
I really didn't notice if it was an Indian or not. I just thought, I always knew there was a woman on there, but I didn't really think.
Yeah, I just wanted butter.
I didn't know what she was.
I noticed that it was, and it wasn't presented with a negative way at all. I mean, what's next? Are we mad about we don't like the way the guys depict on Quaker Oats? I mean, is that upsetting us?
Yeah. What about if you're a Quaker?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Quaker lineage.
Well, Greg, remember those? But anyway, they have announced in a press release that they will now show their packaging without the butter maiden as they celebrate and they move toward their 100th anniversary. We've recognized we need packaging that reflects the foundation and the heart of our company culture, and nothing does that better than our farmer owners whose milk is used to produce Land O'Lakes dairy products. So we're not going to depict the butter maiden anymore. We're going to start putting farmers on there, or maybe have it without it at all.
And what's this change? Does this change what happened? The world just got better?
They said also, Greg, in good news, the minute the butter maiden was removed from the package, the COVID-19 pandemic ended.
Well, it's hand in hand, Rick.
Yeah.
All I can say is look out, Aunt Jemima.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. We'll get into some of your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget to go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. What's cool is when you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, go right to that URL, and all the things that are discounted and available to you, the Rick and Bubba audience, are right there, including buy one, get one free on the Giza Dream Bed Sheets and flannel sheets. Also, look at this. Also there, 30% off on the bathrobes, the sleepwear, the quilts, MyPillow slippers, whatever size, 50% off, and the bed pillows up to 75% off. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba or find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, Bubba, continuing with phone calls, we'll go to Alan out of the great state of Texas. All lines are full right now, but they may clear up here in a minute. Alan, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Hey, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, I had a couple of for group portraits.
Okay.
There's of course the one of Washington crossing the Potomac.
Yep.
Yeah, we've had somebody do a quick one of that.
Yeah. You need to. I don't know if you're watching us on YouTube or listening on the TuneIn app. But if you're watching, look at TV right now. Someone is playing games with your suggestion. But anyway.
Okay, all right. And then, of course, the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
I think that one really intrigues me. I don't know that it's available, but if we could do a group shot of us as the founding fathers, now that would be hilarious.
Right.
I mean, you can picture us all standing around in the First Continental Congress. Let's go to Tennessee. Wendy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Wendy.
Hi. So, some ideas for your portraits. I thought make, well, somebody already said it, a good Hercules or a good Shakespeare. And I think Bubba would make a really good Henry VIII.
Oh, yeah.
But for a group portrait, I think you guys should do the dogs playing poker.
That's funny.
That is a good
dogs playing. Thank you for calling the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody knows you're Wendy. Let's go to Reginald out of Georgia. Reginald, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how you doing today, guys?
We're great. Good.
Hey, like I was saying before, me and my wife, we listen to you guys religiously every morning. We really like what you have to say, and you really go through all the stuff that, you know, we love to listen to. And
thank you.
We respect and honor your decisions on whatever it is you guys do. And Greg, my wife, loves you, even though you're snarky and stuff, and I don't really like that. But
all right, there it is.
Is that it, Reginald?
Adler, you're the man.
All right, so Adler is the man. And now is Adler your favorite? I mean, because Greg is your wife's favorite. Is Adler your the guy you draft with the most on the show?
Well, I can relate to him because he's the one that's kind of he's smart, but he gets kind of put out a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, gets a little angry.
But he's still respected all the same, though.
He's got a little fire to him. He's got that more under control now, though.
Yeah, I'm working on it. You know, growth, growth, guys. It's growth.
Thanks.
And congratulations to your little girl, man.
Hey, thank you, man, so much. We were just playing that during the break when I was in the hospital, and wow, she has grown up so fast. It's unbelievable. She's coming up on 2 in April.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Reginald, thanks, man.
How fast that happens.
Yeah, it happens fast. Well, tell your wife hello, and thank you both so much for supporting the show.
Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. See you. Let's go to Jason in Coleman, Alabama. ZZK. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How about it?
Hey, what a blessing to grow up with you guys. Listen to you every morning.
Thank you.
I had a thing, just put it out there. How about a group shot of the village people?
Come on now, Jason.
Comedic value. Just comedic value.
Well, you know, our friend group may be too rough for that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that would be tough.
Well, Greg's got to be, of course, the construction guy. I mean, he's got to be that. I clearly am the Indian.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Clearly.
So I'm thinking maybe, are you the policeman? Trust me, if you know the history of the show, be the policeman.
Yeah.
Hey,
if you know the history of the group, you want to be the policeman.
Yeah. That biker guy looks pretty cool. He looks like a pretty cool guy.
Adler
He's
would
got
be the
chains
biker.
and leather. That sounds pretty cool.
There we are.
I need that to happen.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
I ride motorcycles. It's a perfect fit.
Yeah. Neil in Tuscaloosa. Neil, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I think I second the group photo for the signing of the Declaration, but I think a funny individual would be Rick in any portrait of Ulysses S. Grant.
Wow. Yeah. I can unfortunately see that. Let's go to Mike, especially in the 80s. Mike in Florida. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm thinking follow the connection with Huntsville and go with Alabama's new right stuff. You guys defend the right side. You're taking us through the celestial heavens, and I think that would play off real well.
I got to tell you, the Huntsville calls today. Is something going on in Huntsville?
It's growing.
It's like they want us to save Huntsville. What's happened there? Is Huntsville drifting to the left? Is that what this is about?
No.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
No.
There's a lot of influx.
It's growing, Rick.
A lot of
It's growing,
influx.
really growing.
You know, if you come from the north, guess what you hit first in Alabama? That top part.
I know.
Right?
It's almost like we need a statue there.
I mean, so I think that's what they're all saying. It's like they want us to save Huntsville. Let's go to Brent, Alabama. Brent, go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba. First-time caller.
Thanks.
Also, my 43rd birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, buddy.
Mr. Allen from Texas stole my daggum thunder by daggum saying watching crossing Potomac because I had that idea, y'all crossing the water, trying to get your message across, fighting the good fight. But I came up with another one.
Okay, good.
The picture on the Sistine Chapel by Leonardo da Vinci of Rick touching out the God and all the fellows are the little cherubs of the angels. And
What in the world? We can't be messing with that kind of stuff. Even though
Y'all are putting a lot of pressure on us here.
That's funny.
It is funny.
Let's
It's
go.
very funny.
Let's go to Lance. Lance out of the great state of Florida, the free state of Florida. Lance, go ahead.
How about it, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I was just my thoughts were the A-Team. Y'all would be awesome. The A-Team from the 80s, not the movie.
That's good. And
You know what?
Underneath,
I like that.
Underneath
I like
it says,
that.
"I love when a plan comes together." Man, that'd be good. Trisha, Alabama.
Murdoch.
Trisha, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Trisha.
So I have a suggestion for Greg and Helmsy.
All right.
I think the shaved lounge portrait of George Costanza from Seinfeld would be perfect.
Oh my goodness, that's funny. Jed in Alabama. Come on, Jed. Jed, Ted.
Hello,
Hey, buddy. What's your name?
Leah.
What? Lynn?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nowhere near Jed. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
All right, Lynn. Lynn, go ahead.
So uncomfortable.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, y'all stop living in the fake world now. You need the Looney Tunes characters for your group picture. Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, Porky Pig.
Oh, that's good.
All those are good.
Yeah.
I've got some of those actually. We have like a little office / little lounge room up in the house. It was just going to be like attic space that we built out for the boys when they were living at home. And Sherry found some portraits of each Looney Tunes character. We have some of them up in there. It's really kind of cool.
It is funny.
Yeah.
They're really funny.
Let's go to Gene in the great state of Alabama. Gene, go ahead.
Hey, I got a suggestion for the group shot.
All right.
How about the group shot from Animal House?
Oh, well, there's at times that probably is appropriate. That's a pretty good one. News Talk 103.9 Dothan. We're there next weekend for the Pursuit Conference. Tom, go.
I think y'all ought to be the Southern Generals.
There's some issue. You get some pushback on that one these days. If we all dressed as, Robert E. Lee and it just.
What about Revolutionary War generals?
Now that I like. That I like. You
with-
probably want to stay out of the Civil War because, let's face it, I'm not saying that it's right, but there's just a whole antebellum pushback.
Not a lot of humor around there.
No, it's just, it can be quite divisive. But I'm not saying that some of that's not unreasonable, but still. Probably you don't want to go there. You probably want to stay in the Revolutionary War, Founding Fathers, that kind of stuff. Yeah. If you're going to go military history.
There's suggestions. I know there's more than 6, but Supreme Court justices. Maybe put 6 of them as us.
That's funny.
Mix them in with a couple of others.
Thanks for your calls on that. That's all great stuff. And thanks
Something
a lot
we
for
like.
sitting that portrait, listener of the week.
That is funny,
is it Darren?
funny.
What's his name? Darren?
Yep.
Did I get that right?
I don't know.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick
No,
and
I didn't.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is.
Oh, well, she's been.
I can't believe they've let Aunt Jemima go that long.
Greg, she's in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just shocked. There's a thing called a butter maiden.
Yeah, the butter maiden. But guys, do you understand? Don't miss the fact that there's no cartooning of it. There's no making fun. It simply is depicting a woman who might have been in an Indian tribe, dressed the way she would have been dressed. She's very modestly presented. She's standing there holding the butter, like, look at this delicious butter. Have some. Mm-hmm. And so what
Indians probably made really good butter at one time. I don't know.
Well, what's racist? But how can you ever say? I tell you what, that right there is racist.
Let's say it was Land of Honkies cheese.
Right.
Okay. And it had a white person on it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care.
No, Greg, it doesn't. It doesn't even say land of Indians. It's land of lakes. I mean, there's nothing that in this entire packaging that could have ever been deemed racist or inappropriate. Why would we crumble to this kind? Sometimes you got to tell these people, where have you been for the last 99 years?
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it earlier. I bet there's not one Indian that was offended. Whoever started all this is probably not even an Indian.
Do you remember the other day when, Mike Leach got into his trouble?
Yeah.
And Jeremiah from Los Angeles called, who said he was African American, and he said, I don't know one African American that would be bothered by this meme of the elderly lady that's tired of being with her husband all the time, and she's sewing him a scarf and it's a noose. And he said, this is a classic example of people being offended on your behalf. Yes. And then once they tell you should be offended, then people will jump on board. Because we like to be a victim. For some reason, there was a time where really being a victim was something we all tried to avoid.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody say, God, I'm really upset I haven't been a victim in a while. I really try to avoid victimhood. Why does anybody want to be a victim? But now it seems to be mod. It's like, man, you look excited today. Well, you're having a good day. Just found out I was a victim. Oh, really? Yeah, I can't wait to get on social media and wallow in my victimhood.
I would rather.
Hey, you bothered by Land O'Lakes? No, I'm not. Well, you should be. Well, thanks for pointing me to that. I think I am bothered by it.
Let me ask you this, too. Let's just assume they did want to change. Now is the time? Why now?
Right.
I know.
That's 100 years coming up, I guess. That's kind of what they alluded to.
How about if I'm Land O'Lakes and I really want to change it? I just change it and don't announce it.
Yeah, just let somebody call and go, hey, why'd y'all change it?
But Greg,
you're just grandstanding. That's all you're doing.
That's
I would
exactly
just go out like get the butter maiden off and let's put like Cowboy Roy or somebody like that in there.
Greg,
Cowboy Roy,
no.
the cheese cowboy.
Do you know why you can't put him on there? The way he treated the Indians.
Well, that's a good point, Rick. Never mind. Let's just have a sunset and talk about. And how about let's put a lake on there?
Greg, but
let's put a lake.
Greg, wait a minute.
Put a cow that the butter came from.
Greg, wait a minute. Sunset. Are you trying to suggest that maybe this is what are you trying to say here?
All right, I've got a.
Is this some way to? You're talking about God? Maybe this is not God showing us a glimpse of heaven, is it?
Well, that's true.
You backward. Jesus,
God's butter.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. God. So this is just this is one of those things where you picture me sitting down at the camp, and I would love to have this moment. I would love to have this moment. I'm sitting there at the conference room. Hey, Mr. Burgess, you ever thought about maybe us changing this logo we got on our butter? You're talking about the butter we've been selling like hotcakes for over 100 years.
Yeah, that butter.
Yeah. Hey, I think it's going to be an obstacle for us. You talking like it's been for the last 99 years? We've been cranking out butter for 99 years. Are you saying this is such an obstacle we may not make it to 200 years? I mean, what are you even saying?
All right, I'm trying to put my liberal hat on here. All right, it's a 7 1/4. That's a little tight, but do you think because on the logo, and I'm trying to figure it out here, where it says farmer owned, it's right beside her. Are they trying to insinuate? Oh, look, are you claiming that farmers own Indians?
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. But the people you're talking about are so stupid. That's possible.
I don't know.
But
almost like they feel like
a bigger point here that we're having all this discussion about butter.
Yeah. It's butter,
and we're leaving it out. But those little individual cheese squares they make are really good.
You're right,
Greg. Can I go back to this again? Yeah. Here's where you mess up.
Size, perfect for a cracker.
Yeah, Greg. I call this.
Watch it.
Listen, I call this the Great Cracker Barrel mistake because they're the ones who did it and they corrected it. Is when you do not know your audience. Okay.
Yeah.
The very people that Land O'Lakes is trying to cater to right now have demonized butter. I mean, that's not your audience. Yeah. That is not your audience. When Cracker Barrel tried to crumble on the Duck Dynasty thing, shot rings out. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Will of Meat still in play. Could happen today. Hasn't happened yet. So before the week's out, we will definitely have this. Gang's all here today. Thanks for all your participation on the portrait that actually came from Andrew. Andrew is listener of the week, not Darren. I just grabbed a name. Grab one out of the air there. So thank you, buddy. And we've enjoyed that. It led to a great discussion and a lot of fun. All right, so a couple of things. Now, you have all heard Miss Kay call the program here. I mean, she's made her way in the last 2 years to the big year-ender on Twas the Night Before Christmas.
Always enjoy hearing from her.
Yeah, and so the governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, everybody having fun with this. You know, she is starting now here in Alabama, we've got a re-election campaign starting with the governor, and we got a Senate race, don't we, that's involved too. That's got a lot of folks running for that.
Tis the season.
Tis the season. So anyway, the Kay Ivey, the governor of Alabama, had a little political commercial that they put out, just a little 30-second blip of her and with her wonderful Southern accent. And you know, there's a difference in being Southern and being country. That's two different things. Hers is more Southern.
Mm-hmm. She definitely has the Montgomery accent.
Yeah, she you know, go get your Aunt Martha and your mother and meet us down in Montgomery and
in your car.
It's the same thing as Foghorn Leghorn.
In your car. So here she is in her political commercial talking about Joe Biden. Here we go.
Growing up, my mom and dad told us, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Well, here's what I have to say about Joe Biden.
That's pretty good.
Alabama's one and only.
That's
Kay
funny.
Ivey.
Hold on. Poor Joe. Bless his heart.
I give that one 2 thumbs up.
That's a good
The only
one.
thing that
That's a
would have
good
been
one.
better than the clock ticking was crickets.
Yeah, that was funny.
That's
good
funny.
stuff.
That was whoever put that together.
That's
That was
good
that's
stuff.
well done.
Well
and also
done.
getting in that Southern bless his heart. That's
Yeah.
good. Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
That
We
agency
know
did not
that
name
lingo.
Florence for sure.
Yeah. Well, the
or not name them, but logo. Sorry.
there you go. That's all right,
Speedy,
buddy.
it was a great idea. at the
Dadgummit.
time.
I know where you were trying to
And
go.
you stomped on Bubba to do it, which made it even better.
Did I really?
You got him in the woodpile.
No, I knew what you're trying to do. It was a good try.
It was. It was bad. I'm sorry, buddy. You
Throwback.
Yeah. So, but the
Logo.
but
Speedy. But hello.
Yeah.
You just confused the whole room.
Yeah. They didn't rename the city. Just the logo.
She did have her red pantsuit on, which that's when she
That's
means
her
business.
go-to.
That's when she means business.
Kay
I
Ivey
don't
didn't
get-
rename the city.
Have y'all seen the one where she tells them to hold their breath? I don't really get. I mean,
I hadn't seen that.
Well, she's
hey,
saying-
Washington, hold your breath.
She's saying something about the Washington elite
Yeah, I know.
learning their lesson or, getting with it. She says, don't hold your breath.
So don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I like this one. I'm gonna stay with this.
What about the logo?
Yeah, she didn't rename Florence or come up with a logo. Okay.
That commercial
An
there,
agency
I like.
did. I like that one.
Yeah,
I'll stay when it comes on. I'll watch it.
Okay, that's all right. I hope Ryan heard that.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Did you know I got a Marco Polo the other day or something? You did something, and all it is just him laughing uncontrollably, and it just goes off.
It does it. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm here for him.
He's your biggest fan.
Yeah, if he can find Speedy in the Vine.
Well, Greg doesn't know this, but I sneak video of him being corporate Greg like he is now, and I send it to Ryan.
Right.
And I get the same response about that.
Oh, yeah.
It's network coordinator.
Oh, yeah. Corporate Greg is good.
Yeah. So funny. Bubba, it's a tough transition, but it's the other video. Have you told me about this woman acting like a zombie at the Texas border? Is this too weird?
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
It's a big change. It's a big change from comedy commercial we like to this, which is reality, sadly.
Right.
Betty was telling me about this last night. She said, have you seen this woman at the border? She looks like she's possessed.
No,
I have not seen the video.
Is she coming in or going out?
Okay.
Here we go.
Put your feet in.
They arrest her.
Yeah, they arrested her trying
for
to get
human
in.
trafficking.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Ma'am, put your feet in so we can close the doors.
Look at her.
She just sits there catatonic, doesn't she?
Very good, Rick.
Thank you, buddy.
That's a good word.
You're going to close the door. You stay right there before we move.
Oh, my goodness.
That scared me a little bit.
Hey, calm down.
Oh, she's demon possessed is what that is. What are you talking about, zombie?
Oh, my goodness.
Back
That's a demon-possessed woman is what that is.
Yes.
Back up.
That is a demon-possessed woman. Human trafficking, the things that we did that interview about.
She's about to get that hand in the door, and she is going to scream.
Oh, my goodness.
Back in there. Ma'am, we're going to have to tase you. You're not going to like that. I don't understand what you're telling me.
Do you hear that voice?
Don't touch him. Don't touch her, sir.
Put your feet back in there.
You hear that?
Yes, I do.
Do you hear the hissing?
Yes.
Those of you that don't believe in what we talk about, that's a demon-possessed person is what you see there.
Golly, those poor agents.
And
How will they respond to a good taser?
She say, you tased me, bro. Oh, I'm sorry.
What was that? What was that?
What in the world?
I don't even know what to.
They do say that we're gonna have to tase you, ma'am, if you don't get back in there.
Yeah, I heard him say that. You're not gonna like that.
Don't tase me, bro.
But that's God, y'all.
When you get that urge, Speedy, just fight it.
I got like chills and stuff when listening to her.
Yeah,
I
guys,
don't like
guys,
that. I don't like nothing about that.
Jumped.
I want you to think.
She jumped. I jumped.
I want you to think about.
I skated.
When Bubba said she's being arrested for human trafficking, and if you heard the interview that we just did on the podcast last week, the evil and just depravity that is, and then you see this demon possession. That's what that is. That's what we just saw, and it is.
I don't. I'd almost like just to delete that video.
Yeah, me too.
Just get it out of here.
It's like I'll tell you what. You go from a red pantsuit and a little humor to that. That's tough.
It is.
I knew
Rick,
it was,
that's what we do here.
We do.
I knew the jump was coming, and I was kind of looking forward to watching you guys on the jump.
Yeah, it got me.
Greg jumped hard.
I did. It scared me.
Rick, we are the Jake Breaker.
What'd they say about
I'm telling you, man.
What'd they say about that tase, Speedy?
Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me, bro.
All right, that's serious stuff, y'all. We don't need to
Very.
I ain't getting around all that. The spiritual world.
You
No,
just
sir.
did the voice, and then you go with serious stuff.
Serious stuff, y'all. Don't tase me, bro.
After you do the voice.
Listen, here's the thing. It's so serious that the urge I usually have for all of us start doing, I don't have that urge.
No.
You know what my urge is to run right now?
I'm playing off that guy.
Quit talking.
I want to run
I'm
for
playing
some
off
reason,
Taser
hide in
Boy.
that curtain.
I'm not being.
Look, I hide behind it. Don't move.
I don't like none of that.
No,
Serious.
By the way,
Serious, real serious.
I noticed you're really serious.
I don't like it. Stop.
Y'all jumped hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
hey now,
Hey ho!
Yeah.
Hey, now.
it's from the pits of hell, and we talked about that.
Yep.
I didn't know it would be literal.
Don't need to make light of it.
Who are you talking to? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cracker Barrel, do you have any idea who comes in there and eats your food?
Yeah.
I
and
mean, have
shops
you
in your
lost
store.
your mind? You've got Kenny Rogers' greatest hits in the country store.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, and then they quickly had an about face because they realized the only people they were catering to don't come to Cracker Barrel anyway.
And I've heard the Redskins. We've had them protests, and Chief Wahoo. We've had those. I've never once heard anybody bring up Land O'Lakes. Not once.
You know why, Greg? Because there's nothing here that looks bigoted in any way.
Because
it's honoring.
butter. It's
Every time I
butter.
see a logo like this, I think, man, that's an honor to be on that.
Yeah.
Well,
Not anymore.
I wish my face was on it.
If you
I
think
know.
Aunt Jemima's going to survive, you are incorrect.
No way.
Surprised that she's survived this long.
And she's had some pushback before, but she just keeps going on through. You know why it is?
Syrup's good.
It's
It is very good. I wish I had a bowl of it right now.
Where it calms me to see her face on the bottle. It makes me feel calm.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Adler? We've been waiting on this moment, and Bubba, it's here now. Dave Ramsey is joining the Rick and Bubba Show. Dave, how are you?
Well, I am better than I deserve, my friend. How are you guys holding up?
Well, we're celebrating. I'm glad you finally let your employees out of the hostage situation that you had them in.
Well, I'm kind of known for that, just mistreating them. That's why we win Best Place to Work every year, is because we mistreat our team.
Yes, you've been
and
like
Dave, I know for years you've told people to have a 90-day emergency fund. Hey, you meant it, didn't you?
Well, you meant it.
Like, whoop, wasn't kidding. Yeah.
So this is odd, Dave, and I've been worried about you. You know, I just this week bought some whole life insurance and leased a truck, and looking back at that, maybe that wasn't the best move. But no, all kidding aside, so I know with Financial Peace University, I do want everyone to look at the website and go to daveramsey.com/hope. They're giving away a 14-day free trial of Financial Peace University. Also doing a free Financial Peace live event Thursday night, which is coming up with Dave and also Chris Hogan. All that information is there at daveramsey.com/hope. Even the plans, Dave, that you've put out there, boy, I talked to a buddy of mine that has a business, and I said, well, why are you not just using your line of credit to get you through? Don't we do that for, different things with cash flow? And he said, Rick, that is set up for cash flow. There's nothing set up for no income. There's no cash coming in. It's a little different now.
Yeah, businesses are either like people. They're either in that boat where they're just basically shut down revenue. They're in a kind of a middle range where they're hanging on, which is kind of where Ramsey's been. Our revenues are only off about 8% total. We've had some increases in some areas, some deep decreases in other areas. So, and then there's the group that are actually booming.
Yep.
I talked to a guy who owns a heat and air company the other day. He said record sales because everybody's at home wanting their thermostat fixed and their heat and air fixed and whatever. And certainly delivery things and grocery stores. And God knows if you're in the toilet paper business, you just became a millionaire, And you got businesses that have actually, they're booming in this. They've seen an uptick. So, it just depends on which area you find yourself in as to how you have to react. Personally, you could be in those same things. You could be out of a job or kind of in the middle or really having this is turning out to be a good thing financially for you.
Dave, a couple of questions. And we had talked earlier when all this was going down. Immediately, we said, I wonder what Dave thinks about this. So that's why we wanted to have you on to get your opinion on some of this. Some of the programs that are out there, and we can talk about what the government's doing, if it's right or wrong on the big scale and debt-wise and all that. But on a personal level, stimulus checks are coming to some people. Some people are in the PPP program if you're a small business. And even more so, payment deferment plans on mortgages. Talk a little bit about that. Is that a good thing? Is that something we need to look out for, the hidden thing behind the curtain, or how do you view those?
Well, the problem is that people let their emotions, they hear forbearance or deferment on my mortgage, and their emotions tell them I don't have to pay my payment. But if you'll use your intellect instead of your emotions, you'll say, oh crap, I'm not going to pay the payment for 3 months, and then they're going to want all 4 months in September, and I'm going to be up a creek with no paddle. And so don't do that. If there's any way, your first thing you should pay, no matter what, in this situation is food. The second is lights and water. And the third is shelter. Don't put off your rent if you can pay it. Don't put off your mortgage if you can pay it, even if you're being offered the ability to kick the can down the road. Because, by the way, when you get down the road, the can's going to be there. Hello. So, you don't want to get in that situation. I understand some people have to.
It is 7 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We have a big update to start the hour on. There's so many stories now involving this transition. Hopefully, out of the pandemic, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start another hour. If you've missed parts of the Rick and Bubba Show, but you'd like to have them, not a problem. Go to rickandbubba.com. You can see the video option or the audio option for you to get archives to watch and or listen to any part of the Rick and Bubba Show that you don't get live on your own time. All available at rickandbubba.com. So let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubba, how you doing, man?
Rick, I am great. Thank all of you for joining us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We are honored and privileged you spend a few hours with us each and every day.
All right, so let's. We got a lot of updating to do.
The pivot, Rick. They call it the pivot.
Here we go.
Not a divot, but a pivot. A pivot.
Pandemic, COVID update, and there's just piles of stories, apologies, pivots. We got it all today. Science has been loaded up and trashed, the politics of all this. And I really believe, Bubba, since we're seeing some of the Democrats start to pivot a little bit, that they've come to the conclusion that politically, probably they're on the wrong side of this, and people are sick and tired of mandates, they're sick and tired of masks, they're sick and tired of things being shut down, not this and that. And I think the Democrats are realizing, hey, we may be on the wrong side of this politically now. But anyway, whatever the reason may be, there seems to be.
Is it science, Rick, or is it medical science, or is it political science? That's the question.
All right, so video science. So video one. Is this just kind of Is this CNN? This is their health expert?
Yeah, and they're
Lena Wynn. Is that her name or Wynn?
Well, yeah, just listen to what she's got to say.
I'm sorry, and none of this is new. This is all stuff we've been saying for a year and a half.
But it's not official until the left declares that they want. And they'll do that thing like that old commercial. Wait a minute, that's what I just said. And the guy says, yeah, but I did my arm like this. The Democrats will now say everything that we've been saying for months and act like they're the ones that finally came to that conclusion. All right, so here's an example of that. Here we go.
There was and is a time and place for pandemic restrictions, but when they were put in, it was always with the understanding that they would be removed as soon as we can. And in this case, circumstances have changed. Case counts are declining. Also, the science has changed. We know that vaccines protect very well against Omicron, which is the dominant variant. Everyone 5 and older have widespread access to vaccines. And we also know about one-way masking, the idea that even if other people around you are not wearing masks, if you wear a high quality mask, that also protects you, the wearer, too. And so in this case, I'm not saying, I don't think anyone really is saying that no one should ever wear masks, but rather that the responsibility should shift from a government mandate imposed from the state or the local district or the school. Rather, it should shift to an individual responsibility by the family, who can still decide that their child can wear a mask if needed.
It's almost like the host was not clued in on this. Did you watch his face? He's like,
wait a minute, I thought you were going to push lockdowns again.
That's what they're saying at Fox News. They've been saying for months.
Right, that's not on script. You see him look at the script.
But you know what that is politically? We have discovered the mandates are going to kill us at the midterm elections.
Yeah. And Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, kind of sheds some light on that.
Yeah, he calls him on the pivot. Here we go.
These kids are so much happier being able to go to school without having to wear masks for 8 hours a day. So when you start to see them kind of reevaluate or say all this, just understand this. The science didn't change. Well, the medical science didn't change. The political science changed. They feel the heat. They know that voters have been tired of perpetual lockdown policies. They know that they have basically offered no off-ramp, and they know that they're fixing to get whooped at the polls. And so that's what's causing the epiphany. But the fact of the matter is, if they had looked at the actual science from the beginning, they would have known that this was something that Florida was right on.
Rick, now here too, to back up his statements and what most people are seeing here. If you look at the timeline, the State of the Union address has been pushed back to March the 1st.
Yeah, there you go.
And Joe Biden wants to cut. Now this will be the last State of the Union address before we have midterm elections. He really wants to go in there and say, we've defeated.
Oh, yeah,
COVID.
100%.
And you can now let up on restrictions.
Absolutely.
Because they know that is the number one issue that is going to kill them at the polls. So they're trying to do away with it.
You're 100% right. Unfortunately, the teachers union, I don't know, some of these teachers unions, do y'all just want to destroy children? I don't know what that you're obsessive about this, and you can be quite dramatic, by the way. So here is a teachers union boss that says we're not on board with the pivot, and we are not going to support the unmasking of kids. So here we go.
What Dr. McBride just told us about masks not particularly being effective for children, what's the argument against taking off masks in schools?
Well, the argument is that let me just say this. I am in favor of an off-ramp on masks.
Right.
The real issue becomes, is the spread low enough so that there's no dissemination or transmission in schools? And it's not the teachers transmitting to kids. It's more kids and kids, particularly in elementary schools right now. And so the question really becomes, that's why I like what Massachusetts has done, because what they've said is that on a school-by-school basis, they said if there's 80% vaccination rates, then those schools can lift the mandates.
She wants zero transmission and 80% vaccination rates for kids before she thinks masks should come off.
Look,
that was
dependent, non-dependent on your job.
Right.
If we can vote to stay at home and get paid,
right.
That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I know a lot of the classroom teachers do not reflect that attitude.
Yeah.
They want to get back.
Yeah.
They want to teach.
I'm talking about a union.
But the
like
union
this.
bosses are definitely in the pay us and let us stay at home, and we're going to keep coming up with excuses.
Well, these kids in masks too. Not once did she mention any scientific proof, because we all know elementary kids are first of all wearing N95s. Not. We also know that elementary schools wear it over their nose and mouth. Not. And so it's not doing anything. And we also know that even if you're vaccinated, you can still catch the Omicron and pass it to somebody else. So this is all lunacy. It needs to be, if a kid gets sick, they go home. Hey, they might have given it to somebody else. Like I think that happens during the flu season. I think that happens, during cold season. That kids, of course, they also develop an incredible amount of immunity by not being isolated from the ongoing natural process of catching things, passing things, getting over them, and coming back. Omicron has not proven to be dangerous to elementary children to any level of concern.
It's a very low percentage, very low. And Rick, think about this too.
So there's no science in what she just said.
You may be robbing these kids of being exposed in the time of their life when they're the threat to do damage to them is very low, and it may hurt them later in life.
What she wants school
so
children,
they don't build up. They won't build up an immunity.
Right. What she wants elementary kids to do is more damaging than them actually just moving on with their lives as the pandemic wanes away on a much less dangerous variant. Fauci says that he can't let it go either, but he's starting to be open to it. But once again, he must be in charge on when we actually do this. Here's Fauci.
What are your thoughts on children, first of all, needing to wear masks at school, and what do you think about the possibility we're going to be able to lift?
Well, certainly there will come a time, hopefully sooner rather than later, when we will be able to lift the mask mandate in general, including to schools, but we're not there yet.
Not gonna let go.
We never get there with the Fauci.
When we do get there, you're out of the headlines, and that's why.
No, I'm about to be taken off TV.
Yeah. Have you noticed too? The new catchword is off ramp that everybody.
They love.
We need an off ramp.
Somebody passed that around, didn't they?
Yep.
So we have some MSNBC hosts that are not happy. They did not celebrate the news that Democrat governors are planning on loosening the COVID-19 restrictions. So MSNBC is still clinging to all of this. Stacey Abrams has apologized for her maskless photo at schools, but she says she still wouldn't lift the mandates for kids, only for her, I guess. Does that bother anybody? I mean, at all? Mm. Fauci did say that he thought full-blown COVID-19 pandemic is almost over in the country. but he's not ready to drop all the mandates just yet. Here's more. Here's Los Angeles. The insanity continues. They may fire 4,000 employees from the sheriff's office over vaccination status. Which one do you think? Which one do you think is more damaging to Los Angeles? Having 4,000 less people in the sheriff's department, are the people who are working in law enforcement not being mandated to have a vaccine?
Well, this kind of goes back to the nurse thing again.
Right.
We're firing nurses that wouldn't get vaccinated.
Stupid.
Then we have a shortfall, which we already were on top of to begin with.
Yep.
And now we have to hire them back because we have a shortfall in nurses that we told to go home who have been treating COVID patients all along, and a lot of them already have natural immunity to it.
Yeah, if we can just move on, I don't even care if the Democrats, they're going to find a way to take credit for it. Let's just move on. If they get credit for it, that's fine with me. Let's just move on.
Let's go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But be worried about it. I mean, be upset about it because it's going to come and hit you in the face later. So that one, the same thing with the student loan. You've got student loan interest forgiveness and payment forgiveness. And so everybody's like, oh, okay, I'm just going to put my hands over my ears and go la, 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 and pretend like there's no life until I had September when the interest kicks in again. No. If you've got money and you've got steady jobs, use the fact that there's no interest and pile on right now and get that student loan evicted. Get Sally Mae out of your house. My God, quarantine, she's been hanging out with you. You know, this is ridiculous.
So that was I think you hit on it. You see people who actually have income and they're so panicked, they're buying into these programs when their income is still coming in.
Exactly.
And as you said, and that was the thing that I thought of, those payments they didn't take them away from you. They just deferred them, which means you should really only do that if you don't have any way to pay them, correct?
Exactly. And there's some things that make sense. I mean, if you're running a business, the one that we are doing is the payroll deferment.
Yeah.
We don't have to pay the employer portion of the payroll tax through the end of the year, but then we do have to pay it. We're kicking that can down the road over the next 3 years. But that helps us with cash flow right now and pile up some extra cash to make sure that these people's jobs are protected. Doesn't cost us a dime. We just have to cash manage that. That's not a problem. The PPP, on the other hand, I got guys that I know who are anti-government, hate borrowing money, and they're all signing up for the PPP. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a loan. It has terms. It has an interest rate. It is only forgiven if you jump through all the hoops and do a Tiger King shimmy. I mean, you're not going to get out of the thing. It's not, it is ridiculous. The bill is as thick as a phone book, and no one that voted on it read it, and no one that's making the loans or taking the loans has read it. I mean, they've got some basic guidelines. If you keep employment up, it's no problem. And everybody's acting like this is free money. It's all going to be forgiven. It's the SBA, which is the DMV of the financial world. You cannot count on these people to not change the game. You cannot count on these people to have actually read the bill and know what the crap they're making the loans on. I'm telling you, these churches taking the PPP, the government you are the borrower, slave of the lender. You're setting yourself up. Please don't do this and act like it's no big deal because it's just going to be forgiven, Dave. You just don't understand. Yeah, I do understand. I've watched these people change the rules before. You remember that time when the student loans were going to be forgiven if you worked 10 years in an underserved area, but nobody's had them forgiven? Yeah, I remember that time.
Yeah, I was also, even though they tried to save it, I also bought into the PAC program in my state. And strangely enough, all of a sudden, the value of the PAC program when my kid went to college, there was one time it went away completely, and you thought you may not get it at all, and then they came back and said, well, to save it, we had to give you less. So, yeah, the government will always change the arrangement, even on the best-looking deal.
Yeah, and so the easiest thing is not be beholden to them. Don't borrow money. And again, it's like the other thing we said. Some people are going to have to defer a mortgage. Some businesses may have to. But I've got a friend who's sitting on a pile of cash, and he took it out, and he's just laughing at me like, you're just missing out on the free money, Ramsey. They're going to forgive it. And I'm like, no, doofus, I ain't signing up again. I've had enough people call my house that, when I couldn't pay my bills, and I don't need the SBA or the government or any combination of the two. And God help us, some stupid butt bank in the middle of my business ever again. No, thank you.
Dave, on the deferment plan, what about those that defer it to the end of the loan? Are there variances in that? You were talking about the forbearance, which is, you said would, rightly so, you'd all be due at the end of the 90 days or whatever you agree to. But what about those that are rolling that to the end of the loan?
It's not a good financial move. You're better off to get out of that sooner rather than later. But if you have to do something, that's fine. But here's the danger with that. Here's what's happening out here in the real world. When our customers, we're working people in crisis, obviously coaching and helping them right now.
Right.
And we're calling, the mortgage company says, well, just don't make the payment and we'll figure it out. It'll either be a forbearance or we'll kick it to the end. They're not committing to it.
Right.
And you know what that means? You're going to have 4 payments due in September. That's what that means.
They're going to choose the deal that's good for them, not you, right?
Yeah, I speak Wells Fargo. That's what they're really saying.
Right. Well, you've been
fluent in that language.
What Dave is trying to tell you is, if you're not in that situation and you're just thinking this is going to be, I don't know, some
free money.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah, it's not. It's never going to turn out that way.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother.
23 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Over the years on the program, we have talked many times about dreams, and you know, it is so. This one I'm gonna be able to identify real easy on where it came from, because it came from the audience and it came from emails, and it came from the discussion on the show. And sometimes you're like, okay, so. This time, my subconscious just decided to go back and replay something almost to the letter of what we talked about on the show. So you remember yesterday we did the story. I guess it was yesterday, wasn't it? When James Carville's going to call us anybody unvaccinated a piece of feces, but he used
He said he'd like to punch us.
Yeah, and then he wants to punch us.
Yep.
So, and then I got an email from somebody that talked about James Carville. So I had a dream last night that I had a confrontation with James Carville, and it was in Seaside, Florida, and so I was in Seaside, which just goes back to an email somebody sent me, and I see James Carville jogging, and I began to ask him if he wanted to come punch me in the face.
Are you serious?
And
he whooped your butt.
And then he beat me up. No. So what was?
Said, somebody help me. We got an email from somebody that said they'd met him.
Right in the Seaside.
Is that what you were going to talk about?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's where that came from.
Okay.
Don't you think? I mean, because that's where it was.
Well, he said he was a very frail man anyway.
Yeah,
so he
didn't think
he was going to be punching him.
Yeah, that was that Seaside thing. So I guess that's how I ended up in Seaside.
That's exactly how it was. Happened, yeah.
And so
Speedy knows.
But
we break down dreams.
But I gave him what was
There's
funny.
No Joseph over there.
What was funny?
Sigmund Freud.
At one point, James Carville is standing in front of me, and he's sweating from running. And he
looked like a lizard.
Yes, he did. Very, very frail.
Yeah, it's a
but for
weird
some
looking dude.
reason, it's like all I wanted to do was give him a speech. And I said, hey, here, just for your information, I caught COVID before there ever was a vaccine. Okay, we didn't have one. And then I had the antibodies, which have now been proven were 6 times more protective of the Delta variant than you if you hadn't had it and you were on a vaccine. So what you got to say about that? You don't even have your facts right. You want to go around and punch people. You don't even have the science on it right. What are you punching me for? Having more protection than you ever had? Oh. And then
was he out of breath?
He was out of breath, and then I started pointing to my beard and saying that I think if he threw a punch, I don't even think it would penetrate my beard.
Okay,
that literally,
that's a thick beard.
You know, and so then I woke up. So I had an encounter with James Carville.
Carville whipped your butt.
No, let's face it.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah, it's the bottom line.
You really need things to get back to normal, don't you?
Yeah,
Really?
well, I mean, but do y'all realize yesterday? I mean, that really stayed with me because I always love the hypocrisy of anybody who's emotional like this. To say that they're the all loving. Love is love, and love this and love that. And here's some love, there's love, everybody some love. But there's some of the most hateful, meanful, vindictive, violent people you ever encounter.
And why do they get a pass? And like you have celebrities.
I want to punch people in the face, and I think you're a piece of whatever if you didn't get vaccinated.
And you've had celebrities
if you don't have a vaccine?
And others come out and say the unvaccinated hospitals don't need to take them in, hope they die. You've had celebrities
not very
say
nice.
that. Why do they get a pass? Well, I know why. But
sure. So anyway, yeah. So I think the audience and the news story yesterday got me involved in a dream that I had, and I was laughing about it when I got up today. I was like, "Well, that's
good. You can remember it.
Guess what's going to happen tonight? You're going to dream you got in a conversation with that plant-based guy.
Yeah,
hey, he's going to try to get you to eat a plant-based diet, and you ain't going to like it.
I'll probably give a speech about that.
Yeah.
Can I tell you this?
No punches were thrown.
I hope I
right?
don't have any dreams about that border woman we saw.
Ooh,
no.
You wasn't Speedy made light of.
Let's not bring it up anymore.
Easy.
Rick,
So, but no punches were
face on
officially.
No punches.
thrown.
There were no punches.
Because if you know how you try to throw a punch in a dream, and it's like you're trying to punch underwater,
or
and
you're trying to run and your legs won't work.
Yeah, I didn't know if you're
I'm
trying
going
to,
for the touchdown. I'm out ahead of everybody.
Yeah. Well, looking,
like, come on, man.
Yeah, looking back, it kind of concerned me because I thought, I'm glad I didn't try to throw a punch in the dream and not be able to throw it. Because in a dream you can't.
No, it's like you're.
But what's weird? I can scale buildings though. I can jump real high, but my speed's not there.
I know it.
But I've jumped high up on a building and down. I've had those.
Yeah.
But if I run or like I say punch,
And I have all kinds of football dreams where for some reason I'm back playing again, but I'm the age I am now, and no one's questioning.
I've done that.
But
Rick, I'm the same guy.
But anyway,
I've had a recurring dream that I was Ed Marinero of the Minnesota Vikings, number 49. He went on to be a pretty good actor.
He was in Hill Street Blues. No, one of them cop shows.
Not much of a running back, but
I mean, there's been times I've been. You've probably had the same deal. I'm in warm-ups and I know how old I am.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm like, no one's questioning that I'm dressing out. I mean, I think I'm gonna be able to play.
I have the same
and
thing.
And the worst one is when you can't run. I had one. My whole life I just wanted somebody just throw me one out here in the flat one time.
Yeah.
And let me
get out.
Let me
see
go.
what I can
Let me
make
go
happen.
north and south. Let me come out of the backfield and just dish me something right over here.
Rick, in my dream,
and it happened, and I couldn't run.
I'm Ed Marinero. I'm playing for the Minnesota Vikings. We're in our visitor jerseys, all white.
Oh,
we
yeah.
didn't wear purple pants.
No.
And Fran Tarkington, we run a draw play.
Yeah.
And I get the ball, and there is a hole opens up big enough
mile
to drive
wide.
a butt, and I am digging through the middle. It is great.
Isn't that a great dream?
It's the greatest run I've ever had.
Too bad it was Ed Marinero, whatever his name is.
I got to be honest with you. In dreams, I can rarely run. I'm always struggling to run in dreams.
He was the running back when I had that. If I'd had it later, I'd have been Chuck Foreman.
That's true. Right. Could have caught the ball one hand.
Right.
Shake and bake.
Why am I out here? I mean,
I know, Rick. I'm 50.
Right, and the coaches tell me that what my responsibilities. I'm like, does he know I'm 57?
Speaking of that, when we come back, living the dream. Did you see what Gronk has said? He wants to continue his NFL career now that Brady's gone. If he does, who he wants to play with, what quarterback he wants to play with.
Yep, and is Arch Manning looking to the SEC now? We'll see. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba.
And now, if you're in a desperate situation, you may not have a choice.
Dave, I think, too, a lot of people may have had their money coming in or expected it to stop or just didn't know. And, anytime you're in a crisis situation, and again, and we've joked about it here, this is our first pandemic. We don't know how to act. We don't have a game plan. We'll know next time. But I think a lot of people were just wanting to try to get as much cash on hand as they could because in a crisis, cash is king.
Well, that's true. And the more volatile or unstable your situation is, the more extreme move you ought to make to get that cash on hand. And so, 8 weeks ago, if you were working in a restaurant, it would have been a real good idea to pile up a bunch of cash, right?
Right.
Obviously, we know that now. But right now, if listening to us is a FedEx driver and his wife is a teacher, you're not going to lose your jobs in this.
Right.
You don't have to. I know there's a hurricane outside, but
Right.
You're okay. You're okay. Calm your butt down. Don't be going into stupid land because you watch the news too much.
And you have been through that. You remember life in financial disaster. I mean, I know it's not a lot of fun, but you learn from it. So let's talk about learning from this.
I remember tearing down a deck with my grandpa Ramsey, which was one of my favorite people on the planet. In 1970, I was 10 years old. And I'm pulling a nail out of one of the boards, and I started throwing the nails over in the trash. And he stopped me, and he taught me how to straighten the nail out, keep it, a used nail, and throw it into a coffee can. And as I got to know him later, that was like the metaphor of his life. He learned from the Great Depression to be frugal. and save money. And consequently, his life was completely changed for the positive financially because he learned the lessons of a very hard time that was his teacher. That was a corporate hard time, meaning the whole culture experienced it at once. Sometimes we individually go through it. You go through a nasty divorce or a job loss, or you lose a business, or like I went broke when I was 28 because I was stupid. And the lessons I learned from that changed my life in a positive way. And so we're making very sure that no one at Ramsey, none of our personalities or anybody saying, I told you so, you should have had an emergency fund. We're not going to say that, but we are going to say, hey, if you're hurting right now, that's your wake-up call. Answer the bell, because that's meaning that stuff is going to happen in this life, and having an emergency fund, being out of debt, being on a budget is the best way to prosper in good times and in bad times. And so this idea that you can just spend like you live on Instagram, you've got to stop it. And you spend like you're in Congress, you got to stop it. And this is your wake-up call, so answer the bell. There's always something good that comes from pain if you'll look for it, and it's transformative.
Yeah.
Well, and Dave, you make a good point. Even though we're dealing with a pandemic and it's historic now, in personal lives, people are still going to get sick. People are still going to have layoffs. People are still going to have, jobs, a reduction in force and things like that. So even though we're dealing with a pandemic now, there's always those mini pandemics that come to life personally that, is not going to get the headlines, but it's a big deal to you.
Yeah. I mean, what's major surgery? Surgery happens to me.
Right.
Surgery happens to you, and that's when it's not corporate, when it's not culture wide, and so over here's got trouble. We all just look at them and go, oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry my friend's going through that. But you don't feel it. You don't necessarily get the lesson from them going through it, but everybody's got their wake up call now. And you don't need to be smug if you've been doing Dave Ramsey for 20 years and you had your emergency fund and you were debt free. You just need to be helpful to those that haven't done it yet and say, hey, let's use common sense, God's and grandma's ways of handling money. And this is your lesson, and take the lesson, pass the test this time. You flunked it before.
Melanie in Albertville has a question that you can ask Dave. Melanie, go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Rick, for taking my call.
Sure. My pleasure.
And also, Bubba got me kind of scared, I guess. Not really scared, but thinking about some things this morning when he was talking about Social Security and, how the government borrows from itself. And, of course, they're the ones that back the banks and insure our money that is in the banks. Okay. Well, if you have a good bit of money in the bank, do you feel like it's a good idea to leave it in the bank? Should it be put somewhere else?
Okay, no, so let's talk about banks.
Perfectly safe there. The FDIC is a lot stronger now. The insurance process that the government uses to back the banks is much stronger now than it's ever been. The only time I would have worried about it, and I worried about it for about 30 seconds, was back in 2008.
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And have you ever thought about sending someone, or maybe you yourself, receiving a box full of awesome? Well, you could. Our friends at boxofawesome.com are ready to go. And you're going to love this. This is really a lot of fun. The folks at Bespoke Post, they're the ones that put together the Box of Awesome idea, and man, they've done a good idea. I mean, they've got some great threads, some camping gear, grooming goods, gadgets, and what they're going to do is get some questions about you or about the person you're going to be sending the Box of Awesome to. And then when that box gets there, it's going to have all kinds of things in there that this person or you yourself love. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or you can cancel anytime you want to. It's very flexible. Each box is valued around $70. You pay a fraction of that price. So why don't you join the Team Rick and Bubba and get 20% off your first box by going to boxofawesome.com. This is a great gift idea. It's also just a lot of fun for yourself. You can enter the promo code Bubba at checkout. So go check it out today. Boxofawesome.com. Use the code Bubba for 20% off the first box. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you talked about it. We wondered if Gronk would retire since Brady is retiring. He says not so fast.
Well, Rick, and he's also give a little insight to something I think a lot of people will find interesting. He said that if his career continues, he'll have to move on without longtime friend Tom Brady,
right?
Who, by the way, in a podcast said never say never. So he's hinting that he's glad with his retirement, but never say never. So take that for what it's worth.
Sure.
That there's another quarterback that he would like to play with that he's an admirer of, and he said he watched him in college. And he likes the way he handles himself out on the football field, and that would be the quarterback of the Bengals.
So would Bengal fans...
That'd be Joe Burrow.
The great Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow throw into Gronkowski. I bet Bengals will say, we take you in a second. We can get a good deal.
I have a feeling that Gronk will probably hang it up. Don't you?
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done it all. He's won. He's got multiple Super Bowl rings. More passes from Tom Brady than anybody. We know he likes to get out and have a good time, and he's still healthy enough to do that. So I don't know. I would have a hard time seeing him move from the beaches of Florida to Cincinnati to play. You know, even though he likes Burrow, obviously, and very flattering story about it, but I don't know. Who knows? You never know, though, Rick. Who knows?
You don't know what that.
What if he's living on the air in Cincinnati, Cincinnati, WKRP? I think what people have done, because we have 24/7 news now, is he really was just trying to compliment Joe Burrow.
Yeah, now they got him playing with him.
Yeah, I mean, look at the headline. Rob Gronkowski wants to play alongside this quarterback now that Tom Brady's retired. No, I don't really think he's saying
probably
that.
just said, what quarterback would you like to play if you did?
If I stayed in the league, I wouldn't mind him throwing a few to me.
Yeah.
You know? So he's just trying to say, I like the way he presents himself. I like him in the pocket. He'd probably be fun to play with. That doesn't mean he's going to. But
it's a big step.
Y'all don't think Gronk's going to come back?
I think he's going to take it to the beach where he was before he came back this time.
Right. Probably so.
That was a funny commercial they did with his brother at that time, don't you think?
Yeah.
What does his brothers do? I mean, they're pretty big boys too.
I don't know. Didn't they all play to some level? I really don't know. I'm not as up on the Gronkowski family as I need to be. I saw a special on him one time, but I can't remember the details. The dad's exactly the way you think he would be. I tell you, who he reminds me of is that dad in those commercials about the HIPAA. You know, when that was one of these Roku things. They were hawking, and the dad was trying to figure it out, and he kept asking about it.
Right.
He's like a real life version of that guy. And then Arch Manning. I'm with you. Why do we have to call him Arch? Can't we just call him Archie Manning?
Well, he goes by Arch.
Yeah. Well,
that's what it goes by, right?
Well,
right.
I mean,
given names probably.
Listen, I understand.
I'm not comfortable calling him Arch.
I understand being named after your granddad, but if your granddad is still famous and appearing in TV commercials,
maybe use your middle name.
It can get a little confusing.
Yeah, he's got a first or middle name. You know,
right?
But it Arch.
But it says that he has dropped ACC school from the short list.
Clemson, he's taken them off the list.
Clemson is out.
Yep.
So
it's Archibald Charles Manning.
Okay,
I get it.
So they call him Arch instead of Archibald.
They didn't want to call him Archie
or
so
Charlie
they called
Manning.
him Arch. You know.
How about Charlie Manning?
Right.
So what is he still?
What if we went by
contention,
Archibald?
Rick? Do you have the list?
What's that?
What schools he's still in contention?
It says that
everybody that plays,
anyone who's ever had football.
No, I think he's narrowed it down. To
I know. I'm
schools,
just.
Yeah,
joking.
but anybody would take him.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a handful of SEC teams are still on the list, but I'm looking to see. Yeah,
Georgia and the
Alabama.
Tide. You can bet.
Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia, and Texas.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
which are all SEC schools.
Alabama, Ole
Seen
Miss.
that stable situation at Auburn? You don't want to be a part of that?
Texas isn't SEC.
Greg, actually,
they will
They
be.
are too.
By the time he's there, they're
Yeah, by the time he's there, they will be. So now, Greg, what's happening?
You can go to Auburn and call the plays too.
Well, they said actually at Auburn he's going to play quarterback, and Peyton's coming as offensive coordinator.
There you go. Why not?
They'd take him. They'd take him.
So anyway.
I think Peyton and Eli are enjoying goofing off and doing TV commercials. Boy, they're in the Manning family will cover up TV right now. Have you noticed how many commercials they're in?
He struggled last year, though. He didn't throw but for 26 touchdowns and run for 8 out of 10 games.
Greg and I were talking about it during the break. When Eli came along, let's say this with Peyton. When Peyton came out, there was some assumption that he would go to Ole Miss because his dad did.
Oh, and people at Ole Miss were mad when he didn't.
And he completely, went off the page going to Tennessee. Well, then when Eli come along, a lot of people in Tennessee thought he would go there. Well, then he threw him a curve back and went to Ole Miss. So what do you think Arch will do? Will he not want to follow in some of his family's footsteps and set his own course, or will he go to one of these schools that he's grown up going to see games
I think he's
at?
going to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I do too.
I think he will go to somewhere other than Ole Miss and Tennessee. It just seems to be a trend in the family.
And I don't think he'll go to Alabama because Tennessee hates Alabama so much, and Peyton won't let him.
Well, you got to realize that too. I mean, down to 4 and Tennessee's not in it. Peyton's got to be going, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah. I think.
What about me?
I think he'll go to Georgia.
Yeah.
I
think so.
He's roll tide.
Could be.
Could be.
Count Starkville out.
Well, come play for Leach. Break records.
Now
I would never count Lane Kiffin out on anything.
That's true.
Know,
oh, no,
he's talking about the Magic Man.
How about think about the? Do you think he'll turn out to be all that?
I don't know. The hype has
You
been
never know.
tremendous.
Boy, and he's got a lot of hype to live up to.
Oh my goodness!
But Eli had a lot of hype too, and he.
It's kind of
won a
funny
Super
y'all
Bowl.
mentioned state because in this video he ends it with Hell State, and I don't know. They don't know what that means. if that's a code.
If that cowbell rang
then, hey,
it.
well, I didn't list them, but Hell State.
If he wants to throw it all over the field, that's the place to go.
Yes, sir.
But you know that
Do you
that
think
title on throw it deep now too.
Yeah, they will.
I
top off
know.
defense.
I know the cowbell deal bothers
Here we go.
opposing
It bothers
teams
me
coming
watching
in.
on television.
But
Me too.
do you think that if you're not on that team, say you're being recruited there, that would bother you too?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they ever
No.
lose any because they're going? I can't stand
I
here.
can't hear
cowbells
these
all the time."
bells, even though they're for me.
I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm not saying that happens. I'm
I
just
think it
curious.
happens every year.
That'd be new.
Probably not. But I mean, you never know. I don't know. People have all kinds of reasons for doing stuff now.
You never know.
Yeah, it's
And with NIL in there now to further complicate it.
Yeah.
Because they're saying Arch is going to be $1 million man day one.
They estimated he could generate some serious cash.
You know that we actually saw the scenario that we were saying. What about this happens? I don't know what happened. That the supposed starter for Clemson gets this great NIL deal and gets benched. Remember, we were saying, we were saying, what if you get an NIL deal and I've invested this money and you get benched?
But didn't he come back? Wasn't he the starter at the end of the year?
Because but he really didn't like.
They had an off year for them, okay, but they still won like 8 or 9 games.
Yeah, they did.
But it's but yeah, I mean,
I know a lot of schools would take that as an off year.
Sure,
absolutely.
A lot of them just like to have somebody call plays.
You're right.
Let's start with that.
So there it is. Gronk's complimenting Joe Burrow, and Arch Manning has dropped Clemson
going to state
off the short list.
I hope Gronk finds him somebody that'll give him some insurance.
Let's go phone trolling next.
You think he's going to sign up for the military just so he can get some insurance?
Yeah, that's a good one. We go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the FDIC was on a bubble. They had some financial issues there, but the good news is they learned from that problem and they're stronger now. That kind of thing is not in jeopardy right now. You're perfectly safe, darling. Don't worry about it.
Fairhope, Alabama. Let's go to Jody. Jody, go ahead. You're on with Dave Ramsey.
Yes, Dave. We've taken your course, your financial peace course in the past, and I was just wondering what you thought about this concept. We have our emergency fund, and we took the payment deferral on our mortgage, but we have the money to make the payments. And if they come up in 4 months and say, here's the money, we can make the payment. However, if they decide to tack it on to the end of the loan, I'm able to then pay off my truck and car. What do you think of that?
It's not the end of the world. I mean, in essence, what you did, you borrowed on your house to pay off your truck and your car. Yeah. And I probably wouldn't recommend that. I would never tell you to go get a new mortgage on your house to do that, as you know from going through the course. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world. The whole thing is this. You're paying attention. You're thinking, okay? What I don't want you to ever do is try to find a way where you're going to beat them at their game, because they are really good at their game.
Look, Dave, you've said it. My brother said it too. I still remember the day you said, if you don't believe what Dave just said, look at the biggest buildings. If you have a skyline in your city, and you'll see the logos that are on those buildings, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, they're banks and life insurance companies.
Let's go to Gary in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Gary, you're on with Dave Ramsey. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
What do we got?
Code 27, freezer failure.
Sounds like a cold case.
The freezer's not freezing, and Timmy's party's today.
What's with the igloo?
Can't have a pool party without popsicles, right, honey?
I'll check the breaker.
Here's your problem. Fried circuit.
Best not to overload your outlets.
All set.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. If it would come back and bite me in the butt if I refinance my mortgage.
Refis, interest rates are low. Where are you on the refi, Dave?
It's a great time to refinance. We always recommend a 15-year fixed rate. And if you can do that and get a lower interest rate, that is a reason to refinance. And the way you do it is the difference in your interest rate today versus the interest rate you would get. So let's say you had a 4 today and you could get a 3. That's a 1% difference on $100,000. That's $1,000 a year saved. If the closing costs are $2,000, it takes 2 years to break even before there's any gravy on the biscuit. So if you're not going to stay in the house longer than 2 years to hit that break even, then you don't do it. But if you're going to stay in a home and you can save on interest rate, it's a great time to refinance.
Dave, let me ask you this, because I know we're about out of time. On the big scale, I know you're not a fan of the government printing money, but how is $6 trillion dumped into our economy? How's that going to shake out, do you think?
I don't think we'll notice. I really don't. I mean, you think about all the different things that are going to be done with it and the way people are handling it and mishandling it. I don't think you're going to stand back and go, oh, it was stimulus. Stimulus is the wrong word for it. Political favoritism to make everybody calm down. That's what they should have named the bill.
You're right. You're right.
That's a hard sell, but I agree.
I know the definition of stimulus, and this doesn't look that way. Thanks a lot, Dave Ramsey. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Honored to be with you.
Yeah, always. Don't forget, DaveRamsey.com/hope. They're giving away a 14-day free trial of Financial Peace University and doing a live Financial Peace event this Thursday night. DaveRamsey.com/hope.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Phone troll time, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That means we got a lot of people roaring in here. All 10 lines are available, and you can make a comment, ask a question, or bring information to the table. And also, this means at the end of 30 seconds, your time on the program comes to a close, and then we'll move to the next caller. So if you're calling right now, and if you call right now, go. You'll get in, and then we'll get you on hold. And then what that means is you don't have to wait a long time before you get your chance to make a comment or ask a question. Shameless plugs will be buzzered. Meaningless shout-outs will be buzzered instantly. And this is just because it's not what this is designed for.
That's right.
I mean, it's
follow the directions.
It's supposed to bring content to the show and get some interesting conversations going. Maybe.
Stimulating conversation.
Yeah. All right. So let's start with Bobby out of Montgomery. Bobby is listening to I-92 WLWI. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just heard on from a reliable source that Arch Manning will be going to Auburn, and Peyton will be the new offensive coordinator.
Did I just say that?
Where did you hear that credible
there's-
information at?
It was on the radio.
Yeah, I don't think Rick and Bubba jokes qualify.
Landon in Sweet Home, Alabama. Landon, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
You got it.
Y'all were talking about that demon-possessed girl earlier.
Yeah.
You don't think somebody like Kenneth Copeland could hit her over the top of the head with his jacket, do you?
that Copeland's a bird. Ain't he?
Knock him down.
Yeah, I don't think Kenneth Copeland should ever go after the genuine article, and that looked like the genuine article. He may end up like those guys in Acts chapter 19. Jesus, we know. Paul, we recognize. Who are you? Let's go to Jake in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jake, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing?
Good.
Great.
Yes, I just wanted to shout out to y'all on this beautiful day to let y'all know the Hogs did it again last night.
Arkansas with a big win over Auburn last night in overtime, 80-76. Upset the number one team in the country.
Yep. Pandemonium.
Suey Pig.
Where'd they play that?
At Arkansas.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a tough matchup. I mean, at the beginning of the year, that's always a tough place to
How's
play.
Coach Pearl today?
Yeah, did you check on him?
I'm sure he's fine.
Did you?
He's fine.
What time did you get here?
Will y'all gather later today?
He don't
discuss
check
it?
with me every day.
No. Would you check with him, though? Did you text? Say, it's all right, man.
I didn't. He's probably busy.
Mhm.
He got a few things going on this time of year.
Right.
He probably would
He's-
like an
look.
encouraging text from you.
Well, I'm going to give him one
Hey,
of
don't
those later
overestimate
today.
the encouraging text.
Yeah, I love an encouraging
I did
text.
too.
Well, I just know he gets a
Like
lot
to send
of
them, like to receive
Hey,
them.
he don't get a lot from you.
If he gets a lot of encouraging text.
Mm-hmm.
He'd probably like to have one from his lake buddy.
Yep, he sure would. If Gus had got a few more, might still be there. 866 We Be Big is the number.
That's good.
Lines are available if you want to move. 30 seconds. Go right ahead. Abby out of Gadsden, Z93. Abby, go.
Okay, I have a few things. Number one, I think Adler should do daily documentaries again, but get somebody to sponsor them so he gets the extra money because I know it's extra work.
Yes.
And number two, I think that the studio, I know y'all are tabling this discussion, but I feel like the studio needs to have a name. I don't feel like it's good for the relationship of the show, and I just want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, it will be named at some point, but remember, we're just 30 days in here, and I mean, we're still getting everything online, so we're
Today,
getting there.
yeah, the cameras are now mounted. That looks great. The TVs are mounted. That looks.
Yeah,
that,
thank you,
man. That's
young
awesome.
Scruggs. I feel like I'm home
Way to
now.
go, young Scruggs. Even got one we can see out in the hall. What's going on here in the studio, which is awesome. And golden ticket seats are not. They're not put up yet. That'll be the next one. And then we'll kind of we'll work. It's going to take on a personality.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I really do love Big Boy. I love him sitting over. I can see him every day.
Hey, Big Boy.
That was an upgrade. I love that. So you never know. And I'm not really wanting to name anything after the Big Boy.
I know you love your new board.
Yeah. The board.
Yeah.
The board. I like the way the board operates. There's some things about it I like better than the other board. I just wish it was higher quality. The other board was a better board. I do like the way this one operates, though, but I just wish it was as good as the other one.
The half A board studios.
Yeah, no.
How about the big boy half A large men studio?
Right. It's this one.
There's always R&B out there. R&B studio.
Don't
Greg, don't
leave that one
start
out.
this.
Don't leave that one out.
Greg, please don't stop this. Start this. I mean, I'm going to talk to you the way I did James Carville. Steve in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Steve, go ahead.
I've got to have Speedy's demonic pirate voice become a character.
No, I think we're going to skip on that one.
No, Steve.
Yeah, I don't think we want any more of that.
Possessed pirate.
That's what it sounded like.
It really did.
Brandon in Prattville, Alabama. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you've talked about it, but the regions in Prattville, they were working on it. So they had a forklift out there, and someone overnight took the forklift they were working on it and sold the ATM out of it.
All right.
I love the name of the new studio, by the way.
Thank you. The No Name Studio.
So they stole the forklift that they were working there and stole the ATM machine with the forklift? That's how they moved it?
No, so they're working on the regions with it, and they needed a forklift. So someone just used the forklift they were using.
Is that what you just said?
I thought
I
was wrong.
Isn't that what you just said?
I'm confused.
Wow. Oh, I stand corrected.
Who got the forklift?
By the way, is there anything better than to have information that somebody doesn't know you have in the forklift? Just remind me of this, because young Broderick, he has a job. And
Is he driving the forklift now?
Well, they have one that they move stuff with.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and he had to move something, and somebody gave me word that he and the elevator had a run-in of him trying to put something in the elevator.
No, buddy.
No. And when you have that kind of information, he has no idea that I know. No idea.
Right, until now.
So I get to church. Oh, no, he knows now.
Yeah.
And I literally text, I don't know where you are, but can you help me? I said, I'm down here trying to go in the elevator and the door's jammed. There's something wrong with it. And he just sends back. No. He just sends back. Who told you?
Away from him.
Now, was it a true forklift or was it a tow motor?
I don't know. Probably a tow motor. You're probably right. Let's go to.
What's the difference? I don't know.
I call them all tow motors.
Dave in Birmingham. Dave, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins. Hey, just a blast from the past here. Is James Carville the modern-day version of Paul Feinbaum? He's the political version of him.
He is. They could be brothers.
Good call.
They could be brothers. You're absolutely right. Let's go to Mike in Gadsden, Z93. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to put my twist on the pandemic from a Mayberry's point of view.
A Mayberry point of view, okay.
Do you remember when Andy would always give Barney a little bit of responsibility, and he would run crazy with it?
Oh, yeah.
Had anybody ever heard of Anthony Fauci before all this happened?
No, I had not.
No, not outside Wuhan.
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, yeah.
No, and you won't.
Yeah. Was he saying? I guess he's saying Fauci's Barney.
Yeah, they gave him a little responsibility. He took it and went a little far.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because Barney would take over
here at the Rock.
Yeah,
remember when he was in charge of the jail that time? The Rock.
And Trump supporters don't like to think that Fauci was there when he was there.
He was,
and was really given the mouthpiece by Trump to begin with.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here. He's a friend, and he is a COVID-19 survivor, which we're going to get into.
And apparently barbers are still open there in Southern California.
Yeah. By the way, Charles, your hair looks fantastic.
Thank you. My niece came over and cut my hair yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, all of us, we look like we have been on a on a military binge or something, and we can't. Our hair's all out of control. Now Rick broke quarantine rules and had somebody come over, but the rest of us are pretty shaggy.
Yeah, you should have seen me yesterday, buddy. I'm a lot better.
You know what?
Got your money's worth on that one.
When I got my hair cut, you know what I said? As that person came in to cut my hair that I've known for over 20 years, give me a haircut or give me death. So all right. So let's talk a minute, Charles. I mean, I can hear your voice is still a little bit raspy, a little hoarse,
Yeah.
So we're gonna come back to the album, and I got to ask what made you do. It's Kyrie? Is that how you say it? Kyrie?
Kyrie.
That's right. Kyrie. Yeah, Kyrie. Because I never knew that when it was. Wasn't it an Australian band or something that was singing? I can't remember.
They were out of L.A. It's a group called Mr.
Mr. That's right. Broken Wing. That's right. Coming up next album, Broken Wing. but anyway, so you got COVID-19, Charles. I mean, you got it. I mean,
yeah,
do you?
Crazy.
First of all, do you have any idea how you got it? Any idea at all?
No. The only thing I can figure is on my last flight back into Lynchburg, we were coming back from spring break with the boys, and it was right when they were shutting down everything. And this lady in front of me was coughing and wheezing.
Oh boy!
And her lungs sounded like a dang washing machine. And so, I mean, I don't know if that was what it was or not, but that's the only thing we can figure.
Hey, Charles, I'm not a medical doctor, but if you're on an airplane and the woman in front of you is coughing and wheezing like her lungs,
like a dog,
and her lungs are like they're in a washing machine, and you got COVID-19, I'm going to go ahead and connect that dot.
Rick, what was funny when we were down reconnecting and you guys didn't hear it, Charles said I am the only, said there's only 30 people in our whole area that's had it, and I'm one of them.
You're one of the 30.
And he's in Southern California.
Yeah. No, I'm in Lynchburg, Virginia.
You're in
now.
Lynchburg now.
Yeah, and it's the weirdest thing, man. I mean, just weird. I don't know how I got it, but
well, that's how you got it, Charles. Charles, that's how you got it. I mean, can we go ahead and clear that up? Why don't you just tell people going forward you caught it from a woman coughing on a plane? I mean,
did anybody else in your family? Did anybody else in your family get it from her?
No, now here's the amazing thing: for 3 weeks, for 24 days. I had this thing.
Wow.
And somehow, some way, by the grace of God, my family stayed negative the entire time. I don't know how.
Now, did you quarantine yourself away from them? Or?
Yeah, we got a little. We're renting this house in Lynchburg, and I had a little room upstairs that I quarantined myself into, and I tell you what, man, 24 days of isolation is a weird deal.
And
weird deal.
When you text me, I guess you were about midway through it the first time I found out about it, and we text back and forth.
Yeah.
You said it was you were not having this experience of those that say I have no symptoms or I have mild cyst. You had the major ordeal, right?
Apparently so. My doctor said I had a severe case. In fact, I ended up in the hospital for 2 nights and 3 days, and my blood work and stuff was just off the charts. In fact, my doctor told me after I got out of the hospital, he said, man, I didn't want to tell you this, he said, but I was a little nervous and I knew we had to put you in there. He said, because if you weren't any better, and if you weren't in half decent shape, you'd be dead.
Mm-hmm.
So,
so
talk to us a little bit about what the symptoms were for you.
Well,
speaking of that,
it was weird. We went to dinner on my anniversary. My 26th anniversary was March 27th. We went to dinner that night with some friends, and I had a fever, and I knew I had a fever. And then the next day, I had another fever, but I went golfing and just kind of, I just figured, well, it's just this low grade thing. And then did church the next morning, online like everybody's doing, and kept my distance from people, but I wasn't feeling all that good. And so Sunday afternoon, the fever got worse. And then for the next 7 or 8 days, I had about 102 to 103 degree temperature nonstop, and it wasn't going anywhere.
All right, hang on, Charles. All right, so we come back. It's starting to take a turn. Just told you he's got the new album out. Charles probably had an idea that he was going to go out and promote that album right until COVID-19 came in and took him down. We think likely caught it from a woman on a plane. When you talk about the blessing and protection, I know that any of us that are worth anything, and I know we're all wretched people and equal at the foot of the cross in need of redemption, but if you have anything inside of you at all, you probably would say, if it's going to come into this house, let me have it, keep it away from my children, keep it away from my wife. I'll go battle through this thing. I wouldn't wish this on them. They're on the same airplane. They live in your same house, and none of them have gotten it. I just got to say praise the Lord for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too, buddy. It's a miracle, honestly. I mean, they were tested 3 weeks ago, and it came back negative. And the way it works is you got to go through 72 hours of no fever before I can get tested. And then I have to get tested 2 days in a row. And it came back on Monday, on my wife's birthday, that I was negative. And it came back that the rest of them were still negative. And I don't know how, but that was a great day. I still got a lot of residual stuff I'm dealing with, like the double pneumonia and a bunch of pain in my legs and stuff. This is a cruel, cruel virus. It attacks you neurologically and physically. And then the mental aspect of it is, well, I tell you what, those days in the hospital were absolutely just grueling.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. Oh, yeah, that's a good one for me right there. That's a good one for me. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here today. And your phone call's coming up this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Here we go. Everybody say it. We can't go on forever with suspicious minds.
Hit it, Greg. Suspicious.
All right, so Bubba, we may all be confronted with something today that we may be buttering our bread wrong.
Well, Rick, you know how you butter your bread. It's very important.
It really is. I tell you what, I know how you're buttering your bread.
We have a etiquette expert that says we're all buttering our bread the wrong way.
Really?
Some say he is barbaric in the way he wants us to do it. So, you know, like when the bread comes to the table, most of us will grab a piece and just put some butter on it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
didn't know this was some major ordeal, or it's got a stew blocked. I didn't know.
I like old hot bread with some butter on it.
Sure.
That's good stuff.
What's wrong with that?
Is. I like butter.
Yeah.
I like butter and I like chicken.
That's right.
Rick, he says the correct way to do it is not to put butter on the whole piece, that you should break it up into bite-sized pieces and butter them individually.
You talking about just loaf bread?
We do that, though.
Loaf bread toast?
Don't y'all do
talking
that?
about not on my toast.
No,
he's
not talking
bread.
about toast.
He's talking about bread
Adler
that comes to
the loaf
comes to the table.
That's not what he's
like when you're out eating.
Well, how else would
Adler
you
confused you when he showed what he showed on TV.
I know,
Don't
but
take
how
that.
how else would you do it besides that? I always say you
Thank
get a
you.
piece of butter,
That's
and
the
you get a
point.
piece of butter, and
So do y'all
He's
not
saying
do
you
what
don't
he
do
says?
the whole piece. You break it up into bite-sized pieces and butter each one individually. That's what he says. Greg, don't get mad at me. I didn't make this rule up.
I think I would like something more, life changing than that.
Right.
I think I butter each piece I eat because I pull it apart.
Yeah, I mean, if it's already sliced up, and they're saying the slice that you get, instead of buttering that little bitty slice that you get,
I pull it apart.
You should pull it apart in bite-sized pieces and butter each individually as you eat.
I already do this, and I don't think it's that big deal either way.
I already do that to get more butter.
How do you put butter on a bite-sized piece?
What? Yes.
I mean,
what are we doing?
You just butter each little piece.
Yeah,
about
I do that.
bite-sized.
I got to commend you,
I don't do
Bubba.
it
I've
bite-sized.
never seen anybody work the bread and butter like you.
If we had some bread,
That's how I do it. I've been doing it.
I want to be on
right all
record.
along. I didn't know I was doing it correctly.
Well, I didn't either, but I don't think it's barbaric to do it the other way.
Well, they're saying
you
it's
kinda
barbaric to tear it apart like that. The people who don't want to fool with that, it's saying it's barbaric to tear your bread apart.
So let's just use something that's easy to work with. You've got a stack of pieces of loaf bread.
You put it in the toaster and it popped.
Already sliced.
Ooh, I love toast.
Okay, I do too.
I do too.
He's saying
y'all
that-
like it really dark. I like to burn it.
Yes, absolutely.
Burn me, baby.
Why do I like it?
Stinks
that
the
way?
house up.
Oh yes.
What are you burning?
Well, you burn something.
And then I
That's
break. I already
all the
break
time.
it up into 5 or 6 little pieces.
Loaf bread?
Toast. Like
No,
what we're
I
talking
don't.
about.
I pick it up and bite it.
I could see that you took a piece of loaf bread and maybe pulled it in half. And then did butter on each half.
Nah,
but breaking it down to tinier
I don't
pieces
do loaf
than
bread
that.
like
No,
that.
I just butter the bread. I butter all the loaf bread. And then
I thought we were talking about the bread we get at the dinner table.
That's what they're really talking about. Like you go to a restaurant and they bring you bread. Most of the time it has a little more texture to it. Than
Well, it's usually cut
bread.
like this, and you peel it off.
Yeah, and
So
how do you do
Greg,
it?
how you do?
But it sounds like to me he's saying
Here's me with just regular toast.
Pull your piece off and then butter and tear it up even
And
more.
I do that. I do that.
He's saying don't
Bite
butter
size.
a big piece, and I guess if you try to eat it buttered, you get it all over your face or something. I don't know.
Barbarian. I think this story is wasteful. To the paper we printed.
We've run
it
out
on,
of stories.
The ink, all that. We just wasted a complete.
Well, I tell you what,
Have y'all ever had? Have y'all? When's the last
just
time
for
y'all
that,
had?
Super Bowl commercials? Cue them up.
Cue them up.
Cue them up. Bring them back.
When's the last time y'all have had toast? Okay, with no butter. Toast with no butter.
I have it every weekend.
With no butter?
With no butter.
I got to have butter and jelly.
I don't put butter on my toast or bread at home. I only do it when I'm out.
So if you pop just old loaf bread out of the toaster, you make butter.
Same way.
I usually dip it in ketchup.
I say that's ridiculous. You're out of the conversation.
Right.
Well, I'm not drafted with you on that
The
one.
reason I asked that is I panicked this past weekend. We went off our little getaway. We went to the grocery store. We forgot to get butter. And we were having some oatmeal and a little piece of toast with it, and I panicked because I was like, "Oh my gosh, we have no butter."
I mean, I would rather have butter, but it wouldn't shut the day down.
Yeah, and I had the piece
I'd rather
of,
look. If we're gonna talk about rather. I'd rather have a biscuit than a stupid piece of toast.
I'm not a huge toast guy.
I had the toast. It wasn't
Bring the
that bad.
biscuits out.
Wasn't that bad with no butter.
I'm not a huge toast guy.
I mean, toast is adequate. You know what I normally do with toast? I'm talking about probably
I like cheese toast.
7 out of 10 times, I just put peanut butter on it.
What about
I get a piece of toast down, put peanut butter on it.
I always toast my sandwiches.
Yeah, I always
toast
do
the
that.
bread.
I do too.
Always.
100%.
No matter what the sandwich is.
I do not like a sandwich with the bread's not toasted.
Do you remember this, Rick, when we were growing up?
I don't want to wait on toasting it.
When we were kids, you remember this? Cinnamon toast.
Oh, we still
butter and then they'd take the little bear, cinnamon bear.
I'll tell you something I like. This is something I grew up with. Betty hates when I do this, but the old SOS meal where you'll have toast and you put whatever meat you've got. Could be spaghetti sauce, could be chili, could be leftover gravy. You put that on top of it and eat it. It's great.
What's wrong with that?
Love it.
I love it. SOS.
All right,
How about chip beef?
Helmsy, I have terrible news for you.
Oh goodness!
But it's going to explain a lot. This video of this guy talking about how to butter bread has been viewed over 4.4 million times, and there's 4,500 comments.
That makes sense in today's society.
Does that explain a lot?
That's stupid.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't that explain a lot?
Can we hear it? Do we have it? I'd like to hear him say it.
Kind of makes me mad.
I kind of like to see it.
Ooh.
But what he's got
I'm
here,
4,000,001.
what he's showing in his video, we all do. Because he's got a big old loaf that's been brought to the table.
How does he think that that's? How many of these other people think?
None of us just butter that big old thing and then eat off it. We all pull it off and put butter on it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about toast. I thought he was going to tell me something about toast I didn't know.
He's really not talking about toast. He's talking about you're at a restaurant, they bring you one of the big old long things.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Well, never mind then.
Well, we all do that.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
What the?
now I'm wondering who doesn't do it.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I like to put
you think I'm gonna
butter
sit
on
here and be satisfied with how they buttered it? No way. I mean,
Well, some people don't even want it buttered.
I got to get in there and make this happen.
Please, love.
There's some. Let's hear. Let's hear.
Who made
he's talking
this
about
guy
that.
the butter
Biscuit.
boss?
Incorrect. Place it onto your plate.
We all do this, buddy.
This is where the saying comes from. Breaking bread.
Oh, now he's breaking
You
up.
break the bread into small pieces.
No, I don't do that.
Mouth size.
No,
Butter it.
I don't do that.
No, I ain't doing that.
Perfect.
No, I don't do that.
Thanks, pal.
No, I don't do that.
Let's break up the bud.
I take one piece off of it, butter it, and I go.
Yeah, I ain't got to do all that.
Yeah.
That's too much.
I
effort.
just really don't desire to have to deal with that kind of effort.
I like to limit the prep. You know, I don't want to waste.
I'm
going to
say
getting
something.
it ready to eat.
I've been doing it that way all along. I didn't know I was doing it right.
No.
Well,
You
right up
do.
till you put ketchup on it.
You make it look
Just
delicious
so you
too.
can get more butter on it.
I will say this, and I hope I don't lose my man card. But when I start
You
to
need to think this through.
when I start to eat, I don't want to work. So like if like I want to do all the prep work before taking a bite. So if I have like a piece of chicken or something like that, I'll cut it up before I start eating.
All of it?
I cut as I go.
Really?
I'm
Yes.
a cut as I go guy.
Because
am
once
too.
I
Cut as
start, I don't want
You
to.
know why? Because I'm a grown man.
I don't want to have to keep
Right.
picking the fork up, putting it down,
Give
picking
me
the
the
knife
card.
up, putting down,
Give me the
picking it
card.
up, putting
Yeah,
down.
your man card is gone on
Give me
that.
the
Really?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Speedy. I'm with you.
Thank you, Adler.
I cooked a
Look
gigantic
Thank you, Admiral.
I cooked a gigantic porterhouse steak last night. Gigantic.
That makes it even worse.
A gigantic one. And on my cutting board with my nice knife, boom, cut the whole thing up. Then I put it on the plate with my broccoli and sit down and eat it with my family. We hold hands and pray. Make fun of that.
I guess y'all cut your crust off your bread too.
I was about to say, no, we're not doing anything. That wouldn't have been mentioned.
It keeps the heat and the juices in there.
Well,
I
don't wait 30 minutes
to
eat.
And the juices are all because I let it rest for 7 minutes after I cook it. Duh,
Missing
you gotta let it rest.
I thought this. Everybody knows about the rest. That's 12-year-old stuff.
No,
you eat as you go. We were doing that a long time ago.
You cut your steak as you eat it.
No, Greg, no.
Everybody knows that.
I can do whatever I want. I ate a porterhouse last night. You didn't.
See, I cut mine up almost like beef tips. I cut them up.
Well, order beef tips
then. Order beef tips.
I didn't grill out beef tips.
Is your daddy gonna cut it up for you so you don't choke?
No, I did.
You got a sippy cup sitting there with you?
I have found that I do that, so when I start eating, I don't have to keep picking the knife up, putting it down. I want to just eat.
Yes, plus you can cut it on your cutting board.
Yes.
Buddy, we know you got a cutting board.
We all got cutting board. I have one.
We all got cutting boards.
Thank you.
I use it, too.
Admiral.
I use it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commodore. All right, we'll be back.
This was such a hot topic.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, look.
.com, everything you need to know about Mark Levin, the books he's written, including the last one, Unfreedom of the Press, and of course also since 2015 editor-in-chief of the Conservative Review, worked in the administration of President Ronald Reagan, host of the Mark Levin Show, as well as Life, Liberty, and Levin on Fox News. He's a brethren here on Blaze TV as well. Mark Levin.
We like to just call him the Great One.
The Great One. Levin, welcome back.
The Great Big One. How are you guys?
Well, I tell you one thing, I don't know. I mean, I watch you.
What a dumb question, right?
Yeah, I watch you, and you seem frustrated with our country. You seem like you're trying to remind everybody who we are, who the founding fathers were, the Constitution of all things. I'm just going to give you the floor, and I would like for you to speak to America right now, because I think we got to be really careful. We got to be really careful, right? I don't want to be all paranoid about it. I understand the levity of this. I understand the dangers, but we got to be real careful right now.
Yeah, I actually have come to the conclusion that we went too far. In other words, I do believe once we understood the likely threat to certain populations within the general population, the elderly and people with comorbidities. I never used that phrase comorbidities till about 2 months ago, but comorbidities, that was the focus. Those people should stay home. They should be protected. They should get focused health resources and so forth. But the vast majority of the population really was not under threat. And I think now that we know it, and some of these Republican governors are trying to open up their states, they're under attack by the media and unfortunately some by the administration. You cannot have 26 million people seeking unemployment insurance, and that's below the unemployment level. Those are people seeking unemployment insurance. We don't get any statistics on how many businesses now are done and over. We get no statistics from Dr. Fauci or Dr. Birx. No time each day on how many more people are dying from heart attacks and strokes and diabetes, people dying because they haven't gotten what are they called, elective surgery?
Yep.
You elect surgery? Right. Rarely. There's a lot going on out there. The shuttering of hospitals, the closing of hospital beds, doctors, nurses getting laid off, technicians getting laid off. They're flattening the healthcare system. And then you have these sparks of liberty, these sparks of reason and common sense in these various states that are trying to open. Some of them didn't shut as much. Look, we're a big country. We have a diverse population. I love New York. That's where I got my start. But every part of the country is in New York City, and every part of the country is in New Orleans, and every part of the country is in L.A. And by the way, New Orleans is flattening. L.A. really never popped. There's something about this virus that doesn't really behave the way Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx keep telling us. So we know, not to slobber over each other, to wear masks if necessary, to wear gloves if necessary. We know to stay not real close to people. I get out a lot. I drive around to see what's going on, so I know what I'm talking about during my show. I go into the grocery stores and Costco and the drive-thrus, and I see, as even though we have a massive number of people unemployed, we have a massive number of people who are employed and are working. And how are they doing it? That's what we ought to be seeing. There's little businesses all across this country, strip malls and so forth. I'm parked outside of a bagel shop in Virginia. There's about 3 bagel shops in Virginia. I'm just kidding, being from Philadelphia and everything. And it's run by a South Korean immigrant family. I'm literally 30 feet from it, parked in my car. They put a table in front of their door. The door's open. You tell them the order. They go back there and they make it. They put the order on the table in a bag. You put the money in a jar. You walk away, and they take your money. And they're open. That's perfect. Why don't we get information from all the genius entrepreneurs in this country with the hundreds of thousands of businesses who can, quote-unquote, mitigate and stay in business rather than saying, all you restaurants closed, all you guys closed, all this guy. I'll give you another example. There's a restaurant. I got friends own a restaurant.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Without him, brother.
We're looking ahead to next week. Pursuit Men's Conference, Dothan, Alabama. Looking forward to being there with you. Jonathan Evans will be with us, Andy Blanks, and Charles Billingsley. If you haven't got your tickets, guys, you haven't registered you and your group, do that now at rickandbubba.com. We have the link right there, and we'll see you next weekend at the Dothan Civic Center. There won't be any tickets available at the door, so you need to do that in advance and get it done and be done with it. We'll give you the armband as you come in. Look forward to seeing you next weekend. Greg, you're out today. Where are you going to be today? Aren't you headed out today?
Mountain Brook Publix Greenwise, where it's Rick. I don't know if you know it's National Pizza Day.
Is it Bubba? Today's National Pizza Day. How do we not?
I know what I'm waiting for.
So if you're in the Birmingham market, listen to us on 104.7 WZZK. Go see the real Greg Burgess today. Mountain Brook, trust me, if you ever want to see Greg in Mountain Brook, that's not just going to happen every day.
No.
So go see him today for National Pizza Day. Y'all handing out pizzas or something?
That's right. Well, they have like buy one get one stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right. So from their deli and all.
Greg Burgess comes to Mountain Brook.
Yeah.
Bubba, that's
maybe a sign.
That sounds like a book.
Question: toppings? Are y'all just pepperoni people, or do y'all like?
I'll venture off, but
jalapenos.
I'm
Least
straight
favorite
up
pepperoni.
Oh, I love pepperoni.
Don't
love
like it.
Yeah,
I like
love
it. All right. Too boring.
I like my pepperonis burnt.
Too boring. I go with some kind of mighty meaty.
I like the mighty
I'll
meat.
go mighty meat.
I'll do that.
Let me
I
have
like
a lot of
pepper on
Let me
it,
have a
too.
lot of meat on it that Adler cut up on his cutting board.
Yeah,
I'll get the modest favorite.
I'm one of those strange ones that y'all are not going to like. I like to put pineapple on it.
That's
That's
tried
new
it.
though. You ain't been like that.
I've tried that.
That's new. I remember when you first did that. You used to be against it.
I know, and then I loved it.
Let me tell you what else we love better though. When we had the buffet, that barbecue. Remember that barbecue?
The barbecue pizza was my all-time favorite.
Awesome.
The only way I eat a pizza with a pineapple on it if it's over on the table with a bunch of free pizzas, and then I'll go. And then you know what I do? Hey, that looks pretty good.
I tried to have a good attitude about that and tried it, and I just don't like it. It just doesn't fit.
I seem to be a pepperoni and sausage guy, but I'll go mighty meat. Like to your point,
I love
and
pepperoni.
you can't order that with Greg with you, but I mean,
I just don't want to see pepperoni up there by itself. I want other meats
right,
with it.
Yeah,
I like it by itself.
How about these cheese people? I want.
I like
pizza.
cheese pizza. I'm not afraid of it.
I'm not either.
Now what about?
You know I love cheese.
But what about these? Chicken Alfredo people. That
It's getting a little weird there.
Don't
but
get weird with it.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me started on the veggie people.
those are better than you think.
What?
I'll eat a veggie.
Yeah.
But between Speedy having his meat cut up by his daddy
Now,
and you,
now you got my daddy.
Time out, Rick. Time out. Back to what you said earlier. That's if they're just out and there happens to be one.
You moving to New York?
But if I'm ordering one, now Lisa likes.
Well, you plant-based pizza?
I actually cut my dad's meat.
Keep that to yourself. If you're made to do it,
finish
fine.
that.
Yeah,
What?
I actually cut my dad's meat. Make fun of that.
Oh, yeah.
I could,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to.
Yeah, Rick. There's a lot of avenues we couldn't make fun of there,
Hey,
but
not going to. But don't say we can't because we could.
there's a lot of angles you can take on that.
I know
statement.
how.
Not going to do
I
it.
know how
though.
Greg makes fun of the blind. so
There
I
he
just-
goes again. Somehow he's pitting me against the blind.
Greg, listen to me right here. if you get forced into a veggie pizza and you get through
I can
it,
eat one.
Right, but don't start acting like that's something.
That's not my first choice.
Right, you're not going to choose it.
Well,
no, well,
You're not going to choose. You do it because you know. I've been in a situation.
What we got?
Your wife's got it, and she's talked about it, and you ain't got no choice.
Did you eat that before
and you make the
grandkids?
best out of it.
You're right. You're all over.
So quit being.
I convinced myself.
Watch
that I
that
like it.
enthusiasm.
You know, I convinced myself I was really into it.
Dial back.
Dial it
enthusiasm.
back.
Yeah. I'll tolerate a vegetable.
I want pepperoni, Rick, with a little grease on top.
That's right. That's right.
Man,
Old
I
school.
like it.
All right,
You'll have some too.
Oh,
today.
I love it.
Have we figured out Houston's Mattress Mack yet?
You know, I remember hearing about this guy.
Gives me a headache.
He places these big bets on these high-profile games. As it turns out, Rick, he has now placed the largest wager ever through the Caesar Sportsbook app. At over $4.5 million, he is betting on the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl because he is a big fan, and he is from Louisiana, and he has the tie-ins to Joe Burrow there, obviously. And he could stand to win $7.7 million if he wins. So he could, he could add $3 million on that. Won't quite be doubling his money, but I don't understand because, Speedy, you were trying to tell me that he does this promotion giving away mattresses, and he's hedging his bets and covering himself, but I don't see how he covers himself.
Yeah, I don't think he is. And the more I read, it looks like if the Bengals lose, he's $4.5 million out. So he actually makes the comment, "My wife is going to be very unhappy with me."
Yeah. So the way it reads is that he's running a promotion. If the Bengals win, your furniture is free if you spend over $3,000. He's a big Bengals fan. You said that if the Bengals win the game and he has to pay out all the free, that furniture is free with his winnings. So it's basically. It's washing each other out.
But
so
if he loses,
it's not.
But if he loses,
it's not.
But
I'm
there's
saying
something about
all
what you said doesn't make sense. If your purchase is over $3,000, it's free.
He's trying to get a promotion so
wins.
everybody will come in and buy furniture.
Right. If he wins,
if the Bengals win,
right? If he wins, he covers your
on.
purchase if you spend over $3,000.
But if the Bengals lose,
but okay, so my
you have to
purchase
pay for it
comes up.
yourself. But he's still not going to recoup $4 million.
Right. He is not covering his losses in this.
But wait a minute,
situation.
If my purchase comes up to $2,800, I can pay cash, or I can go get something else, and it's free. That doesn't make sense.
See, the gamble, the way
If
I
they
read
win.
it, the gamble that I read, and I could be wrong, is that what he's profiting over all of the purchased furniture will cover his
That's
losses.
a lot of furniture.
And so he
4.5
wants everybody to
million?
come in and buy at least $3,000 worth of furniture. And if enough people do that, it covers
I
his
see
loss.
what you're saying. He's saying because if the Bengals lose, he doesn't have to give anybody their furniture for free. He
You have
profits
to
on
buy.
it.
I know, but he's not going to recoup.
But I don't think the
$4 million.
promotion is going to accomplish $4.5 million worth of furniture.
Yeah, I don't know
sales
how
profit.
much. I don't know how much.
So
he'll
he's
sell.
saying if the Bengals win, he will take that $7.7 million and finance free furniture.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Everybody gets your furniture free.
But
so
if
come
the-
in and buy furniture.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Over $3,000.
Right.
But if
If he loses, you got to pay for your own furniture.
Correct.
and he's out,
He's out, but he
4.5.
He profits from your purchase. So I guess the gamble is I'm making enough money.
No way.
But
No.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the furniture
that still
store
doesn't
or
make
anything
sense.
like
Pretty good
that.
market.
There's
I'm
huge.
not very good at math, but this still doesn't add up.
Hey, he better sell a lot of sofas.
Especially when you don't know how many people are going to buy ahead of time.
Somebody
That's
said he
true.
did this in the Georgia-Alabama game as well.
Well, good. I mean, he does it for
He's
PR,
loaded.
obviously.
He's
Good for
loaded.
him.
There's a huge markup on furniture, but I'm not sure there's a markup to the point you can make $4.5 million profit.
Rick, you can't sell enough furniture to make up a loss by giving it away.
No,
You
you
see what I'm
got
saying?
they're not giving it away if the Bengals lose. You had to pay for it.
Yeah.
Rick and
So he
Bubba,
gets that
Rick
money.
and Bubba.
Hope Sound, Florida. And they have, you can go inside the restaurant. It's a regular restaurant. And they also have an outside area. And so what are they doing? So they used to have a food truck. And they put the food truck in the parking lot. They make hamburgers and hot dogs and crab cakes and stuff like that. It's almost exactly the same thing. You put your order in. They put it on a table. You walk over. You get it. You put your money and you leave. People can do this. And the idea that we have to shut down the entire economy when we know there are people out there in the grocery stores working the shelves, our wonderful truckers. You see the FedEx and UPS guys, they're everywhere. The Amazon Prime guys are everywhere. Why are we doing this to ourselves? So I've reached the point where I absolutely do support civil nonviolent protest in this country. Why not? Why shouldn't we? And the people who are protesting, they're patriots, and they're attacked like the Tea Party was attacked when I was part of that movement too. We want to open our country back. We don't want to be this massive deficit spending that's going on. That's got to end. The way you create jobs in this country is you create jobs in this country. You're not going to do it through deficit spending through the federal government. So I'm not saying this isn't serious. This is an enormously serious virus. Nobody's taking this for granted. Nobody's playing games. We all have elderly people in our families. We'll protect them, and they need to be protected. We all have people in our families with all kinds of morbidities. They need to be protected. But if you're from the age of really an infant to the age of about 45, maybe 50, you're barely going to even feel this. Of course, there's anomalies, but statistically, you're barely going to feel it. And you're going to find out, as I've been talking about now for 6 weeks, that the fatality rate is well under 1%.
Yeah, that's the last we heard. Someone yesterday, or just a couple of days ago, that was in the medical field said if I could break it down as simple as possible, 1 in 1,000 people will have a.
Dr. Inez.
Yeah.
Dr. Inez from Stanford said that. That's 0.1%.
Correct. And
so, Mark, but we're sitting on the other side. Initially, we didn't know what we were up against. I'm not going to blame Trump for what they did, but I am to the point now, like you said, we know more information. So let's move back, and I guess the president's 30 days to mitigate will be up next week, and I think you're going to see a lot of openings at that point, right? I mean, we got a few trying to clamp down.
I think you're right on. And I want you to remember, it was the president 6 weeks ago was talking about opening the economy, and they trashed the hell out of him.
Oh, yeah.
And so he gave the 30 more days, and he's still talking about opening the economy, even though I don't like him trashing the governor of Georgia. The governor of Colorado is a leftist. He's a Democrat. His name is Paulus. And the governor of Georgia is sort of a moderate Republican. His name is Kemp. So Kemp says, look, I'm going to open up my state. And he's got a number of protections in place. He's not letting it rip. His procedures for opening are almost identical to the guy in Colorado. The Democrat takes no attacks, no incoming whatsoever, and this guy Kemp is now the target. And so I go on my show and I defend him. It's just the way I am. I don't like guys being trashed like this, and he's trying to get his state up. Meanwhile, the most incompetent governor on the face of the earth is Cuomo, and they celebrate this buffoon because all he does is hat in hand. He's the one that picks solar panels over ventilators. He's the one that killed thousands and thousands of hospital beds. I mean, he's absolutely an incompetent fool, and they celebrate him. Why? Because he's a leftist. But as to your point, I think the president deserves all the credit in the world because who knew what to do about this? And he followed his science. But my only point is it's time for Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx to move over. There's a lot of scholars and experts who know as much, if not even more than them. They've been in the government a very long time. They come out of Stanford and Yale, these experts. They're coming out of Oxford, Rockefeller, the Science Study College in New York, and all over the place. They're saying, okay, enough is enough. Focus on the people who need help. You got to get the immune system going. You got to get antibodies going, the general population. And we're actually seeing nature is doing that. Even in New York City, we're seeing 13 to 21% of the population there has had the virus. You're seeing it throughout the state of New York. And now the studies are coming back from Stanford and USC and other places saying that the number of people who've had this virus is 55 to 80 times, and these studies are saying the same thing, more than previously reported. And I know this sounds weird, but that's a good thing, because the more people who get it and survive it, the more we have antibodies and immunity.
No doubt. And that's what it creeps me out a little bit. I know we're running out of time. Is the people who tell us to follow the science. We all agreed with that. But then when the science starts giving us good news or showing us that we can open the economy back up, then they say, stop following the science. It is 35 minutes past the hour.
Passing me by. The fast talking mama put $1 on the smile on your face.
All right, as we make our way back, Valentine's Day, she approaches, coming up on Monday. coming up on Monday. Why do you sit there? Why haven't you gone to 1-800-Flowers.com? Why have you not gone to the radio icon? And why haven't you typed in the simple name Bubba? If you do, we can get you in some assorted roses, 24 of them for $39.99, or you can upgrade to 24 red roses if you would prefer for only $10 more. But you need to go ahead and do it today. I'm really more concerned about you not getting the delivery date. That's got me concerned. I mean, you know, let's face it, there's a lot going on out there. It's a mess right now. And, hopefully we're going to get back to where these things are running a little smoother again. But, there's a lot of demand on trying to have flowers delivered on Valentine's Day, and you need to move to go ahead and get yours locked in and done. 1-800-Flowers.com, the promo code Bubba, 24 assorted roses, $39.99, or 24 red roses for only $10 more. Make the move now at 1-800-Flowers.com. Take the promo code Bubba there. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. Bubba, have you seen college athlete group files complaint? Here we go. And now the players are saying that they want to be treated as employees of the university?
Yeah, they filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board on Tuesday, and they say that they want to see college athletes, at least in football and basketball, given the status of college employees. The National College Players Association filed the unfair labor practice charges against the NCAA, Pac-12 Conference, UCLA, and USC as single and joint employers of bowl subdivision football players, Division I men's and women's basketball players. They say that college athletes meet the definition of an employee under the labor law, and won't get into all the details of that. But the bottom line is they have a group now on the West Coast that says college athletes, football and basketball, should be employees of the university. Now, will that interfere with their NIL deal? Because it looks like the NIL deal is much more, some bigger numbers out there.
I don't. Yeah, but it only affects certain ones. This will be everybody.
Yeah.
Unless you get the deal Miami got, where everybody got a little something.
Right.
Well, they want benefits, and
I guess so. I don't know. I guess
they're gonna keep
really
on. They're gonna keep on. We're gonna see this thing.
They're gonna keep on, or they just do away with it.
Yeah,
you're gonna be back to club level.
Mm-hmm.
So
sadly,
that I don't think this. I don't know that you better be careful what you want here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this could.
I feel like there's some other issues there that could pop up. Unintended. I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But,
well,
you start doing all these things, you're gonna end up with some kind of strange. Oh yeah, well this is what all the employees have to do.
No, you got to be careful here, because I think that I'm like what Greg was kind of saying. I think there's more money out there if you'll just keep cutting your own deals.
I don't know, but could they fall under the number of hours they're working a week? Could they be limited by the Labor Relation Board rules on practice time if they do that? Do they have to take mandatory holidays? In other words, you couldn't play on a certain day or something
if
the
salary?
Employee was off? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. How does all that work?
Where do you get paid overtime?
Yeah, where does it all go? Where does it all go?
Where does it end?
So
the slippery slope.
It is.
Oh, slippery.
If they had just really, I think, done the right thing to begin with, and given them some ability to be students, make some money, so they could go out on dates, take care of things, I don't think it would have been as aggressive attack as what they had to even the score. Now I think we've probably overdone it the other way.
Yep. Georgia, weird story here. Have you seen this one? The Georgia body discovered in the forest turns out to just be a life-size doll.
Yes.
Saw that.
Rick, this story is more common than you think. I've read several of these over the year. A lot of times floating in water, things like that. They'll think they have a body, and it turns out to be one of these life-size dolls, so to speak.
Yeah. Looking at this again, I never cease to be amazed by the oddities that are out there in our society. But this is wow. They said they were surprised to learn that it was actually a life-size doll, as we said. They've given it a name. and it was out in the forest.
Selena, is that the name of it?
Yeah.
Yep.
You seen the picture on
page
2?
Sitting on the back of the truck.
Yeah, they've set her up in the back of the truck. Karen says I think she's going to make a full recovery.
Did y'all see?
You know, when you first glance at her, of course, she's covered in mud and grass. I've seen that same scene on the infield at Talladega.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Looks about like that. You go, surely you could find a shower.
Yeah. That's
all right. So you're hiking, and in the distance, you see that laying off in the bushes.
Oh yeah,
you're like, you don't go anywhere near it. Please look at it.
Yeah, that would
look at it.
That would get your attention. Right?
Yeah, I don't know who made the doll, but their attention to detail is alarming.
It's astounding.
Yeah, Rick, look how they found it.
Oh, I know.
Where they're laying.
I see.
I mean,
you'd call the authorities.
Disturbing.
Greg, run away probably.
Yeah.
You would.
Greg would be like, "That's where I left it."
Yeah.
All right.
Like 4 days later, he'd be like, "Yeah, I mean, I think I saw something."
I
You wouldn't tell anybody.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's there you go.
How about the police cars with dummies sitting in it?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, there's
Making
one.
you
We
think,
got one over.
Do they, once you see
once
it,
I've
why
seen
leave
it. Yeah, once I've seen it, I'm not fooled by it.
First time though.
Yeah.
What they need to do every now and then is put a real person in it, so that
then
as you
you don't
drive by,
know.
they wave at you, and then you always wonder. You know,
You're right.
Yeah, but when you go by every day, it's
Yeah.
sitting there.
One more time.
Yeah, are we hurting? Well, probably some vaccine mandate. We don't have enough policemen now.
Right, probably.
We used to have this rescue dummy that we had to put up a pole. We'd go up and rescue it, and we would move it and put it in different places.
Oh, of course.
Listen, I've walked in before and it make you jump. It looked like a real person.
I know.
Yeah, well, this doll. I mean, my goodness.
What'd y'all name it?
I didn't have a name.
I bet it did.
Greg, how do you get
name.
it down off the pole?
I think it had a name. I think it had a name.
Did somebody lock up and
Yeah,
get scared
it's
to get
like,
down?
or got an electrical contact case and they were out, and you had to go up and get them down. And you had a hand line rope and you let them down, but that thing got planted everywhere when it went.
Gosh, I can imagine.
It found its way on the toilet one time.
Oh, of course. All right, let's go to John in Auburn. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing good. So I was going to tell you about Mattress Mack. He's got several places in Houston, and what he does this every year. So when the Astros make the playoffs every year, he'll put a wager down. In 2017, he won big time. Now, last year, he put a wager down, and he lost, of course. He also put a wager down for Alabama to win the national championship. But he says that he has insurance for this every time. He also rented the whole outfield, the upper deck outfield this past season during the World Series, and he had a bunch of nuns, and he would celebrate, and, they would show him up there celebrate. But he is very well known in Houston.
Well,
I didn't know if y'all knew that.
Is there an insurance company? Was this Lords of London will cover your bad bets?
Yeah. Because
That's what he says. I mean, if you Google him, you can read about him, and like I said, he's very well known. But he says that he has the insurance to cover this.
But he doesn't. I mean, no one sells insurance to cover gamblers, do they?
No, because he's made the bet with the Caesars play.
I bet the premium's pretty high.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he makes a bet and he has insurance to cover it, then the insurance company's betting on him.
Well, all insurance companies bet on us.
Every one of them.
But you've got to buy a minimum. I think you've got to buy $3,000 worth of furniture.
Right.
And if you have to buy it in a certain time, like say for the playoffs this past year, you have to buy it in August, the month of August, and then if they win the World Series, he gives you your money back.
Yeah, I got all that. But it looks like we were noticing for him to cover a $4.5 million bet, he's got to sell $10,000 worth of furniture to at least 500 people. It just seems like that's a lot of furniture to try to cover a $4.5 million deal. Because I don't think when he says insurance, he means like insurance you get from an insurance company. I just can't imagine you'd stay in business very long if you said, "Now we offer gamblers debt insurance."
Yeah, we don't get to run in those circles. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not good at math.
But to your point, all insurance is a gamble.
Yeah, it is.
We've talked about that before. They're definitely taking a gamble. It is 15 minutes to the top of the hour, and we want to take your phone calls when we come back. There's lines available if you want to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
Exactly.
now it's become propaganda and political.
Now the science is change the voting, so we turn the country into a California. The science is government ownership of the private sector. The science is open borders. I mean, if that makes any sense whatsoever. The science is, in other words, the hardcore left-wing statist agenda. And these people never follow the science. They're a joke.
Yeah, and I know you got to go. We could talk.
Bart, we could spend
we
an
could
hour
talk
with
all
you,
day.
man. I hate we got a short window.
Hey,
here.
in 30 seconds, 483 billion more dollars of coronavirus bailout. What is this going to do to our country? We can't continue this, obviously, right?
No, I've been fighting every one of these. What happened to the $2.2 trillion? Gone. This will be gone. Now they want to come back infrastructure. We got to fight this because I'm telling you now, we're going to have hyperinflation, and that's going to make this virus look like a joke. When you have hyperinflation, your currency is worth very little, and the cost of products goes way up. People can't put food on their table. You talk about a healthcare crisis. More hospitals are going to close. More doctors and nurses are going to go out of business. We've got to fight what the federal government's doing. Deficit spending does not create wealth. It is printing money and pushing it into a system. And when you're closing businesses and you're keeping people out of work and pushing money into the economy where it has nowhere to really go in a productive way, this is the quintessential definition of inflation. And people who haven't experienced inflation, let me tell you something. You don't have no idea what it's like. It's a disaster.
If you've got eggs in your kitchen, toss them in the trash.
See, our bodies are nearly 20% protein. Protein is crucial for building muscles and bones. So eating protein in the morning provides the body the materials it needs to function all day long. Protein also keeps you full, boosting metabolism and calorie burning.
He's completely obsessed now with how he looks on the Zoom.
And he acts like he's kidding where he's shading himself. And he's really wanting to know.
Hey, Greg, I want to say to the team today, you're welcome.
Right there, it's actually worse than it was.
Well, it really goes back. Look at the light on my head.
Greg, he will spend the rest of the show worried about this. It's so funny.
I look real good in that. Look,
Brett in Huntsville.
Like look at that top.
100.3 The River. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good, buddy. You all right?
I'm not doing good.
Speedy was good.
Hey, listen. I heard a podcast a couple of weeks ago about this guy with a business had only about 8-9 employees, and they started working from home, and he was wondering if they liked it so much that he didn't know if he was gonna get his employees back. And I'm wanting to ask y'all and each one of you, Adler, Helmsy, Greg, even Bubba, all y'all, how do y'all feel about this pandemic? If it's over, how do y'all feel about coming back to the studio, or would y'all rather work at home?
Yeah, Greg doesn't want to come back. What about everybody else?
Greg's done.
I'll put it this way. I'm 3 minutes away. Give me that green light. You see me in 4 minutes.
Right, yeah. So you're ready.
I think we all enjoy doing the show better when we're in the same room. And I don't think that'll change. I think this is just a real good added backup we've got now that honestly, when it started, we didn't even know if it would work. We didn't know what we were going to do. So we've shown that it will work, and we've got it if we need it. And quite frankly, in the next few months, I'm sure we're going to have some kick-ups in this, and we may have to go back to DEFCON Diffie for a week or so at a time, and but we're gonna work through it. But I definitely am looking forward to getting back to the studio.
Yes, that's what he's asking. Do you like this better, or would you, in regular circumstances, even if you didn't have to stay at home, would you prefer to?
No.
No.
Again, I think what we do is better when we're all together. And this is better than nothing. Okay, but I still think we're better all together, and that would be my preference. Now, if we had an occasional Friday that we got to jump getting out of town and did it, that would be odd too.
There we go.
Overall.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived not long after, and links available on all of our social media platforms. As we continue to walk through the book of Genesis today, we'll finish chapter 6 and do the first few verses of chapter 7 as we'll walk through that again today. All right, also don't forget Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK, our home market, the real Greg Burgess, be over at Publix today in Mountain Brook. Greg coming to Mountain Brook today, 12 to 2, and it's National Pizza Day. Is that right? So Greg, you'll have pizza just like
That's
you like
a big
it.
day.
You'll have it. I bet
got all kinds of specials on the pizza.
And ain't nobody gonna catch you eating a vegetable one. I'll tell you that. Okay, so you can drop all that enthusiasm. Vegetable man.
Well,
okay, huh?
But anyway, yeah. I'll be there till 2 o'clock, 12 to 2.
Can I tell you?
It goes on all day long.
Yeah,
got all kinds of stuff.
Can I tell you who won't eat a vegetable pizza? Al Michaels.
No, he won't get near it, Rick.
Neither will I, Rick. I don't touch it.
I know, yeah. No, look, pineapple's about as far as you're going to go. I mean, but nobody get carried away with vegetable pizza. All right, so here's somebody that says they do think there are these insurance companies, says it's really the same type of policy as the hole-in-one stuff at these charity golf tournaments.
Okay.
So
it's a very specialized
It's in that
category.
It's in that same world. Because if you make the hole-in-one and you get the money or the car, well, they bought insurance.
These jewelry stores that say if it rains an inch, you'll get.
Yeah, we used to have up there by the house, Jim Morrow. He would have that. If it rains, somebody wins $200,000.
Yeah.
Going
but
out
you
of
buy a
business
policy
sale.
that if it's event policy, and if it rains that much, they pay it.
Rick, how would you like to be the insurance company that had to cover bets for the Minnesota Vikings?
I would not like that. Bless his heart.
You're on a tear. You work Vikings into just about every company.
Well, he's hurting.
This is the only way you could enjoy the Vikings.
I mean,
you sure can't enjoy the wins.
Oh, Rube. He's got the Vikings bad. Auburn can't find offense coordinator. He's having a tough time.
He's having
a mess.
I'll tell you what.
He's a mess.
Basketball got beat in overtime.
I mean, good night.
Suey Pig.
You ain't going to win them all.
Yeah.
Cameron, Michigan. Go ahead, Cameron. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
We're good, Cameron. I hope you're good. Come on, Cameron.
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me all right? I'm on my earbuds.
Loud and clear.
Q5. Go ahead.
Q5.
I want to let you know I've been listening for about 6 years. Absolutely love y'all. I moved from Alabama up to Michigan back in 2020, and y'all got me through that whole move.
Oh, good. Good. So,
I really appreciate that.
What's your platform of choice there in Michigan?
I use iHeartRadio, 100.3 The River.
All right. Good. Good. So, what's on your mind today?
And I was actually listening. I think it was yesterday. Y'all were talking about your favorite chicken.
We love fried chicken, man.
Chicken.
Oh yeah.
I was curious. The whole meal, if you could mix and match from different restaurants, chicken from one, sides from other, what would you go with and why?
Whew, man, that's tough right there.
We'd have to kind of draw that out.
I'd have to almost
map it out.
Yeah, I'd almost have to have those menus in front of me.
Yeah.
And because I know, but everybody thinks Bubba and I are weird about this because I know they're not great quality, but Bubba and I, for some reason, love the mashed potatoes from Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I know
they're the instant potatoes.
Even the Colonel, when he was alive, didn't like them, but we did.
I love them.
But you and I love them.
Any of them you can put on a plate with an ice cream scoop, like they used to do in high school.
Yes.
Where are you getting your macaroni and cheese?
Oh, that's a lot of good.
I'm gonna tell you who makes a good macaroni and cheese. That's Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they do.
That's a good mac and cheese.
Yeah, they do.
Mister.
Right.
Have they entered the chicken conversation when they're just a sandwich?
I know. I like them.
I mean, I'm not sure
I
they
think
can.
we were talking about you got to serve chicken with a bone in it.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Which is the way I
but
prefer
you get your
chicken, by the
sides
way.
from anywhere.
Your sides.
Yeah, from anywhere.
So I'm getting those from. I'm getting their mac and cheese.
They're not in it. They don't have bone chicken.
No, I don't think so he was saying stay with places that have
was he
fried.
saying
I thought he was saying
Ain't talking about
anything.
any kind of chicken.
I'm gonna get it.
No, I know.
I'll tell you what
I know
getting.
that.
I'm gonna get me some
Chick-fil-A
of that
can't bring sides into this. No,
I'm getting me some of that cornbread from top of the river.
Oh, now you over top of the river. We're talking about
They got
chicken.
chicken.
They ain't got chicken.
Yeah, they do.
They got pieces of fried chicken.
I don't know about that.
Well, that's what we're talking about. You want Zaxby's in here too?
Greg's talking chicken fingers.
That's a tough.
I love that cornbread.
I'm with Bubba.
Yeah,
We'd
that's
have
good.
to have the menus laid out in front of us.
Yeah,
I'd have to pick.
I got to have a little time on. I can't rush that.
Right.
McDonald's fries.
There he goes. I do love McDonald's fries.
That's a good fry.
That's good.
Let's
Wendy's coming along.
Yeah,
Okay.
better. Yeah, McDonald's, but they're better.
Some reason I never go to Wendy's.
I know how you like curly fries. You might want to add those.
I
Rick.
like curly fries.
I know, I do too.
If I could take a torch and get rid of curly fries and get them off the planet, I would.
Rick.
I just
You don't like those?
how about I get a pressure washer?
Dip them in barbecue sauce.
I hate curly fries. Curly fries are terrible,
Rick,
especially if they're breaded.
You hadn't given them their chance.
terrible.
You like breaded curly fries?
I'm okay with
Put a little spice
okay
on it.
with my favorite.
They got a little spice
Can
on
I tell you? I like different kinds. I'm not all in on one, but I'm not anti waffle fry either. And I know you don't like the waffle.
I don't like waffle
I'm not
fries.
a big crinkle cake guy.
I'm
Too thick.
I don't mind a crinkle cut.
I'll eat
That's
them.
my least.
I don't mind a shoestring. I love a steak fry.
No, really?
I do. I love a steak fry. If I could have some gravy on a plate with some steak fries, and I get a little bit of gravy and ketchup on that steak fry and bring it in.
Oh,
I won't
tell
put
you
gravy on the other fry but steak.
Rick, I tell you what I'm gonna add to that little deal. I'm also gonna get some hobo potatoes in there from somewhere.
Hobo.
Them hobos.
Yeah, they are. Good.
Yeah, because they sell them in the delis at the grocery store, so that
Is that
counts.
the slice?
So we get
long
because
slice?
Publix has fantastic fried chicken.
Yeah.
You could get a hobo from there if you want to.
Who's got your best rolls?
Not
Little
good.
rolls?
There's not many good rolls out.
Fast food places
They're a
don't
little
have good-
rubbery.
No, it's
Where
hard
is
to
it
find a
we've
good roll.
eaten-
I tell you who's.
I hate to.
Well,
KFC's is pretty
Cracker
good.
Barrel has some good rolls or little
me tell you
rolls
something.
slash
Let me tell you
biscuit
something.
things they bring out
Well,
with some
cornbread.
syrup. Hey, some hot syrup on that open face.
Lambert's has
We're
got a
talking
good
about
roll.
chicken.
I know.
They'll
I
you
just
one.
off in that now.
All right, let's go to LT
Ooh,
out of Birmingham. LT, go ahead.
Look at Stoney.
Hey, there's one real quick thing about the college football players. You go to college, you get an education, they pay for it. If you get an endorsement, pay for your own college. If you don't, then you just need to do something else. I don't agree with all this pandering, this crap that they're doing to get money. I mean, pay everybody the same thing. If you don't like it, pay for your own damn college. I'll see y'all later.
Good to hear from Dad.
Hey, Pop, what's up?
Listen, understand what you're saying, but the courts have said otherwise.
Yeah, that's it,
Oh,
Bubba.
wow.
I'm up to the courts out
Yeah.
there.
Well,
Hands
are
Boom, hey, gavel.
Are the courts behind the NIL? Yep.
They are.
The only thing I would
Brett
take
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, the only thing that I would take issue with LT is if you live the life of a college football player, trust me, the college is not for free. They work.
They do.
They work.
It's not a free education.
They work their tails off. Ain't nothing free about it. If you want to say that's your payment, then you
And we won't. And I know y'all going to roll your eye. We won't even get over into baseball. That's stupid.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they do the
because
way they
they're
do.
not
There's
on
no
full,
money for
They're
it.
not on full rides.
Well, because they have to split it 50-50 with the females.
Yeah.
Or the people
I know that, but
the
I mean-
people who used to be identified as females.
Right. I don't know who they split.
Depending on who your swimmer are.
That's going to be.
Have y'all seen where the Ivy League's going to let that swimmer swim in their meets, but the NCAA tournament, I mean, championships, whatever or not, but they're going to go ahead and let
Is this the one where
Yeah.
some of you that just don't understand biology? Is this the one that was like number 500
Yes.
in the men swimming,
Yeah.
and then when he declared
Number
he was
one.
a woman, he became number one?
Yeah. What's that tell you?
Jumped 500 places because he declared he was a woman.
He doesn't have an advantage, Rick.
No,
No,
no
way.
advantage. No advantage. Look, even Caitlyn Jenner don't like that.
Just say no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.